The entire original Maupassant short stories. By Guy de Maupassant. Volume I. Guy de Maupassant. A study by Paul Nevu. I entered literary life as a meteor, and I shall leave it like a thunderbolt. These words of Maupassant to José María de Heredia on the occasion of a memorable meeting are, in spite of their morbid solemnity, not an inexact summing up of the brief career during which, for 10 years, the writer, by turns undaunted and sorrowful, with the fertility of a master hand produced poetry, novels, romances and travels, only to sink prematurely into the abyss of madness and death. In the month of April, 1880, an article appeared in the Le Gaulois announcing the publication of the Soirées de Meudon. It was signed by a name as yet unknown, Guy de Maupassant. After a juvenile diatribe against romanticism and a passionate attack on languorous literature, the writer extolled the study of real life, and announced the publication of the new work. It was picturesque and charming. In the quiet of evening, on an island, in the Seine, beneath poplars instead of the Neapolitan cypresses dear to the friends of Boccaccio, amid the continuous murmur of the valley, and no longer to the sound of the Pyrenean streams that murmured a faint accompaniment to the tales of Marguerite's cavaliers, the master and his disciples took turns in narrating some striking or pathetic episode of the war. And the issue, in collaboration, of these tales in one volume, in which the master jostled elbows with his pupils, took on the appearance of a manifesto, the tone of a challenge, or the utterance of a creed. In fact, however, the beginnings had been much more simple, and they had confined themselves, beneath the trees of Meudon, to deciding on a general title for the work. Zola had contributed the manuscript of the Attaque du Moulin, and it was at Maupassant's house that the 5 young men gave in their contributions. Each one read his story, Maupassant being the last. When he had finished Boule de Suif, with a spontaneous impulse, with an emotion they never forgot, filled with enthusiasm at this revelation, they all rose and, without superfluous words, acclaimed him as a master. He undertook to write the article for the Gaulois and, in cooperation with his friends, he worded it in the terms with which we are familiar, amplifying and embellishing it, yielding to an inborn taste for mystification which his youth rendered excusable. The essential point, he said, is to unmoor criticism. It was unmoored. The following day Wolfe wrote a polemical dissertation in the Figaro and carried away his colleagues. The volume was a brilliant success, thanks to Boule de Suif. Despite the novelty, the honesty of effort, on the part of all, no mention was made of the other stories. Relegated to the second rank, they passed without notice. From his first battle, Maupassant was master of the field in literature. At once the entire press took him up and said what was appropriate regarding the budding celebrity. Biographers and reporters sought information concerning his life. As it was very simple and perfectly straightforward, they resorted to invention. And thus it is that at the present day Maupassant appears to us like one of those ancient heroes whose origin and death are veiled in mystery. I will not dwell on Guy de Maupassant's younger days. His relatives, his old friends, he himself, here and there in his works, have furnished us in their letters enough valuable revelations and touching remembrances of the years preceding his literary debut. His worthy biographer, H. Edouard Manuel, after collecting intelligently all the writings, condensing and comparing them, has been able to give us some definite information regarding that early period. I will simply recall that he was born on the 5th of August, 1850, near Dieppe, in the castle of Miromesnil which he describes in Un Vie. Maupassant, like Flaubert, was a Norman, through his mother, and through his place of birth he belonged to that strange and adventurous race, whose heroic and long voyages on tramp trading ships he liked to recall. And just as the author of Education Sentimental seems to have inherited in the paternal line the shrewd realism of Champagne, so de Maupassant appears to have inherited from his Lorraine ancestors their indestructible discipline and cold lucidity. His childhood was passed at Étretat, his beautiful childhood. It was there that his instincts were awakened in the unfoldment of his prehistoric soul. Years went by in an ecstasy of physical happiness. The delight of running at full speed through fields of gorse, the charm of voyages of discovery in hollows and ravines, games beneath the dark hedges, a passion for going to sea with the fishermen and, on nights when there was no moon, for dreaming on their boats of imaginary voyages. Madame de Maupassant, who had guided her son's early reading, and had gazed with him at the sublime spectacle of nature, put off as long as possible the hour of separation. One day, however, she had to take the child to the little seminary at Yvetot. Later, he became a student at the college at Rouen, and became a literary correspondent of Louis Boulhay. It was at the latter's house on those Sundays in winter when the Norman rain drowned the sound of the bells and dashed against the window panes that the schoolboy learned to write poetry. Vacation took the rhetorician back to the north of Normandy. Now it was shooting at St. Julien-le-Hospitalier, across fields, bogs, and through the woods. From that time on he sealed his pact with the earth, and those deep and delicate roots which attached him to his native soil began to grow. It was of Normandy, broad, fresh and virile, that he would presently demand his inspiration, fervent and eager as a boy's love. It was in her that he would take refuge when, weary of life, he would implore a truce, or when he simply wished to work and revive his energies in old-time joys. It was at this time that was born in him that voluptuous love of the sea, which in later days could alone withdraw him from the world, calm him, console him. In 1870 he lived in the country, then he came to Paris to live. For, the family fortunes having dwindled, he had to look for a position. For several years he was a clerk in the Ministry of Marine, where he turned over musty papers, in the uninteresting company of the clerks of the Admiralty. Then he went into the Department of Public Instruction, where bureaucratic servility is less intolerable. The daily duties are certainly scarcely more onerous, and he had as chiefs, or colleagues, Xavier Charmes and Léon Dierks, Henry Roujon and René Bellot. But his office looked out on a beautiful melancholy garden with immense plane trees around which black circles of crows gathered in winter. Maupassant made two divisions of his spare hours, one for boating, and the other for literature. Every evening in spring, every free day, he ran down to the river whose mysterious current veiled in fog or sparkling in the sun called to him and bewitched him. In the islands in the Seine between Chatou and Port Marly, on the banks of Sartrouville and Triel he was long noted among the population of boatmen, who have now vanished, for his unwearying biceps, his cynical gaiety of good fellowship, his unfailing practical jokes, his broad witticisms. Sometimes he would row with frantic speed, free and joyous, through the glowing sunlight on the stream. Sometimes he would wander along the coast, questioning the sailors, chatting with the ravageurs, or junk-gatherers. Or stretched at full length amid the irises and tansy he would lie for hours watching the frail insects that play on the surface of the stream, water spiders, or white butterflies, dragonflies, chasing each other amid the willow leaves, or frogs asleep on the lily pads. The rest of his life was taken up by his work. Without ever becoming despondent, silent and persistent, he accumulated manuscripts, poetry, criticisms, plays, romances and novels. Every week he docilely submitted his work to the great Flaubert, the childhood friend of his mother and his uncle Alfred Le Poitevin. The master had consented to assist the young man, to reveal to him the secrets that make chefs d'oeuvre immortal. It was he who compelled him to make copious research and to use direct observation, and who inculcated in him a horror of vulgarity and a contempt for facility. Maupassant himself tells us of those severe initiations in the Rue Murillo, or in the tent at Croisset. He has recalled the implacable didactics of his old master, his tender brutality, the paternal advice of his generous and candid heart. For 7 years Flaubert slashed, pulverized, the awkward attempts of his pupil whose success remained uncertain. Suddenly, in a flight of spontaneous perfection, he wrote Boule de Suif. His master's joy was great and overwhelming. He died 2 months later. Until the end Maupassant remained illuminated by the reflection of the good, vanished giant, by that touching reflection that comes from the dead to those souls they have so profoundly stirred. The worship of Flaubert was a religion from which nothing could distract him, neither work, nor glory, nor slow-moving waves, nor balmy nights. At the end of his short life, while his mind was still clear, he wrote to a friend, "I am always thinking of my poor Flaubert, and I say to myself that I should like to die if I were sure that anyone would think of me in the same manner. During these long years of his novitiate, Maupassant had entered the social literary circles. He would remain silent, preoccupied, and if anyone, astonished at his silence, asked him about his plans, he answered simply, "I am learning my trade." However, under the pseudonym of Guy de Maupassant, he had sent some articles to the newspapers, and, later, with the approval and by the advice of Flaubert, he published, in the République des Lettres, poems signed by his name. These poems, overflowing with sensuality, where the hymn to the earth describes the transports of physical possession, where the impatience of love expresses itself in loud melancholy appeals like the calls of animals in the spring nights, are valuable chiefly inasmuch as they reveal the creature of instinct, the faun escaped from his native forests, that Maupassant was in his early youth. But they add nothing to his glory. They are the rhymes of a prose writer, as Jules Lemaitre said. To mold the expression of his thought according to the strictest laws, and to narrow it down to some extent, such was his aim. Following the example of one of his comrades of Medan, being readily carried away by precision of style and the rhythm of sentences, by the imperious rule of the ballad, of the pantoum or the chant royal, Maupassant also desired to write in metrical lines. However, he never liked this collection that he often regretted having published. His encounters with prosody had left him with that monotonous weariness that the horseman and the fencer feel after a period in the riding school, or a bout with the foils. Such, in very broad lines, is the story of Maupassant's literary apprenticeship. The day following the publication of Boule de Suif, his reputation began to grow rapidly. The quality of his story was unrivaled, but at the same time it must be acknowledged that there were some who, for the sake of discussion, desired to place a young reputation in opposition to the triumphant brutality of Zola. From this time on, Maupassant, at the solicitation of the entire press, set to work and wrote story after story. His talent, free from all influences, his individuality, are not disputed for a moment. With a quick step, steady and alert, he advanced to fame, a fame of which he himself was not aware, but which was so universal that no contemporary author during his life ever experienced the same. The meteor sent out its light and its rays were prolonged without limit, in article after article, volume on volume. He was now rich and famous. He is esteemed all the more as they believe him to be rich and happy. But they do not know that this young fellow with the sunburnt face, thick neck and salient muscles whom they invariably compare to a young bull at liberty, and whose love affairs they whisper, is ill, very ill. At the very moment that success came to him, the malady that never afterwards left him came also, and, seated motionless at his side, gazed at him with its threatening countenance. He suffered from terrible headaches, followed by nights of insomnia. He had nervous attacks, which he soothed with narcotics and anesthetics, which he used freely. His sight, which had troubled him at intervals, became affected, and a celebrated oculist spoke of abnormality, asymmetry of the pupils. The famous young man trembled in secret and was haunted by all kinds of terrors. The reader is charmed at the saneness of this revived art, and yet, here and there, he is surprised to discover, amid descriptions of nature that are full of humanity, disquieting flights towards the supernatural, distressing conjurations, veiled at first, of the most commonplace, the most vertiginous shuddering fits of fear, as old as the world and as eternal as the unknown. But, instead of being alarmed, he thinks that the author must be gifted with infallible intuition to follow out thus the taints in his characters, even through their most dangerous mazes. The reader does not know that these hallucinations which he describes so minutely were experienced by Maupassant himself. He does not know that the fear is in himself, the anguish of fear which is not caused by the presence of danger, or of inevitable death, but by certain abnormal conditions, by certain mysterious influences in presence of vague dangers. The fear, the dread of that horrible sensation of incomprehensible terror. How can one explain these physical sufferings and this morbid distress that were known for some time to his intimates alone? Alas! The explanation is only too simple. All his life, consciously or unconsciously, Maupassant fought this malady, hidden as yet, which was latent in him. As his malady began to take a more definite form, he turned his steps towards the south, only visiting Paris to see his physicians and publishers. In the old port of Antibes beyond the causeway of Cannes, his yacht Belle Amie, which he cherished as a brother, lay at anchor and awaited him. He took it to the white cities of the Genoese Gulf, towards the palm trees of Hyères, or the red bay trees of Anthier. After several tragic weeks in which, from instinct, he made a desperate fight, on the 1st of January, 1892, he felt he was hopelessly vanquished, and in a moment of supreme clearness of intellect, like Gerard de Nerval, he attempted suicide. Less fortunate than the author of Sylvia, he was unsuccessful. But his mind, henceforth indifferent to all unhappiness, had entered into eternal darkness. He was taken back to Paris and placed in Dr. Muriat's sanatorium, where, after 18 months of mechanical existence, the meteor quietly passed away. Boule de Suif. For several days in succession fragments of a defeated army had passed through the town. They were mere disorganized bands, not disciplined forces. The men wore long, dirty beards and tattered uniforms. They advanced in listless fashion, without a flag, without a leader. All seemed exhausted, worn out, incapable of thought or resolve, marching onward merely by force of habit, and dropping to the ground with fatigue the moment they halted. One saw, in particular, many enlisted men, peaceful citizens, men who lived quietly on their income, bending beneath the weight of their rifles. And little active volunteers, easily frightened but full of enthusiasm, as eager to attack as they were ready to take to flight, and amid these, a sprinkling of red-breeched soldiers, the pitiful remnant of a division cut down in a great battle. Sombre artillerymen, side by side with nondescript foot soldiers, and, here and there, the gleaming helmet of a heavy-footed dragoon who had difficulty in keeping up with the quicker pace of the soldiers of the line. Legions of irregulars with high-sounding names, avengers of defeat, citizens of the tomb, brethren in death, passed in their turn, looking like banditti. Their leaders, former drapers or grain merchants, or tallow or soap chandlers, warriors by force of circumstances, officers by reason of their mustachios or their money, covered with weapons, flannel and gold lace, spoke in an impressive manner, discussed plans of campaign, and behaved as though they alone bore the fortunes of dying France on their braggart shoulders. Though, in truth, they frequently were afraid of their own men, scoundrels often brave beyond measure, but pillagers and debauches. Rumor had it that the Prussians were about to enter Rouen. The members of the National Guard, who for the past 2 months had been reconnoitering with the utmost caution in the neighboring woods, occasionally shooting their own sentinels, and making ready for fight whenever a rabbit rustled in the undergrowth, had now returned to their homes. Their arms, their uniforms, all the death-dealing paraphernalia with which they had terrified all the milestones along the highroad for 8 miles round, had suddenly and marvelously disappeared. The last of the French soldiers had just crossed the Seine on their way to Pont-Audemer, through Saint-Sever and Bourgachard, and in their rear the vanquished general, powerless to do aught with the forlorn remnants of his army. Himself dismayed at the final overthrow of a nation accustomed to victory and disastrously beaten despite its legendary bravery, walked between 2 orderlies. Then a profound calm, a shuddering, silent dread, settled on the city. Many a round-paunched citizen, emasculated by years devoted to business, anxiously awaited the conquerors, trembling lest his roasting jacks or kitchen knives should be looked upon as weapons. Life seemed to have stopped short. The shops were shut, the streets deserted. Now and then an inhabitant, awed by the silence, glided swiftly by in the shadow of the walls. The anguish of suspense made men even desire the arrival of the enemy. In the afternoon of the day following the departure of the French troops, a number of Uhlans, coming no one knew whence, passed rapidly through the town. A little later on, a black mass descended St. Catherine's Hill, while 2 other invading bodies appeared respectively on the Darnetal and the Bois Guillaume roads. The advance guards of the 3 corps arrived at precisely the same moment at the square of the Hôtel de Ville, and the German army poured through all the adjacent streets, its battalions making the pavement ring with their firm, measured tread. Orders shouted in an unknown, guttural tongue rose to the windows of the seemingly dead, deserted houses. while behind the fast-closed shutters eager eyes peered forth at the victors, masters now of the city, its fortunes, and its lives, by right of war. The inhabitants, in their darkened rooms, were possessed by that terror which follows in the wake of cataclysms, of deadly upheavals of the earth, against which all human skill and strength are vain. For the same thing happens whenever the established order of things is upset, when security no longer exists, when all those rights usually protected by the law of man or of nature are at the mercy of unreasoning, savage force. The earthquake crushing a whole nation under falling roofs. The flood let loose, and engulfing in its swirling depths the corpses of drowned peasants, along with dead oxen and beams torn from shattered houses. Or the army, covered with glory, murdering those who defend themselves, making prisoners of the rest, pillaging in the name of the sword, and giving thanks to God to the thunder of cannon. All these are appalling scourges, which destroy all belief in eternal justice, all that confidence we have been taught to feel in the protection of heaven and the reason of man. Small detachments of soldiers knocked at each door, and then disappeared within the houses, for the vanquished saw they would have to be civil to their conquerors. At the end of a short time, once the first terror had subsided, calm was again restored. In many houses the Prussian officer ate at the same table with the family. He was often well-bred, and, out of politeness, expressed sympathy with France and repugnance at being compelled to take part in the war. This sentiment was received with gratitude. Besides, his protection might be needful some day or other. By the exercise of tact the number of men quartered in one's house might be reduced, and why should one provoke the hostility of a person on whom one's whole welfare depended? Such conduct would savor less of bravery than of foolhardiness. And foolhardiness is no longer a failing of the citizens of Rouen as it was in the days when their city earned renown by its heroic defenses. Last of all, final argument based on the national politeness, the folk of Rouen said to one another that it was only right to be civil in one's own house, provided there was no public exhibition of familiarity with the foreigner. Out of doors, therefore, citizen and soldier did not know each other, but in the house both chatted freely, and each evening the German remained a little longer warming himself at the hospitable hearth. Even the town itself resumed by degrees its ordinary aspect. The French seldom walked abroad, but the streets swarmed with Prussian soldiers. Moreover, the officers of the Blue Hussars, who arrogantly dragged their instruments of death along the pavements, seemed to hold the simple townsmen in but little more contempt than did the French cavalry officers who had drunk at the same cafés the year before. But there was something in the air, a something strange and subtle, an intolerable foreign atmosphere like a penetrating odor, the odor of invasion. It permeated dwellings and places of public resort, changed the taste of food, made one imagine one's self in far distant lands, amid dangerous, barbaric tribes. The conquerors exacted money, much money. The inhabitants paid what was asked. They were rich. But, the wealthier a Norman tradesman becomes, the more he suffers at having to part with anything that belongs to him, at having to see any portion of his substance pass into the hands of another. Nevertheless, within 6 or 7 miles of the town, along the course of the river as it flows onward to Croisset, Diepedow and Biassart, boatmen and fishermen often hauled to the surface of the water the body of a German. Bloated in his uniform, killed by a blow from knife or club, his head crushed by a stone, or perchance pushed from some bridge into the stream below. The mud of the riverbed swallowed up these obscure acts of vengeance, savage, yet legitimate, these unrecorded deeds of bravery. These silent attacks fraught with greater danger than battles fought in broad day, and surrounded, moreover, with no halo of romance. For hatred of the foreigner ever arms a few intrepid souls, ready to die for an idea. At last, as the invaders, though subjecting the town to the strictest discipline, had not committed any of the deeds of horror with which they had been credited while on their triumphal march, the people grew bolder. And the necessities of business again animated the breasts of the local merchants. Some of these had important commercial interests at Havre, occupied at present by the French army, and wished to attempt to reach that port by overland route to Dieppe, taking the boat from there. Through the influence of the German officers whose acquaintance they had made, they obtained a permit to leave town from the general in command. A large four-horse coach having, therefore, been engaged for the journey, and 10 passengers having given in their names to the proprietor, they decided to start on a certain Tuesday morning before daybreak, to avoid attracting a crowd. The ground had been frozen hard for some time past, and about 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, large black clouds from the north shed their burden of snow uninterruptedly all through that evening and night. At 4:30 in the morning the travelers met in the courtyard of the Hôtel de Normandie, where they were to take their seats in the coach. They were still half asleep, and shivering with cold under their wraps. They could see one another but indistinctly in the darkness, and the mountain of heavy winter wraps in which each was swathed made them look like a gathering of obese priests in their long cassocks. But 2 men recognized each other, a third accosted them, and the 3 began to talk. "I am bringing my wife," said one. "So am I." "And I, too." The first speaker added, "We shall not return to Rouen, and if the Prussians approach Havre we will cross to England." All 3, it turned out, had made the same plans, being of similar disposition and temperament. Still the horses were not harnessed. A small lantern carried by a stable boy emerged now and then from one dark doorway to disappear immediately in another. The stamping of horses' hoofs, deadened by the dung and straw of the stable, was heard from time to time, and from inside the building issued a man's voice, talking to the animals and swearing at them. A faint tinkle of bells showed that the harness was being got ready. This tinkle soon developed into a continuous jingling, louder or softer according to the movements of the horse, sometimes stopping altogether, then breaking out in a sudden peal accompanied by a pawing of the ground by an iron-shod hoof. The door suddenly closed. All noise ceased. The frozen townsmen were silent, they remained motionless, stiff with cold. A thick curtain of glistening white flakes fell ceaselessly to the ground. It obliterated all outlines, enveloped all objects in an icy mantle of foam. Nothing was to be heard throughout the length and breadth of the silent, winter-bound city save the vague, nameless rustle of falling snow, a sensation rather than a sound, the gentle mingling of light atoms which seemed to fill all space, to cover the whole world. The man reappeared with his lantern, leading by a rope a melancholy-looking horse, evidently being led out against his inclination. The hostler placed him beside the pole, fastened the traces, and spent some time in walking round him to make sure that the harness was all right, for he could use only one hand, the other being engaged in holding the lantern. As he was about to fetch the second horse he noticed the motionless group of travelers, already white with snow, and said to them, "Why don't you get inside the coach? You'd be under shelter, at least." This did not seem to have occurred to them, and they at once took his advice. The 3 men seated their wives at the far end of the coach, then got in themselves. Lastly the other vague, snow-shrouded forms clambered to the remaining places without a word. The floor was covered with straw, into which the feet sank. The ladies at the far end, having brought with them little copper foot-warmers heated by means of a kind of chemical fuel, proceeded to light these, and spent some time in expatiating in low tones on their advantages, saying over and over again things which they had all known for a long time. At last, 6 horses instead of 4 having been harnessed to the diligence, on account of the heavy roads, a voice outside asked, "Is everyone there?" To which a voice from the interior replied, "Yes," and they set out. The vehicle moved slowly, at a snail's pace, the wheels sank into the snow, the entire body of the coach creaked and groaned. The horses slipped, puffed, steamed, and the coachman's long whip cracked incessantly, flying hither and thither, coiling up, then flinging out its length like a slender serpent, as it lashed some rounded flank, which instantly grew tense as it strained in further effort. But the day grew apace. Those light flakes which one traveler, a native of Rouen, had compared to a rain of cotton fell no longer. A murky light filtered through dark, heavy clouds, which made the country more dazzlingly white by contrast, a whiteness broken sometimes by a row of tall trees spangled with hoarfrost, or by a cottage roof hooded in snow. Within the coach, the passengers eyed one another curiously in the dim light of dawn. Right at the back, in the best seats of all, Monsieur and Madame Loiseau, wholesale wine merchants of the Rue Grandpont, slumbered opposite each other. Formerly clerk to a merchant who had failed in business, Wasso had bought his master's interest and made a fortune for himself. He sold very bad wine at a very low price to the retail dealers in the country, and had the reputation, among his friends and acquaintances, of being a shrewd rascal, a true Norman, full of quips and wiles. So well established was his character as a cheat that, in the mouths of the citizens of Rouen, the very name of Wasso became a byword for sharp practice. Above and beyond this, Wasso was noted for his practical jokes of every description, his tricks, good or ill-natured, and no one could mention his name without adding at once, "He's an extraordinary man, Wasso." He was undersized and pot-bellied, had a florid face with grayish whiskers. His wife, tall, strong, determined, with a loud voice and decided manner, represented the spirit of order and arithmetic in the business house which Wasso enlivened by his jovial activity. Beside them, dignified in bearing, belonging to a superior caste, sat Monsieur Carlamadon, a man of considerable importance, a king in the cotton trade, proprietor of 3 spinning mills, officer of the Legion of Honor, and member of the General Council. During the whole time the empire was in the ascendancy he remained the chief of the well-disposed opposition, merely in order to command a higher value for his devotion when he should rally to the cause which he meanwhile opposed with courteous weapons, to use his own expression. Madame Carlamadon, much younger than her husband, was the consolation of all the officers of good family quartered at Rouen. Pretty, slender, graceful, she sat opposite her husband, curled up in her furs, and gazing mournfully at the sorry interior of the coach. Her neighbors, the Comte and Comtesse Hubert de Breville, bore one of the noblest and most ancient names in Normandy. The Count, a nobleman advanced in years and of aristocratic bearing, strove to enhance by every artifice of the toilet his natural resemblance to King Henry IV, who, according to a legend of which the family were inordinately proud, had been the favored lover of a de Breville lady, and father of her child, the frail one's husband having, in recognition of this fact, been made a count and governor of a province. A colleague of Monsieur Carlamadon in the General Council, Count Hubert represented the Orleanist party in his department. The story of his marriage with the daughter of a small shipowner at Nantes had always remained more or less of a mystery. But as the Countess had an air of unmistakable breeding, entertained faultlessly, and was even supposed to have been loved by a son of Louis Philippe, the nobility vied with one another in doing her honor. And her drawing-room remained the most select in the whole countryside, the only one which retained the old spirit of gallantry, and to which access was not easy. The fortune of the Brevilles, all in real estate, amounted, it was said, to 500,000 francs a year. These 6 people occupied the farther end of the coach, and represented society, with an income, the strong, established society of good people with religion and principle. It happened by chance that all the women were seated on the same side. And the Countess had, moreover, as neighbors 2 nuns, who spent the time in fingering their long rosaries and murmuring paternosters and aves. One of them was old, and so deeply pitted with smallpox that she looked for all the world as if she had received a charge of shot full in the face. The other, of sickly appearance, had a pretty but wasted countenance, and a narrow, consumptive chest, sapped by that devouring faith which is the making of martyrs and visionaries. A man and woman, sitting opposite the 2 nuns, attracted all eyes. The man, a well-known character, was Cornudet, the Democrat, the terror of all respectable people. For the past 20 years his big red beard had been on terms of intimate acquaintance with the tankards of all the Republican cafés. With the help of his comrades and brethren he had dissipated a respectable fortune left him by his father, an old established confectioner, and he now impatiently awaited the Republic, that he might at last be rewarded with the post he had earned by his revolutionary orgies. On the 4th of September, possibly as the result of a practical joke, he was led to believe that he had been appointed prefect. But when he attempted to take up the duties of the position the clerks in charge of the office refused to recognize his authority, and he was compelled in consequence to retire. A good sort of fellow in other respects, inoffensive and obliging, he had thrown himself zealously into the work of making an organized defense of the town. He had had pits dug in the level country, young forest trees felled, and traps set on all the roads. Then, at the approach of the enemy, thoroughly satisfied with his preparations, he had hastily returned to the town. He thought he might now do more good at Havre, where new entrenchments would soon be necessary. The woman, who belonged to the courtesan class, was celebrated for an embonpoint unusual for her age, which had earned for her the sobriquet of boule de suif, tallow ball. Short and round, fat as a pig, with puffy fingers constricted at the joints, looking like rows of short sausages. With a shiny, tightly stretched skin and an enormous bust filling out the bodice of her dress, she was yet attractive and much sought after, owing to her fresh and pleasing appearance. Her face was like a crimson apple, a peony bud just bursting into bloom. She had 2 magnificent dark eyes, fringed with thick, heavy lashes, which cast a shadow into their depths. Her mouth was small, ripe, kissable, and was furnished with the tiniest of white teeth. As soon as she was recognized, the respectable matrons of the party began to whisper among themselves, and the words hussy and public scandal were uttered so loudly that boule de suif raised her head. She forthwith cast such a challenging, bold look at her neighbors that a sudden silence fell on the company, and all lowered their eyes, with the exception of Loiseau, who watched her with evident interest. But conversation was soon resumed among the 3 ladies, whom the presence of this girl had suddenly drawn together in the bonds of friendship, one might almost say in those of intimacy. They decided that they ought to combine, as it were, in their dignity as wives in face of this shameless hussy, for legitimized love always despises its easygoing brother. The 3 men, also, brought together by a certain conservative instinct awakened by the presence of Cornudet, spoke of money matters in a tone expressive of contempt for the poor. Count Hubert related the losses he had sustained at the hands of the Prussians, spoke of the cattle which had been stolen from him, the crops which had been ruined, with the easy manner of a nobleman who was also a tenfold millionaire, and whom such reverses would scarcely inconvenience for a single year. Monsieur Kerlamadon, a man of wide experience in the cotton industry, had taken care to send 600,000 francs to England as provision against the rainy day he was always anticipating. As for Loiseau, he had managed to sell to the French Commissariat Department all the wines he had in stock, so that the state now owed him a considerable sum, which he hoped to receive at Havre. And all 3 eyed one another in friendly, well-disposed fashion. Although of varying social status, they were united in the brotherhood of money, in that vast freemasonry made up of those who possess, who can jingle gold wherever they choose to put their hands into their breeches pockets. The coach went along so slowly that at 10 o'clock in the morning it had not covered 12 miles. 3 times the men of the party got out and climbed the hills on foot. The passengers were becoming uneasy, for they had counted on lunching at Totes, and it seemed now as if they would hardly arrive there before nightfall. Everyone was eagerly looking out for an inn by the roadside, when, suddenly, the coach foundered in a snowdrift, and it took 2 hours to extricate it. As appetites increased, their spirits fell. No inn, no wine shop could be discovered, the approach of the Prussians and the transit of the starving French troops having frightened away all business. The men sought food in the farmhouses beside the road, but could not find so much as a crust of bread. For the suspicious peasant invariably hid his stores for fear of being pillaged by the soldiers, who, being entirely without food, would take violent possession of everything they found. About 1 o'clock Loiseau announced that he positively had a big hollow in his stomach. They had all been suffering in the same way for some time, and the increasing gnawings of hunger had put an end to all conversation. Now and then someone yawned, another followed his example, and each in turn, according to his character, breeding and social position, yawned either quietly or noisily, placing his hand before the gaping void whence issued breath condensed into vapor. Several times boule de suif stooped, as if searching for something under her petticoats. She would hesitate a moment, look at her neighbors, and then quietly sit upright again. All faces were pale and drawn. Loiseau declared he would give 1,000 francs for a knuckle of ham. His wife made an involuntary and quickly checked gesture of protest. It always hurt her to hear of money being squandered, and she could not even understand jokes on such a subject. "As a matter of fact, I don't feel well," said the Count. "Why did I not think of bringing provisions?" Each one reproached himself in similar fashion. Cornudet, however, had a bottle of rum, which he offered to his neighbors. They all coldly refused except Loiseau, who took a sip, and returned the bottle with thanks, saying, "That's good stuff. It warms one up, and cheats the appetite." The alcohol put him in good humor, and he proposed they should do as the sailors did in the song, eat the fattest of the passengers. This indirect allusion to Boule de Suif shocked the respectable members of the party. No one replied, only Cornudet smiled. The two good sisters had ceased to mumble their rosary, and, with hands enfolded in their wide sleeves, sat motionless, their eyes steadfastly cast down, doubtless offering up as a sacrifice to heaven the suffering it had sent them. At last, at 3 o'clock, as they were in the midst of an apparently limitless plain, with not a single village in sight, Boule de Suif stooped quickly, and drew from underneath the seat a large basket covered with a white napkin. From this she extracted first of all a small earthenware plate and a silver drinking cup, then an enormous dish containing 2 whole chickens cut into joints and embedded in jelly. The basket was seen to contain other good things, pies, fruit, dainties of all sorts, provisions, in fine, for a 3 days' journey, rendering their owner independent of wayside inns. The necks of 4 bottles protruded from among the food. She took a chicken wing, and began to eat it daintily, together with one of those rolls called in Normandy regents. All looks were directed toward her. An odor of food filled the air, causing nostrils to dilate, mouths to water, and jaws to contract painfully. The scorn of the ladies for this disreputable female grew positively ferocious. They would have liked to kill her, or throw her and her drinking cup, her basket and her provisions, out of the coach into the snow of the road below. But Loiseau's gaze was fixed greedily on the dish of chicken. He said, Well, this lady had more forethought than the rest of us. Some people think of everything." She looked up at him. "Would you like some, sir? It is hard to go on fasting all day." He bowed. "Upon my soul, I can't refuse. I cannot hold out another minute. All is fair in wartime, is it not, madam?" And, casting a glance on those around, he added, "At times like this it is very pleasant to meet with obliging people." He spread a newspaper over his knees to avoid soiling his trousers, and, with a pocket-knife he always carried, helped himself to a chicken leg coated with jelly, which he thereupon proceeded to devour. Then Boule de Suif, in low, humble tones, invited the nuns to partake of her repast. They both accepted the offer unhesitatingly, and after a few stammered words of thanks began to eat quickly, without raising their eyes. Neither did Cornudet refuse his neighbor's offer, and, in combination with the nuns, a sort of table was formed by opening out the newspaper over the 4 pairs of knees. Mouths kept opening and shutting, ferociously masticating and devouring the food. Loiseau, in his corner, was hard at work, and in low tones urged his wife to follow his example. She held out for a long time, but overstrained nature gave way at last. Her husband, assuming his politest manner, asked their charming companion if he might be allowed to offer Madame Loiseau a small helping. "Why, certainly, sir," she replied, with an amiable smile, holding out the dish. When the first bottle of claret was opened, some embarrassment was caused by the fact that there was only 1 drinking cup, but this was passed from one to another, after being wiped. Cornudet alone, doubtless in a spirit of gallantry, raised to his own lips that part of the rim which was still moist from those of his fair neighbor. Then, surrounded by people who were eating, and well-nigh suffocated by the odor of food, the Comte and Comtesse de Breville and Monsieur and Madame Carlamadon endured that hateful form of torture which has perpetuated the name of Tantalus. All at once the manufacturer's young wife heaved a sigh which made every one turn and look at her. She was white as the snow without, her eyes closed, her head fell forward, she had fainted. Her husband, beside himself, implored the help of his neighbors. No one seemed to know what to do until the elder of the 2 nuns, raising the patient's head, placed Boule de Suif's drinking cup to her lips, and made her swallow a few drops of wine. The pretty invalid moved, opened her eyes, smiled, and declared in a feeble voice that she was all right again. But, to prevent a recurrence of the catastrophe, The nun made her drink a cupful of claret, adding, "It's just hunger, that's what is wrong with you." Then Boule de Suif, blushing and embarrassed, stammered, looking at the 4 passengers who were still fasting. "Mon Dieu, if I might offer these ladies and gentlemen." She stopped short, fearing a snub. But Loiseau continued. "Hang it all, in such a case as this we are all brothers and sisters and ought to assist each other. Come, come, ladies, don't stand on ceremony, for goodness sake. Do we even know whether we shall find a house in which to pass the night? At our present rate of going we shan't be at Totes till midday tomorrow." They hesitated, no one daring to be the first to accept. But the Count settled the question. He turned toward the abashed girl, and in his most distinguished manner said, "We accept gratefully, madam." As usual, it was only the first step that cost. This Rubicon once crossed, they set to work with a will. The basket was emptied. It still contained a pâté de foie gras, a lark pie, a piece of smoked tongue, Crassagne pears, Pont l'Evêque gingerbread, fancy cakes, and a cup full of pickled gherkins and onions. Boule de Suif, like all women, being very fond of indigestible things. They could not eat this girl's provisions without speaking to her. So they began to talk, stiffly at first, then, as she seemed by no means forward, with greater freedom. Mesdames de Breville and Kerlamadon, who were accomplished women of the world, were gracious and tactful. The Countess especially displayed that amiable condescension characteristic of great ladies whom no contact with baser mortals can sully, and was absolutely charming. But the sturdy Madame Loiseau, who had the soul of a gendarme, continued morose, speaking little and eating much. Conversation naturally turned on the war. Terrible stories were told about the Prussians, deeds of bravery were recounted of the French, and all these people who were fleeing themselves were ready to pay homage to the courage of their compatriots. Personal experiences soon followed, and Boule de Suif related with genuine emotion, and with that warmth of language not uncommon in women of her class and temperament, how it came about that she had left Rouen. "I thought at first that I should be able to stay," she said. "My house was well stocked with provisions, and it seemed better to put up with feeding a few soldiers than to banish myself goodness knows where. But when I saw these Prussians it was too much for me. My blood boiled with rage, I wept the whole day for very shame. Oh, if only I had been a man! I looked at them from my window, the fat swine, with their pointed helmets. And my maid held my hands to keep me from throwing my furniture down on them. Then some of them were quartered on me. I flew at the throat of the first one who entered. They are just as easy to strangle as other men. And I'd have been the death of that one if I hadn't been dragged away from him by my hair. I had to hide after that. And as soon as I could get an opportunity one left the place, and here I am." She was warmly congratulated. She rose in the estimation of her companions, who had not been so brave, and Cornudet listened to her with the approving and benevolent smile of an apostle, the smile a priest might wear in listening to a devotee praising God. For long-bearded Democrats of his type have a monopoly of patriotism, just as priests have a monopoly of religion. He held forth in turn, with dogmatic self-assurance, in the style of the proclamations daily pasted on the walls of the town, winding up with a specimen of stump oratory in which he reviled that besotted fool of a Louis Napoleon. But Boule de Suif was indignant, for she was an ardent Bonapartist. She turned as red as a cherry, and stammered in her wrath, "I'd just like to have seen you in his place, you and your sort. There would have been a nice mix-up." "Oh, yes. It was you who betrayed that man. It would be impossible to live in France if we were governed by such rascals as you." Cornudet, unmoved by this tirade, still smiled a superior, contemptuous smile. And one felt that high words were impending when the Count interposed, and, not without difficulty, succeeded in calming the exasperated woman, saying that all sincere opinions ought to be respected. But the Countess and the manufacturer's wife, imbued with the unreasoning hatred of the upper classes for the Republic, and instinct, moreover, with the affection felt by all women for the pomp and circumstance of despotic government, were drawn, in spite of themselves, toward this dignified young woman, whose opinions coincided so closely with their own. The basket was empty. The 10 people had finished its contents without difficulty amid general regret that it did not hold more. Conversation went on a little longer, though it flagged somewhat after the passengers had finished eating. Night fell, the darkness grew deeper and deeper, and the cold made Boule de Suif shiver, in spite of her plumpness. So Madame de Breville offered her foot warmer, the fuel of which had been several times renewed since the morning, and she accepted the offer at once, for her feet were icy cold. Mesdames Carlomadon and Loiseau gave theirs to the nuns. The driver lighted his lanterns. They cast a bright gleam on a cloud of vapor which hovered over the sweating flanks of the horses, and on the roadside snow, which seemed to unroll as they went along in the changing light of the lamps. All was now indistinguishable in the coach, but suddenly a movement occurred in the corner occupied by Boule de Suif and Cornudet. And Loiseau, peering into the gloom, fancied he saw the big, bearded Democrat move hastily to one side, as if he had received a well-directed, though noiseless, blow in the dark. Tiny lights glimmered ahead. It was Totes. The coach had been on the road 11 hours, which, with the 3 hours allotted the horses in 4 periods for feeding and breathing, made 14. It entered the town, and stopped before the Hôtel du Commerce. The coach door opened. A well-known noise made all the travelers start. It was the clanging of a scabbard on the pavement, then a voice called out something in German. Although the coach had come to a standstill, no one got out. It looked as if they were afraid of being murdered the moment they left their seats. Thereupon the driver appeared, holding in his hand one of his lanterns, which cast a sudden glow on the interior of the coach, lighting up the double row of startled faces, mouths agape, and eyes wide open in surprise and terror. Beside the driver stood in the full light a German officer, a tall young man, fair and slender, tightly encased in his uniform like a woman in her corset, his flat shiny cap tilted to one side of his head, making him look like an English hotel runner. His exaggerated mustache, long and straight and tapering to a point at either end in a single blonde hair that could hardly be seen, seemed to weigh down the corners of his mouth and give a droop to his lips. In Alsatian French he requested the travelers to alight, saying stiffly, "Kindly get down, ladies and gentlemen." The 2 nuns were the first to obey, manifesting the docility of holy women accustomed to submission on every occasion. Next appeared the Count and Countess, followed by the manufacturer and his wife, after whom came Loiseau, pushing his larger and better half before him. "Good day, sir," he said to the officer as he put his foot to the ground, acting on an impulse born of prudence rather than of politeness. The other, insolent like all in authority, merely stared without replying. Boule de Suif and Cornudet, though near the door, were the last to alight, grave and dignified before the enemy. The stout girl tried to control herself and appear calm. The Democrat stroked his long russet beard with a somewhat trembling hand. Both strove to maintain their dignity, knowing well that at such a time each individual is always looked upon as more or less typical of his nation. And, also, resenting the complacent attitude of their companions, Boule de Suif tried to wear a bolder front than her neighbors, the virtuous women, while he, feeling that it was incumbent on him to set a good example, kept up the attitude of resistance which he had first assumed when he undertook to mine the high roads round Rouen. They entered the spacious kitchen of the inn, and the German, having demanded the passports signed by the general in command, in which were mentioned the name, description, and profession of each traveler, inspected them all minutely, comparing their appearance with the written particulars. Then he said brusquely, "All right," and turned on his heel. They breathed freely, all were still hungry, so supper was ordered. Half an hour was required for its preparation, and while 2 servants were apparently engaged in getting it ready the travelers went to look at their rooms. These all opened off a long corridor, at the end of which was a glazed door with a number on it. They were just about to take their seats at table when the innkeeper appeared in person. He was a former horse dealer, a large, asthmatic individual, always wheezing, coughing, and clearing his throat. Follenvie was his patronymic. He called, "Mademoiselle Elizabeth Rousset?" Boule de Suif started, and turned round. "That is my name." "Mademoiselle," the Prussian officer wishes to speak to you immediately. To me? Yes, if you are Mademoiselle Elizabeth Rousset. She hesitated, reflected a moment, and then declared roundly. That may be, but I'm not going. They moved restlessly around her, everyone wondered and speculated as to the cause of this order. The Count approached. You are wrong, madam, for your refusal may bring trouble not only on yourself but also on all your companions. It never pays to resist those in authority. Your compliance with this request cannot possibly be fraught with any danger. It has probably been made because some formality or other was forgotten. All added their voices to that of the Count. Boule de Suif was begged, urged, lectured, and at last convinced. Everyone was afraid of the complications which might result from headstrong action on her part. She said finally, I am doing it for your sakes, remember that. The Countess took her hand. And we are grateful to you. She left the room. All waited for her return before commencing the meal. Each was distressed that he or she had not been sent for rather than this impulsive, quick-tempered girl, and each mentally rehearsed platitudes in case of being summoned also. But at the end of 10 minutes she reappeared breathing hard, crimson with indignation. Oh! The scoundrel! The scoundrel, she stammered. All were anxious to know what had happened. But she declined to enlighten them, and when the Count pressed the point, she silenced him with much dignity, saying, No, the matter has nothing to do with you, and I cannot speak of it. Then they took their places round a high soup tureen, from which issued an odor of cabbage. In spite of this coincidence, the supper was cheerful. The cider was good, the Loiseaus and the nuns drank it from motives of economy. The others ordered wine, Cornudet demanded beer. He had his own fashion of uncorking the bottle and making the beer foam, gazing at it as he inclined his glass and then raised it to a position between the lamp and his eye that he might judge of its color. When he drank, his great beard, which matched the color of his favorite beverage, seemed to tremble with affection. His eyes positively squinted in the endeavor not to lose sight of the beloved glass, and he looked for all the world as if he were fulfilling the only function for which he was born. He seemed to have established in his mind an affinity between the two great passions of his life, pale ale and revolution, and assuredly he could not taste the one without dreaming of the other. Monsieur and Madame Follenvie dined at the end of the table. The man, wheezing like a broken-down locomotive, was too short-winded to talk when he was eating. But the wife was not silent a moment. She told how the Prussians had impressed her on their arrival, what they did, what they said, execrating them in the first place because they cost her money, and in the second because she had 2 sons in the army. She addressed herself principally to the Countess, flattered at the opportunity of talking to a lady of quality. Then she lowered her voice, and began to broach delicate subjects. Her husband interrupted her from time to time, saying, You would do well to hold your tongue, Madame Follenvie. But she took no notice of him, and went on. Yes, madam, these Germans do nothing but eat potatoes and pork, and then pork and potatoes. And don't imagine for a moment that they are clean. No, indeed. And if only you saw them drilling for hours, indeed for days, together, they all collect in a field, then they do nothing but march backward and forward, and wheel this way and that. If only they would cultivate the land, or remain at home and work on their high roads. Really, madam, these soldiers are of no earthly use. Poor people have to feed and keep them, only in order that they may learn how to kill. True, I am only an old woman with no education, but when I see them wearing themselves out marching about from morning till night, I say to myself, when there are people who make discoveries that are of use to people, why should others take so much trouble to do harm? Really, now, isn't it a terrible thing to kill people, whether they are Prussians, or English, or Poles, or French? If we revenge ourselves on anyone who injures us we do wrong, and are punished for it. But when our sons are shot down like partridges, that is all right, and decorations are given to the man who kills the most. No, indeed, I shall never be able to understand it. Cornudet raised his voice. War is a barbarous proceeding when we attack a peaceful neighbor, but it is a sacred duty when undertaken in defense of one's country. The old woman looked down. Yes, it's another matter when one acts in self-defense. But would it not be better to kill all the kings, seeing that they make war just to amuse themselves? Cornudet's eyes kindled. Bravo, citizens, he said. Monsieur Carlamadon was reflecting profoundly. Although an ardent admirer of great generals, the peasant woman's sturdy common sense made him reflect on the wealth which might accrue to a country by the employment of so many idle hands now maintained at a great expense. Of so much unproductive force, if they were employed in those great industrial enterprises which it will take centuries to complete. But Loiseau, leaving his seat, went over to the innkeeper and began chatting in a low voice. The big man chuckled, coughed, sputtered, his enormous carcass shook with merriment at the pleasantries of the other. And he ended by buying 6 casks of claret from Loiseau to be delivered in spring, after the departure of the Prussians. The moment supper was over every one went to bed, worn out with fatigue. But Loiseau, who had been making his observations on the sly, sent his wife to bed, and amused himself by placing first his ear, and then his eye, to the bedroom keyhole, in order to discover what he called the mysteries of the corridor. At the end of about an hour he heard a rustling, peeped out quickly, and caught sight of Boule de Suif, looking more rotund than ever in a dressing gown of blue cashmere trimmed with white lace. She held a candle in her hand, and directed her steps to the numbered door at the end of the corridor. But one of the side doors was partly opened, and when, at the end of a few minutes, she returned, Cornudet, in his shirt-sleeves, followed her. They spoke in low tones, then stopped short. Boule de Suif seemed to be stoutly denying him admission to her room. Unfortunately, Loiseau could not at first hear what they said. But toward the end of the conversation they raised their voices, and he caught a few words. Cornudet was loudly insistent. "How silly you are. What does it matter to you?" he said. She seemed indignant, and replied, "No, my good man, there are times when one does not do that sort of thing, besides, in this place it would be shameful." Apparently he did not understand, and asked the reason. Then she lost her temper and her caution, and, raising her voice still higher, said, "Why? Can't you understand why? When there are Prussians in the house. Perhaps even in the very next room." He was silent. The patriotic shame of this wanton, who would not suffer herself to be caressed in the neighborhood of the enemy, must have roused his dormant dignity, for after bestowing on her a simple kiss he crept softly back to his room. Loiseau, much edified, capered round the bedroom before taking his place beside his slumbering spouse. Then silence reigned throughout the house. But soon there arose from some remote part, it might easily have been either cellar or attic, a stertorous, monotonous, regular snoring, a dull, prolonged rumbling, varied by tremors like those of a boiler under pressure of steam. Monsieur Follenvie had gone to sleep. As they had decided on starting at 8 o'clock the next morning, every one was in the kitchen at that hour. But the coach, its roof covered with snow, stood by itself in the middle of the yard, without either horses or driver. They sought the latter in the stables, coach houses and barns, but in vain. So the men of the party resolved to scour the country for him, and sallied forth. They found themselves in the square, with the church at the farther side, and to right and left low-roofed houses where there were some Prussian soldiers. The first soldier they saw was peeling potatoes. The second, farther on, was washing out a barber's shop. Another, bearded to the eyes, was fondling a crying infant, and dandling it on his knees to quiet it. And the stout peasant women, whose menfolk were for the most part at the war, were, by means of signs, telling their obedient conquerors what work they were to do: chop wood, prepare soup, grind coffee. One of them even was doing the washing for his hostess, an infirm old grandmother. The Count, astonished at what he saw, questioned the beadle who was coming out of the presbytery. The old man answered, "Oh, those men are not at all a bad sort. They are not Prussians, I am told, they come from somewhere farther off, I don't exactly know where. And they have all left wives and children behind them, they are not fond of war either, you may be sure. I am sure they are mourning for the men where they come from, just as we do here, and the war causes them just as much unhappiness as it does us. As a matter of fact, things are not so very bad here just now, because the soldiers do no harm, and work just as if they were in their own homes. You see, sir, poor folk always help one another, it is the great ones of this world who make war. Cornudet, indignant at the friendly understanding established between conquerors and conquered, withdrew, preferring to shut himself up in the inn. They are repeopling the country, jested Loiseau. They are undoing the harm they have done, said Monsieur Lamadon gravely. But they could not find the coach driver. At last he was discovered in the village café, fraternizing cordially with the officer's orderly. Were you not told to harness the horses at 8 o'clock? Demanded the Count. Oh, yes, but I've had different orders since. What orders? Not to harness at all. Who gave you such orders? Why, the Prussian officer. But why? I don't know. Go and ask him. I am forbidden to harness the horses, so I don't harness them, that's all. Did he tell you so himself? No, sir, the innkeeper gave me the order from him. When? Last evening, just as I was going to bed. The three men returned in a very uneasy frame of mind. They asked for Monsieur Follenvie, but the servant replied that on account of his asthma he never got up before 10 o'clock. They were strictly forbidden to rouse him earlier, except in case of fire. They wished to see the officer, but that also was impossible, although he lodged in the inn. Monsieur Follenvie alone was authorized to interview him on civil matters. So they waited. The women returned to their rooms, and occupied themselves with trivial matters. Cornudet settled down beside the tall kitchen fireplace, before a blazing fire. He had a small table and a jug of beer placed beside him, and he smoked his pipe, a pipe which enjoyed among Democrats a consideration almost equal to his own, as though it had served its country in serving Cornudet. It was a fine meerschaum, admirably colored to a black, the shade of its owner's teeth, but sweet-smelling, gracefully curved, at home in its master's hand, and completing his physiognomy. And Cornudet sat motionless, his eyes fixed now on the dancing flames, now on the froth which crowned his beer. And after each draught he passed his long, thin fingers with an air of satisfaction through his long, greasy hair, as he sucked the foam from his mustache. Loiseau, under pretense of stretching his legs, went out to see if he could sell wine to the country dealers. The Count and the manufacturer began to talk politics. They forecast the future of France. One believed in the Orleans dynasty, the other in an unknown savior, a hero who should rise up in the last extremity, a Du Guesclin, perhaps a Joan of Arc? Or another Napoleon I. Ah! If only the Prince Imperial were not so young. Cornudet, listening to them, smiled like a man who holds the keys of destiny in his hands. His pipe perfumed the whole kitchen. As the clock struck 10, Monsieur Follenvie appeared. He was immediately surrounded and questioned, but could only repeat, 3 or 4 times in succession, and without variation, the words. The officer said to me, just like this, Monsieur Follenvie. You will forbid them to harness up the coach for those travelers tomorrow. They are not to start without an order from me. You hear? That is sufficient. Then they asked to see the officer. The Count sent him his card, on which Monsieur Lamadon also inscribed his name and titles. The Prussian sent word that the 2 men would be admitted to see him after his luncheon, that is to say, about 1 o'clock. The ladies reappeared, and they all ate a little, in spite of their anxiety. Boule de Suif appeared ill and very much worried. They were finishing their coffee when the orderly came to fetch the gentleman. Loiseau joined the other 2. But when they tried to get Cornudet to accompany them, by way of adding greater solemnity to the occasion, he declared proudly that he would never have anything to do with the Germans, and, resuming his seat in the chimney corner, he called for another jug of beer. The 3 men went upstairs, and were ushered into the best room in the inn, where the officer received them lolling at his ease in an armchair, his feet on the mantelpiece, smoking a long porcelain pipe, and enveloped in a gorgeous dressing-gown. Doubtless stolen from the deserted dwelling of some citizen destitute of taste in dress. He neither rose, greeted them, nor even glanced in their direction. He afforded a fine example of that insolence of bearing which seems natural to the victorious soldier. After the lapse of a few moments he said, in his halting French, "What do you want?" "We wish to start on our journey," said the Count. "No. May I ask the reason of your refusal?" "Because I don't choose. I would respectfully call your attention, monsieur, to the fact that your general in command gave us a permit to proceed to Dieppe, and I do not think we have done anything to deserve this harshness at your hands. I don't choose, that's all. You may go." They bowed and retired. The afternoon was wretched. They could not understand the caprice of this German, and the strangest ideas came into their heads. They all congregated in the kitchen, and talked the subject to death, imagining all kinds of unlikely things. Perhaps they were to be kept as hostages, but for what reason? Or to be extradited as prisoners of war? Or possibly they were to be held for ransom. They were panic-stricken at this last supposition. The richest among them were the most alarmed, seeing themselves forced to empty bags of gold into the insolent soldiers' hands in order to buy back their lives. They racked their brains for plausible lies whereby they might conceal the fact that they were rich, and pass themselves off as poor, very poor. Loiseau took off his watch chain and put it in his pocket. The approach of night increased their apprehension. The lamp was lighted, and as it wanted yet 2 hours to dinner Madame Loiseau proposed a game of 31. It would distract their thoughts. The rest agreed, and Cornudet himself joined the party, first putting out his pipe for politeness' sake. The Count shuffled the cards dealt, and Boule de Suif had 31 to start with. Soon the interest of the game assuaged the anxiety of the players. But Cornudet noticed that Loiseau and his wife were in league to cheat. They were about to sit down to dinner when Monsieur Follenvie appeared, and in his grating voice announced, "The Prussian officer sends to ask Mademoiselle Elisabeth Rousset if she has changed her mind yet." Boule de Suif stood still, pale as death. Then, suddenly turning crimson with anger, she gasped out, "Kindly tell that scoundrel, that cur, that carrion of a Prussian, that I will never consent, you understand, never, never, never." The fat innkeeper left the room. Then Boule de Suif was surrounded, questioned, entreated on all sides to reveal the mystery of her visit to the officer. She refused at first, but her wrath soon got the better of her. "What does he want?" "He wants to make me his mistress," she cried. No one was shocked at the word, so great was the general indignation. Cornudet broke his jug as he banged it down on the table. A loud outcry arose against this base soldier. All were furious. They drew together in common resistance against the foe, as if some part of the sacrifice exacted of Boule de Suif had been demanded of each. The Count declared, with supreme disgust, that those people behaved like ancient barbarians. The women, above all, manifested a lively and tender sympathy for Boule de Suif. The nuns, who appeared only at meals, cast down their eyes, and said nothing. They dined, however, as soon as the first indignant outburst had subsided. But they spoke little and thought much. The ladies went to bed early. And the men, having lighted their pipes, proposed a game of écarté, in which Monsieur Follenvie was invited to join, the travelers hoping to question him skillfully as to the best means of vanquishing the officer's obduracy. But he thought of nothing but his cards, would listen to nothing, reply to nothing, and repeated, time after time, "Attend to the game, gentlemen. Attend to the game." So absorbed was his attention that he even forgot to expectorate. The consequence was that his chest gave forth rumbling sounds like those of an organ. His wheezing lungs struck every note of the asthmatic scale, from deep, hollow tones to a shrill, hoarse piping resembling that of a young cock trying to crow. He refused to go to bed when his wife, overcome with sleep, came to fetch him. So she went off alone, for she was an early bird, always up with the sun, while he was addicted to late hours, ever ready to spend the night with friends. He merely said, "Put my eggnog by the fire," and went on with the game. When the other men saw that nothing was to be got out of him, they declared it was time to retire, and each sought his bed. They rose fairly early the next morning, with a vague hope of being allowed to start, a greater desire than ever to do so, and a terror at having to spend another day in this wretched little inn. Alas! The horses remained in the stable, the driver was invisible. They spent their time, for want of something better to do, in wandering round the coach. Luncheon was a gloomy affair. And there was a general coolness toward Boule de Suif, for night, which brings counsel, had somewhat modified the judgment of her companions. In the cold light of the morning they almost bore a grudge against the girl for not having secretly sought out the Prussian, that the rest of the party might receive a joyful surprise when they awoke. What more simple? Besides, who would have been the wiser? She might have saved appearances by telling the officer that she had taken pity on their distress. Such a step would be of so little consequence to her. But no one as yet confessed to such thoughts. In the afternoon, seeing that they were all bored to death, the Count proposed a walk in the neighborhood of the village. Each one wrapped himself up well, and the little party set out, leaving behind only Cornudet, who preferred to sit over the fire, and the two nuns, who were in the habit of spending their day in the church or at the presbytery. The cold, which grew more intense each day, almost froze the noses and ears of the pedestrians, their feet began to pain them so that each step was a penance. And when they reached the open country it looked so mournful and depressing in its limitless mantle of white that they all hastily retraced their steps, with bodies benumbed and hearts heavy. The 4 women walked in front, and the 3 men followed a little in their rear. Loiseau, who saw perfectly well how matters stood, asked suddenly if that trollop were going to keep them waiting much longer in this godforsaken spot. The Count, always courteous, replied that they could not exact so painful a sacrifice from any woman, and that the first move must come from herself. Monsieur Carlamadon remarked that if the French, as they talked of doing, made a counter-attack by way of Dieppe, their encounter with the enemy must inevitably take place at Totes. This reflection made the other 2 anxious. "Supposing we escape on foot," said Loiseau. The Count shrugged his shoulders. "How can you think of such a thing, in this snow? And with our wives? Besides, we should be pursued at once, overtaken in 10 minutes, and brought back as prisoners at the mercy of the soldiery." This was true enough, they were silent. The ladies talked of dress, but a certain constraint seemed to prevail among them. Suddenly, at the end of the street, the officer appeared. His tall, wasp-like, uniformed figure was outlined against the snow which bounded the horizon, and he walked, knees apart, with that motion peculiar to soldiers, who are always anxious not to soil their carefully polished boots. He bowed as he passed the ladies, then glanced scornfully at the men, who had sufficient dignity not to raise their hats, though Loiseau made a movement to do so. Boule de Suif flushed crimson to the ears, and the 3 married women felt unutterably humiliated at being met thus by the soldier in company with the girl whom he had treated with such scant ceremony. Then they began to talk about him, his figure, and his face. Madame Carlamadon, who had known many officers and judged them as a connoisseur, thought him not at all bad-looking. She even regretted that he was not a Frenchman, because in that case he would have made a very handsome hussar, with whom all the women would assuredly have fallen in love. When they were once more within doors they did not know what to do with themselves. Sharp words even were exchanged apropos of the merest trifles. The silent dinner was quickly over, and each one went to bed early in the hope of sleeping, and thus killing time. They came down next morning with tired faces and irritable tempers. The women scarcely spoke to Boule de Suif. A church bell summoned the faithful to a baptism. Boule de Suif had a child being brought up by peasants at Yvetot. She did not see him once a year, and never thought of him. But the idea of the child who was about to be baptized induced a sudden wave of tenderness for her own, and she insisted on being present at the ceremony. As soon as she had gone out, the rest of the company looked at one another and then drew their chairs together, for they realized that they must decide on some course of action. Loiseau had an inspiration. He proposed that they should ask the officer to detain Boule de Suif only, and to let the rest depart on their way. Monsieur Follenvie was entrusted with this commission, but he returned to them almost immediately. The German, who knew human nature, had shown him the door. He intended to keep all the travelers until his condition had been complied with. Whereupon Madame Loiseau's vulgar temperament broke bounds. "We're not going to die of old age here," she cried. "Since it's that vixen's trade to behave so with men, I don't see that she has any right to refuse one more than another. I may as well tell you she took any lovers she could get at Rouen, even coachmen. Yes, indeed, madam, the coachman at the prefecture. I know it for a fact, for he buys his wine of us. And now that it is a question of getting us out of a difficulty, she puts on virtuous airs, the drab. For my part, I think this officer has behaved very well. Why, there were 3 others of us, any one of whom he would undoubtedly have preferred. But no, he contents himself with the girl who is common property. He respects married women. Just think. He is master here. He had only to say, 'I wish it,' and he might have taken us by force, with the help of his soldiers." The 2 other women shuddered. The eyes of pretty Madame Lamadon glistened, and she grew pale, as if the officer were indeed in the act of laying violent hands on her. The men, who had been discussing the subject among themselves, drew near. Loiseau, in a state of furious resentment, was for delivering up that miserable woman, bound hand and foot, into the enemy's power. But the Count, descended from 3 generations of ambassadors, and endowed, moreover, with the lineaments of a diplomat, was in favor of more tactful measures. "We must persuade her," he said. Then they laid their plans. The women drew together. They lowered their voices, and the discussion became general, each giving his or her opinion. But the conversation was not in the least coarse. The ladies, in particular, were adepts at delicate phrases and charming subtleties of expression to describe the most improper things. A stranger would have understood none of their allusions, so guarded was the language they employed. But, seeing that the thin veneer of modesty with which every woman of the world is furnished goes but a very little way below the surface, they began rather to enjoy this unedifying episode. And at bottom were hugely delighted, feeling themselves in their element, furthering the schemes of lawless love with the gusto of a gourmand cook who prepares supper for another. Their gaiety returned of itself, so amusing at last did the whole business seem to them. The Count uttered several rather risky witticisms, but so tactfully were they said that his audience could not help smiling. Loiseau in turn made some considerably broader jokes, but no one took offense. And the thought expressed with such brutal directness by his wife was uppermost in the minds of all. Since it's the girl's trade, why should she refuse this man more than another? Dainty Madame Lamadon seemed to think even that in Boule de Suif's place she would be less inclined to refuse him than another. The blockade was as carefully arranged as if they were investing a fortress. Each agreed on the role which he or she was to play, the arguments to be used, the maneuvers to be executed. They decided on the plan of campaign, the stratagems they were to employ, and the surprise attacks which were to reduce this human citadel and force it to receive the enemy within its walls. But Cornudet remained apart from the rest, taking no share in the plot. So absorbed was the attention of all that Boule de Suif's entrance was almost unnoticed. But the Count whispered a gentle hush, which made the others look up. She was there. They suddenly stopped talking, and a vague embarrassment prevented them for a few moments from addressing her. But the Countess, more practiced than the others in the wiles of the drawing-room, asked her, "Was the baptism interesting?" The girl, still under the stress of emotion, told what she had seen and heard, described the faces, the attitudes of those present, and even the appearance of the church. She concluded with the words, "It does one good to pray sometimes." Until lunchtime the ladies contented themselves with being pleasant to her, so as to increase her confidence and make her amenable to their advice. As soon as they took their seats at table the attack began. First they opened a vague conversation on the subject of self-sacrifice. Ancient examples were quoted, Judith and Holofernes, then, irrationally enough, Lucrece and Sextus. Cleopatra and the hostile generals whom she reduced to abject slavery by a surrender of her charms. Next was recounted an extraordinary story, born of the imagination of these ignorant millionaires, which told how the matrons of Rome seduced Hannibal, his lieutenants, and all his mercenaries at Capua. They held up to admiration all those women who from time to time have arrested the victorious progress of conquerors, made of their bodies a field of battle, a means of ruling, a weapon. Who have vanquished by their heroic caresses hideous or detested beings, and sacrificed their chastity to vengeance and devotion. All was said with due restraint and regard for propriety, the effect heightened now and then by an outburst of forced enthusiasm calculated to excite emulation. A listener would have thought at last that the one role of woman on earth was a perpetual sacrifice of her person, a continual abandonment of herself to the caprices of a hostile soldiery. The two nuns seemed to hear nothing, and to be lost in thought. Boule de Suif also was silent. During the whole afternoon she was left to her reflections. But instead of calling her madam as they had done hitherto, her companions addressed her simply as mademoiselle, without exactly knowing why, but as if desirous of making her descend a step in the esteem she had won, and forcing her to realize her degraded position. Just as soup was served, Monsieur Follenvie reappeared, repeating his phrase of the evening before. The Prussian officer sends to ask if Mademoiselle Elisabeth Rousset has changed her mind. Boule de Suif answered briefly. No, monsieur. But at dinner the coalition weakened. Loiseau made 3 unfortunate remarks. Each was cudgeling his brains for further examples of self-sacrifice, and could find none when the Countess, possibly without ulterior motive, and moved simply by a vague desire to do homage to religion, began to question the elder of the two nuns on the most striking facts in the lives of the saints. Now, it fell out that many of these had committed acts which would be crimes in our eyes, but the Church readily pardons such deeds when they are accomplished for the glory of God or the good of mankind. This was a powerful argument, and the Countess made the most of it. Then, whether by reason of a tacit understanding, a thinly veiled act of complaisance such as those who wear the ecclesiastical habit excel in, or whether merely as the result of sheer stupidity, a stupidity admirably adapted to further their designs, the old nun rendered formidable aid to the conspirator. They had thought her timid, she proved herself bold, talkative, bigoted. She was not troubled by the ins and outs of casuistry, her doctrines were as iron bars, her faith knew no doubt, her conscience no scruples. She looked on Abraham's sacrifice as natural enough, for she herself would not have hesitated to kill both father and mother if she had received a divine order to that effect. And nothing, in her opinion, could displease our Lord, provided the motive were praiseworthy. The Countess, putting to good use the consecrated authority of her unexpected ally, led her on to make a lengthy and edifying paraphrase of that axiom enunciated by a certain school of moralists: the end justifies the means. Then, sister, she asked, you think God accepts all methods, and pardons the act when the motive is pure? Undoubtedly, madam. An action reprehensible in itself often derives merit from the thought which inspires it. And in this wise they talked on, fathoming the wishes of God, predicting his judgments, describing him as interested in matters which assuredly concern him but little. All was said with the utmost care and discretion, but every word uttered by the holy woman in her nun's garb weakened the indignant resistance of the courtesan. Then the conversation drifted somewhat, and the nun began to talk of the convents of her order, of her superior, of herself, and of her fragile little neighbor, Sister Saint Nicephore. They had been sent for from Havre to nurse the hundreds of soldiers who were in hospitals, stricken with smallpox. She described these wretched invalids and their malady. And, while they themselves were detained on their way by the caprices of the Prussian officer, scores of Frenchmen might be dying, whom they would otherwise have saved. For the nursing of soldiers was the old nun's specialty. She had been in the Crimea, in Italy, in Austria. And as she told the story of her campaigns she revealed herself as one of those holy sisters of the fife and drum who seem designed by nature to follow camps, to snatch the wounded from amid the strife of battle, and to quell with a word, more effectually than any general, the rough and insubordinate troopers. A masterful woman, her seamed and pitted face itself an image of the devastations of war. No one spoke when she had finished for fear of spoiling the excellent effect of her words. As soon as the meal was over, the travelers retired to their rooms, whence they emerged the following day at a late hour of the morning. Luncheon passed off quietly. The seed sown the preceding evening was being given time to germinate and bring forth fruit. In the afternoon, the Countess proposed a walk. Then the Count, as had been arranged beforehand, took Boule de Suif's arm and walked with her at some distance behind the rest. He began talking to her in that familiar, paternal, slightly contemptuous tone which men of his class adopt in speaking to women like her, calling her my dear child, and talking down to her from the height of his exalted social position and stainless reputation. He came straight to the point. So you prefer to leave us here, exposed like yourself to all the violence which would follow on a repulse of the Prussian troops, rather than consent to surrender yourself, as you have done so many times in your life? The girl did not reply. He tried kindness, argument, sentiment. He still bore himself as Count, even while adopting, when desirable, an attitude of gallantry, and making pretty, nay, even tender, speeches. He exalted the service she would render them, spoke of their gratitude. Then, suddenly, using the familiar thou. And you know, my dear, he could boast then of having made a conquest of a pretty girl such as he won't often find in his own country. Boule de Suif did not answer, and joined the rest of the party. As soon as they returned, she went to her room, and was seen no more. The general anxiety was at its height. What would she do? If she still resisted, how awkward for them all. The dinner hour struck, they waited for her in vain. At last Monsieur Follenvie entered, announcing that Mademoiselle Rousset was not well, and that they might sit down to table. They all pricked up their ears. The Count drew near the innkeeper, and whispered, "Is it all right?" "Yes." Out of regard for propriety he said nothing to his companions, but merely nodded slightly toward them. A great sigh of relief went up from all breasts, every face was lighted up with joy. "By gad!" shouted Loiseau, "I'll stand champagne all round if there's any to be found in this place." And great was Madame Loiseau's dismay when the proprietor came back with 4 bottles in his hands. They had all suddenly become talkative and merry. A lively joy filled all hearts. The Count seemed to perceive for the first time that Madame Carlomadon was charming. The manufacturer paid compliments to the Countess. The conversation was animated, sprightly, witty, and, although many of the jokes were in the worst possible taste, all the company were amused by them, and none offended, indignation being dependent, like other emotions, on surroundings. And the mental atmosphere had gradually become filled with gross imaginings and unclean thoughts. At dessert even the women indulged in discreetly worded allusions. Their glances were full of meaning, they had drunk much. The Count, who even in his moments of relaxation preserved a dignified demeanor, hit on a much appreciated comparison of the condition of things with the termination of a winter spent in the icy solitude of the North Pole and the joy of shipwrecked mariners who at last perceive a southward track opening out before their eyes. Loiseau, fairly in his element, rose to his feet, holding aloft a glass of champagne. "I drink to our deliverance," he shouted. All stood up and greeted the toast with acclamation. Even the 2 good sisters yielded to the solicitations of the ladies, and consented to moisten their lips with the foaming wine, which they had never before tasted. They declared it was like effervescent lemonade, but with a pleasanter flavor. "It is a pity," said Loiseau, "that we have no piano, we might have had a quadrille." Cornudet had not spoken a word or made a movement. He seemed plunged in serious thought, and now and then tugged furiously at his great beard, as if trying to add still further to its length. At last, toward midnight, when they were about to separate, Loiseau, whose gait was far from steady, suddenly slapped him on the back, saying thickly, "You're not jolly tonight, why are you so silent, old man?" Cornudet threw back his head, cast one swift and scornful glance over the assemblage, and answered, "I tell you all, you have done an infamous thing." He rose, reached the door, and repeating, "infamous," disappeared. A chill fell on all. Loiseau himself looked foolish and disconcerted for a moment, but soon recovered his aplomb, and, writhing with laughter, exclaimed, Really, you are all too green for anything. Pressed for an explanation, he related the mysteries of the corridor, whereat his listeners were hugely amused. The ladies could hardly contain their delight. The Count and Monsieur Carlamadon laughed till they cried. They could scarcely believe their ears. What? You are sure? He wanted. I tell you I saw it with my own eyes. And she refused? Because the Prussian was in the next room. Surely you are mistaken? I swear I'm telling you the truth. The Count was choking with laughter. The manufacturer held his sides. Loiseau continued. So you may well imagine he doesn't think this evening's business at all amusing. And all three began to laugh again, choking, coughing, almost ill with merriment. Then they separated. But Madame Loiseau, who was nothing if not spiteful, remarked to her husband as they were on the way to bed that stuck-up little minx of a Carlamadon had laughed on the wrong side of her mouth all the evening. You know, she said, when women run after uniforms it's all the same to them whether the men who wear them are French or Prussian. It's perfectly sickening. The next morning the snow showed dazzling white tinder, a clear winter sun. The coach, ready at last, waited before the door. While a flock of white pigeons, with pink eyes spotted in the centers with black, puffed out their white feathers and walked sedately between the legs of the 6 horses, picking at the steaming manure. The driver, wrapped in his sheepskin coat, was smoking a pipe on the box, and all the passengers, radiant with delight at their approaching departure, were putting up provisions for the remainder of the journey. They were waiting only for Boule de Suif. At last she appeared. She seemed rather shamefaced and embarrassed, and advanced with timid step toward her companions, who with one accord turned aside as if they had not seen her. The Count, with much dignity, took his wife by the arm and removed her from the unclean contact. The girl stood still, stupefied with astonishment. Then, plucking up courage, accosted the manufacturer's wife with a humble good morning, madam, to which the other replied merely with a slight and insolent nod, accompanied by a look of outraged virtue. Everyone suddenly appeared extremely busy, and kept as far from Boule de Suif as if her skirts had been infected with some deadly disease. Then they hurried to the coach, followed by the despised courtesan, who, arriving last of all, silently took the place she had occupied during the first part of the journey. The rest seemed neither to see nor to know her, all save Madame Loiseau, who, glancing contemptuously in her direction, remarked, half aloud, to her husband. What a mercy I am not sitting beside that creature. The lumbering vehicle started on its way, and the journey began afresh. At first no one spoke. Boule de Suif dared not even raise her eyes. She felt at once indignant with her neighbors, and humiliated at having yielded to the Prussian into whose arms they had so hypocritically cast her. But the Countess, turning toward Madame Carlamadon, soon broke the painful silence. I think you know Madame d'Étrelles? Yes, she is a friend of mine. Such a charming woman. Delightful. Exceptionally talented, and an artist to the fingertips. She sings marvelously and draws to perfection. The manufacturer was chatting with the Count, and amid the clatter of the window panes a word of their conversation was now and then distinguishable: shares, maturity, premium, time limit. Loiseau, who had abstracted from the inn the time-worn pack of cards, thick with the grease of 5 years' contact with half-wiped-off tables, started a game of bezique with his wife. The good sisters, taking up simultaneously the long rosaries hanging from their waists, made the sign of the cross, and began to mutter in unison interminable prayers, their lips moving ever more and more swiftly, as if they sought which should outdistance the other in the race of orisons. From time to time they kissed a medal, and crossed themselves anew, then resumed their rapid and unintelligible murmur. Cornudet sat still, lost in thought. At the end of 3 hours Loiseau gathered up the cards, and remarked that he was hungry. His wife thereupon produced a parcel tied with string, from which she extracted a piece of cold veal. This she cut into neat, thin slices, and both began to eat. We may as well do the same, said the Countess. The rest agreed, and she unpacked the provisions which had been prepared for herself, the Count, and the Carlamadons. In one of those oval dishes, the lids of which are decorated with an earthenware hair, by way of showing that a game pie lies within, was a succulent delicacy consisting of the brown flesh of the game larded with streaks of bacon and flavored with other meats chopped fine. A solid wedge of Gruyere cheese, which had been wrapped in a newspaper, bore the imprint, Items of News, on its rich, oily surface. The two good sisters brought to light a hunk of sausage smelling strongly of garlic. And Cornudet, plunging both hands at once into the capacious pockets of his loose overcoat, produced from one 4 hard-boiled eggs and from the other a crust of bread. He removed the shells, threw them into the straw beneath his feet, and began to devour the eggs, letting morsels of the bright yellow yolk fall in his mighty beard, where they looked like stars. Boule de Suif, in the haste and confusion of her departure, had not thought of anything, and, stifling with rage, she watched all these people placidly eating. At first, ill-suppressed wrath shook her whole person, and she opened her lips to shriek the truth at them, to overwhelm them with a volley of insults, but she could not utter a word, so choked was she with indignation. No one looked at her, no one thought of her. She felt herself swallowed up in the scorn of these virtuous creatures, who had first sacrificed, then rejected her as a thing useless and unclean. Then she remembered her big basket full of the good things they had so greedily devoured, the 2 chickens coated in jelly, the pies, the pears, the 4 bottles of claret. And her fury broke forth like a cord that is overstrained, and she was on the verge of tears. She made terrible efforts at self-control, drew herself up, swallowed the sobs which choked her. But the tears rose nevertheless, shone at the brink of her eyelids, and soon 2 heavy drops coursed slowly down her cheeks. Others followed more quickly, like water filtering from a rock, and fell, one after another, on her rounded bosom. She sat upright, with a fixed expression, her face pale and rigid, hoping desperately that no one saw her give way. But the Countess noticed that she was weeping, and with a sign drew her husband's attention to the fact. He shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, "Well, what of it? It's not my fault." Madame Loiseau chuckled triumphantly, and murmured, "She's weeping for shame." The 2 nuns had bade again themselves once more to their prayers, first wrapping the remainder of their sausage in paper. Then Cornudet, who was digesting his eggs, stretched his long legs under the opposite seat, threw himself back, folded his arms, smiled like a man who had just thought of a good joke, and began to whistle the Marseillaise. The faces of his neighbors clouded, the popular air evidently did not find favor with them. They grew nervous and irritable, and seemed ready to howl as a dog does at the sound of a barrel organ. Cornudet saw the discomfort he was creating, and whistled the louder. Sometimes he even hummed the words: Amour sacré de la patrie. Conduis, Sushans, nos bras vengeurs. Liberté, liberté chérie. Combats avec tes défenseurs. The coach progressed more swiftly, the snow being harder now. And all the way to Dieppe, during the long, dreary hours of the journey, first in the gathering dusk, then in the thick darkness, raising his voice above the rumbling of the vehicle, Cornudet continued with fierce obstinacy his vengeful and monotonous whistling, forcing his weary and exasperated hearers to follow the song from end to end, to recall every word of every line, as each was repeated over and over again with untiring persistency. And Boule de Suif still wept, and sometimes a sob she could not restrain was heard in the darkness between 2 verses of the song. 2 friends. Besieged Paris was in the throes of famine. Even the sparrows on the roofs and the rats in the sewers were growing scarce. People were eating anything they could get. As Monsieur Marisset, watchmaker by profession and idler for the nonce, was strolling along the boulevard one bright January morning, his hands in his trousers pockets and stomach empty, he suddenly came face to face with an acquaintance, Monsieur Sauvage, a fishing chum. Before the war broke out, Marisset had been in the habit, every Sunday morning, of setting forth with a bamboo rod in his hand and a tin box on his back. He took the Argenteuil train, got out at Colombes, and walked thence to the Isle Morant. The moment he arrived at this place of his dreams he began fishing, and fished till nightfall. Every Sunday he met in this very spot Monsieur Sauvage, a stout, jolly, little man, a draper in the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette, and also an ardent fisherman. They often spent half the day side by side, rod in hand and feet dangling over the water, and a warm friendship had sprung up between the two. Some days they did not speak, at other times they chatted. But they understood each other perfectly without the aid of words, having similar tastes and feelings. In the spring, about 10 o'clock in the morning, when the early sun caused a light mist to float on the water and gently warmed the backs of the two enthusiastic anglers, Maurice would occasionally remark to his neighbor, "My! But it's pleasant here." To which the other would reply, "I can't imagine anything better." And these few words sufficed to make them understand and appreciate each other. In the autumn, toward the close of day, when the setting sun shed a blood-red glow over the western sky, and the reflection of the crimson clouds tinged the whole river with red, brought a glow to the faces of the two friends, and gilded the trees, whose leaves were already turning at the first chill touch of winter, Monsieur Sauvage would sometimes smile at Maurice and say, "What a glorious spectacle!" And Maurice would answer, without taking his eyes from his float, "This is much better than the boulevard, isn't it?" As soon as they recognized each other, they shook hands cordially, affected at the thought of meeting under such changed circumstances. Monsieur Sauvage, with a sigh, murmured, "These are sad times." Maurice shook his head mournfully. "And such weather! This is the first fine day of the year." The sky was, in fact, of a bright, cloudless blue. They walked along, side by side, reflective and sad. "And to think of the fishing," said Maurice. "What good times we used to have." "When shall we be able to fish again?" asked Monsieur Sauvage. They entered a small café and took an absinthe together, then resumed their walk along the pavement. Maurice stopped suddenly. "Shall we have another absinthe?" he said. "If you like," agreed Monsieur Sauvage. And they entered another wine shop. They were quite unsteady when they came out, owing to the effect of the alcohol on their empty stomachs. It was a fine, mild day, and a gentle breeze fanned their faces. The fresh air completed the effect of the alcohol on Monsieur Sauvage. He stopped suddenly, saying, "Suppose we go there?" "Where?" "Fishing." "But where?" "Why, to the old place. The French outposts are close to Colombes. I know Colonel Dumoulin, and we shall easily get leave to pass." Maurice trembled with desire. "Very well. I agree." And they separated, to fetch their rods and lines. An hour later they were walking side by side on the highroad. Presently they reached the villa occupied by the colonel. He smiled at their request, and granted it. They resumed their walk, furnished with a password. Soon they left the outposts behind them, made their way through deserted Colombes, and found themselves on the outskirts of the small vineyards which border the Seine. It was about 11 o'clock. Before them lay the village of Argenteuil, apparently lifeless. The heights of Orgemont and Senoise dominated the landscape. The great plain, extending as far as Nanterre, was empty, quite empty, a waste of dun-colored soil and bare cherry trees. Monsieur Sauvage, pointing to the heights, murmured, "The Prussians are up yonder." And the sight of the deserted country filled the two friends with vague misgivings. The Prussians. They had never seen them as yet, but they had felt their presence in the neighborhood of Paris for months past, ruining France, pillaging, massacring, starving them. And a kind of superstitious terror mingled with the hatred they already felt toward this unknown, victorious nation. "Suppose we were to meet any of them," said Maurice. "We'd offer them some fish," replied Monsieur Sauvage, with that Parisian light-heartedness which nothing can wholly quench. Still, they hesitated to show themselves in the open country, overawed by the utter silence which reigned around them. At last Monsieur Sauvage said boldly, "Come, we'll make a start, only let us be careful." And they made their way through one of the vineyards, bent double, creeping along beneath the cover afforded by the vines, with eye and ear alert. A strip of bare ground remained to be crossed before they could gain the river bank. They ran across this, and, as soon as they were at the water's edge, concealed themselves among the dry reeds. Maurice placed his ear to the ground to ascertain, if possible, whether footsteps were coming their way. He heard nothing. They seemed to be utterly alone. Their confidence was restored, and they began to fish. Before them the deserted Isle Morant hid them from the farther shore. The little restaurant was closed, and looked as if it had been deserted for years. Monsieur Sauvage caught the first gudgeon, Monsieur Maurice the second, and almost every moment one or other raised his line with a little, glittering, silvery fish wriggling at the end. They were having excellent sport. They slipped their catch gently into a close-meshed bag lying at their feet. They were filled with joy, the joy of once more indulging in a pastime of which they had long been deprived. The sun poured its rays on their backs. They no longer heard anything, or thought of anything. They ignored the rest of the world, they were fishing. But suddenly a rumbling sound, which seemed to come from the bowels of the earth, shook the ground beneath them. The cannon were resuming their thunder. Maurice turned his head and could see toward the left, beyond the banks of the river, the formidable outline of Mont Valérien, from whose summit arose a white puff of smoke. The next instant a second puff followed the first, and in a few moments a fresh detonation made the earth tremble. Others followed, and minute by minute the mountain gave forth its deadly breath and a white puff of smoke, which rose slowly into the peaceful heaven and floated above the summit of the cliff. Monsieur Sauvage shrugged his shoulders. "They are at it again," he said. Maurice, who was anxiously watching his float bobbing up and down, was suddenly seized with the angry impatience of a peaceful man toward the madmen who were firing thus, and remarked indignantly, "What fools they are to kill one another like that." "They're worse than animals," replied Monsieur Sauvage. And Maurice, who had just caught a bleak, declared, "And to think that it will be just the same so long as there are governments." "The Republic would not have declared war," interposed Monsieur Sauvage. Maurice interrupted him. "Under a king we have foreign wars, under a republic we have civil war." And the two began placidly discussing political problems with the sound common sense of peaceful, matter-of-fact citizens, agreeing on one point, that they would never be free. And Mont Valérien thundered ceaselessly, demolishing the houses of the French with its cannon-balls, grinding lives of men to powder, destroying many a dream, many a cherished hope, many a prospective happiness. Ruthlessly causing endless woe and suffering in the hearts of wives, of daughters, of mothers, in other lands. "Such is life," declared Monsieur Sauvage. "Say, rather, such is death," replied Maurice, laughing. But they suddenly trembled with alarm at the sound of footsteps behind them, and, turning round, they perceived close at hand four tall, bearded men, dressed after the manner of livery servants and wearing flat caps on their heads. They were covering the two anglers with their rifles. The rods slipped from their owner's grasp and floated away down the river. In the space of a few seconds they were seized, bound, thrown into a boat, and taken across to the Isle Morant. And behind the house they had thought deserted were about a score of German soldiers. A shaggy-looking giant, who was bestriding a chair and smoking a long clay pipe, addressed them in excellent French with the words, "Well, gentlemen, have you had good luck with your fishing?" Then a soldier deposited at the officer's feet the bag full of fish, which he had taken care to bring away. The Prussian smiled. "Not bad, I see. But we have something else to talk about. Listen to me, and don't be alarmed. You must know that, in my eyes, you are two spies sent to reconnoiter me and my movements. Naturally, I capture you and I shoot you. You pretended to be fishing, the better to disguise your real errand. You have fallen into my hands, and must take the consequences. Such is war. But as you came here through the outposts, you must have a password for your return. Tell me that password and I will let you go." The two friends, pale as death, stood silently side by side, a slight fluttering of the hands alone betraying their emotion. "No one will ever know," continued the officer. "You will return peacefully to your homes, and the secret will disappear with you. If you refuse, it means death, instant death. Choose." They stood motionless, and did not open their lips. The Prussian, perfectly calm, went on, with hand outstretched toward the river. Just think that in 5 minutes you will be at the bottom of that water. In 5 minutes. You have relations, I presume? Mont Valérien still thundered. The two fishermen remained silent. The German turned and gave an order in his own language. Then he moved his chair a little way off, that he might not be so near the prisoners, and a dozen men stepped forward, rifle in hand, and took up a position 20 paces off. I give you 1 minute, said the officer, not a second longer. Then he rose quickly, went over to the two Frenchmen, took Morisset by the arm, led him a short distance off, and said in a low voice. Quick! The password. Your friend will know nothing. I will pretend to relent. Morisset answered not a word. Then the Prussian took Monsieur Sauvage aside in like manner, and made him the same proposal. Monsieur Sauvage made no reply. Again they stood side by side. The officer issued his orders, the soldiers raised their rifles. Then by chance Morisset's eyes fell on the bag full of gudgeon lying in the grass a few feet from him. A ray of sunlight made the still quivering fish glisten like silver. And Morisset's heart sank. Despite his efforts at self-control, his eyes filled with tears. Goodbye, Monsieur Sauvage, he faltered. Goodbye, Monsieur Morisset, replied Sauvage. They shook hands, trembling from head to foot with a dread beyond their mastery. The officer cried. Fire! The 12 shots were as one. Monsieur Sauvage fell forward instantaneously. Morisset, being the taller, swayed slightly and fell across his friend with face turned skyward and blood oozing from a rent in the breast of his coat. The German issued fresh orders. His men dispersed, and presently returned with ropes and large stones, which they attached to the feet of the two friends, then they carried them to the river bank. Mont Valérien, its summit now enshrouded in smoke, still continued to thunder. 2 soldiers took Morisset by the head and the feet, 2 others did the same with Sauvage. The bodies, swung lustily by strong hands, were cast to a distance, and, describing a curve, fell feet foremost into the stream. The water splashed high, foamed, eddied, then grew calm, tiny waves lapped the shore. A few streaks of blood flecked the surface of the river. The officer, calm throughout, remarked, with grim humor. It's the fish's turn now. Then he retraced his way to the house. Suddenly he caught sight of the net full of gudgeons, lying forgotten in the grass. He picked it up, examined it, smiled, and called. Wilhelm. A white-aproned soldier responded to the summons, and the Prussian, tossing him the catch of the 2 murdered men, said. Have these fish fried for me at once, while they are still alive, they'll make a tasty dish. Then he resumed his pipe. The Lancer's wife. It was after Bourbaki's defeat in the east of France. The army, broken up, decimated, and worn out, had been obliged to retreat into Switzerland after that terrible campaign, and it was only its short duration that saved 150,000 men from certain death. Hunger, the terrible cold, forced marches in the snow without boots, over bad mountain roads, had caused us Franctireurs, especially, the greatest suffering, for we were without tents, and almost without food. Always in the van when we were marching toward Belfort, and in the rear when returning by the Jura. Of our little band that had numbered 1,200 men on the 1st of January, there remained only 22 pale, thin, ragged wretches, when we at length succeeded in reaching Swiss territory. There we were safe, and could rest. Everybody knows what sympathy was shown to the unfortunate French army, and how well it was cared for. We all gained fresh life, and those who had been rich and happy before the war declared that they had never experienced a greater feeling of comfort than they did then. Just think. We actually had something to eat every day, and could sleep every night. Meanwhile, the war continued in the east of France, which had been excluded from the armistice. Besancon still kept the enemy in check, and the latter had their revenge by ravaging Franche-Comté. Sometimes we heard that they had approached quite close to the frontier, and we saw Swiss troops, who were to form a line of observation between us and them, set out on their march. That pained us in the end, and, as we regained health and strength, the longing to fight took possession of us. It was disgraceful and irritating to know that within 2 or 3 leagues of us the Germans were victorious and insolent, to feel that we were protected by our captivity, and to feel that on that account we were powerless against them. One day our captain took 5 or 6 of us aside, and spoke to us about it, long and furiously. He was a fine fellow, that captain. He had been a sub-lieutenant in the Zouaves, was tall and thin and as hard as steel, and during the whole campaign he had cut out their work for the Germans. He fretted in inactivity, and could not accustom himself to the idea of being a prisoner and of doing nothing. "Confound it," he said to us, "does it not pain you to know that there is a number of Uhlans within 2 hours of us? Does it not almost drive you mad to know that those beggarly wretches are walking about as masters in our mountains, when 6 determined men might kill a whole spitful any day? I cannot endure it any longer, and I must go there." "But how can you manage it, Captain?" "How? It is not very difficult. Just as if we had not done a thing or two within the last 6 months, and got out of woods that were guarded by very different men from the Swiss. The day that you wish to cross over into France, I will undertake to get you there." "That may be, but what shall we do in France without any arms?" "Without arms? We will get them over yonder, by Jove." "You are forgetting the treaty," another soldier said. "We shall run the risk of doing the Swiss an injury, if Manchefel learns that they have allowed prisoners to return to France." "Come," said the captain, "those are all bad reasons. I mean to go and kill some Prussians, that is all I care about. If you do not wish to do as I do, well and good, only say so at once. I can quite well go by myself, I do not require anybody's company." Naturally we all protested, and, as it was quite impossible to make the captain alter his mind, we felt obliged to promise to go with him. We liked him too much to leave him in the lurch, as he never failed us in any extremity. And so the expedition was decided on. 2. The captain had a plan of his own, that he had been cogitating over for some time. A man in that part of the country whom he knew was going to lend him a cart and 6 suits of peasants' clothes. We could hide under some straw at the bottom of the wagon, which would be loaded with Gruyere cheese, which he was supposed to be going to sell in France. The captain told the sentinels that he was taking 2 friends with him to protect his goods, in case anyone should try to rob him, which did not seem an extraordinary precaution. A Swiss officer seemed to look at the wagon in a knowing manner, but that was in order to impress his soldiers. In a word, neither officers nor men could make it out. "Get up," the captain said to the horses, as he cracked his whip, while our 3 men quietly smoked their pipes. I was half suffocated in my box, which only admitted the air through those holes in front, and at the same time I was nearly frozen, for it was terribly cold. "Get up," the captain said again, and the wagon loaded with Gruyere cheese entered France. The Prussian lines were very badly guarded, as the enemy trusted to the watchfulness of the Swiss. The sergeant spoke North German, while our captain spoke the bad German of the 4 cantons, and so they could not understand each other. The sergeant, however, pretended to be very intelligent, and, in order to make us believe that he understood us, they allowed us to continue our journey. And, after traveling for 7 hours, being continually stopped in the same manner, we arrived at a small village of the Jura in ruins, at nightfall. What were we going to do? Our only arms were the captain's whip, our uniforms our peasants' blouses, and our food the Gruyere cheese. Our sole wealth consisted in our ammunition, packages of cartridges which we had stowed away inside some of the large cheeses. We had about 1,000 of them, just 200 each, but we needed rifles, and they must be chassepôts. Luckily, however, the captain was a bold man of an inventive mind, and this was the plan that he hit upon. While 3 of us remained hidden in a cellar in the abandoned village. He continued his journey as far as Besançon with the empty wagon and 1 man. The town was invested, but one can always make one's way into a town among the hills by crossing the tableland till within about 10 miles of the walls, and then following paths and ravines on foot. They left their wagon at Aumans, among the Germans, and escaped out of it at night on foot, so as to gain the heights which border the river Doubs. The next day they entered Besançon, where there were plenty of chassepôts. There were nearly 40,000 of them left in the arsenal, and General Roland, a brave Marine, laughed at the captain's daring project, but let him have 6 rifles and wished him good luck. There he had also found his wife, who had been through all the war with us before the campaign in the East, and who had been only prevented by illness from continuing with Bourbaki's army. She had recovered, however, in spite of the cold, which was growing more and more intense, and in spite of the numberless privations that awaited her, she persisted in accompanying her husband. He was obliged to give way to her, and they all three, the captain, his wife, and our comrade, started on their expedition. Going was nothing in comparison to returning. They were obliged to travel by night, so as to avoid meeting anybody, as the possession of 6 rifles would have made them liable to suspicion. But, in spite of everything, a week after leaving us, the captain and his 2 men were back with us again. The campaign was about to begin. 3. The first night of his arrival he began it himself, and, under pretext of examining the surrounding country, he went along the high road. I must tell you that the little village which served as our fortress was a small collection of poor, badly built houses, which had been deserted long before. It lay on a steep slope, which terminated in a wooded plain. The country people sell the wood, they send it down the slopes, which are called coulees, locally, and which lead down to the plain, and there they stack it into piles, which they sell thrice a year to the wood merchants. The spot where this market is held is indicated by 2 small houses by the side of the highroad, which serve for public houses. The captain had gone down there by way of one of these coulees. He had been gone about half an hour, and we were on the lookout at the top of the ravine, when we heard a shot. The captain had ordered us not to stir, and only to come to him when we heard him blow his trumpet. It was made of a goat's horn, and could be heard a league off, but it gave no sound, and, in spite of our cruel anxiety, we were obliged to wait in silence, with our rifles by our side. It is nothing to go down these coulees. One just lets oneself slide down, but it is more difficult to get up again. One has to scramble up by catching hold of the hanging branches of the trees, and sometimes on all fours, by sheer strength. A whole mortal hour passed, and he did not come, nothing moved in the brushwood. The captain's wife began to grow impatient. What could he be doing? Why did he not call us? Did the shot that we had heard proceed from an enemy, and had he killed or wounded our leader, her husband? They did not know what to think, but I myself fancied either that he was dead or that his enterprise was successful. And I was merely anxious and curious to know what he had done. Suddenly we heard the sound of his trumpet, and we were much surprised that instead of coming from below, as we had expected, it came from the village behind us. What did that mean? It was a mystery to us, but the same idea struck us all, that he had been killed, and that the Prussians were blowing the trumpet to draw us into an ambush. We therefore returned to the cottage, keeping a careful lookout with our fingers on the trigger, and hiding under the branches, but his wife, in spite of our entreaties, rushed on, leaping like a tigress. She thought that she had to avenge her husband, and had fixed the bayonet to her rifle, and we lost sight of her at the moment that we heard the trumpet again, and, a few moments later, we heard her calling out to us. "Come on! Come on! He is alive! It is he!" We hastened on, and saw the captain smoking his pipe at the entrance of the village, but strangely enough, he was on horseback. "Ah! Ah," he said to us, "you see that there is something to be done here. Here I am on horseback already." I knocked over an Yulin yonder, and took his horse. I suppose they were guarding the wood, but it was by drinking and swilling in clover. One of them, the sentry at the door, had not time to see me before I gave him a sugar plum in his stomach, and then, before the others could come out, I jumped on the horse and was off like a shot. 8 or 10 of them followed me, I think. But I took the crossroads through the woods. I have got scratched and torn a bit, but here I am, and now, my good fellows, attention, and take care. Those brigands will not rest until they have caught us, and we must receive them with rifle bullets. Come along, let us take up our posts. We set out. One of us took up his position a good way from the village on the crossroads. I was posted at the entrance of the main street, where the road from the level country enters the village, while the two others, the captain and his wife, were in the middle of the village, near the church, whose tower served for an observatory and citadel. We had not been in our places long before we heard a shot, followed by another, and then two, then three. The first was evidently a chassepot. One recognized it by the sharp report, which sounds like the crack of a whip, while the other three came from the lancers' carbines. The captain was furious. He had given orders to the outpost to let the enemy pass and merely to follow them at a distance if they marched toward the village, and to join me when they had gone well between the houses. Then they were to appear suddenly, take the patrol between two fires, and not allow a single man to escape, for, posted as we were, the 6 of us could have hemmed in 10 Prussians, if needful. That confounded Piedlot has roused them, the captain said, and they will not venture to come on blindfolded any longer. And then I am quite sure that he has managed to get a shot into himself somewhere or other, for we hear nothing of him. It serves him right. Why did he not obey orders? And then, after a moment, he grumbled in his beard, after all I am sorry for the poor fellow, he is so brave, and shoots so well. The captain was right in his conjectures. We waited until evening, without seeing the Uhlans. They had retreated after the first attack, but unfortunately we had not seen Piedlot either. Was he dead or a prisoner? When night came, the captain proposed that we should go out and look for him, and so the 3 of us started. At the crossroads we found a broken rifle and some blood, while the ground was trampled down. But we did not find either a wounded man or a dead body, although we searched every thicket, and at midnight we returned without having discovered anything of our unfortunate comrade. It is very strange, the captain growled. They must have killed him and thrown him into the bushes somewhere. They cannot possibly have taken him prisoner, as he would have called out for help. I cannot understand it at all. Just as he said that, bright flames shot up in the direction of the inn on the high road, which illuminated the sky. Scoundrels! Cowards, he shouted. I will bet that they have set fire to the 2 houses on the marketplace, in order to have their revenge, and then they will scuttle off without saying a word. They will be satisfied with having killed a man and set fire to 2 houses. All right. It shall not pass over like that. We must go for them. They will not like to leave their illuminations in order to fight. It would be a great stroke of luck if we could set Piedlot free at the same time, someone said. The 5 of us set off, full of rage and hope. In 20 minutes we had got to the bottom of the coulee, and had not yet seen anyone when we were within 100 yards of the inn. The fire was behind the house, and all we saw of it was the reflection above the roof. However, we were walking rather slowly, as we were afraid of an ambush, when suddenly we heard Piedlot's well-known voice. It had a strange sound, however. For it was at the same time, dull and vibrating, stifled and clear, as if he were calling out as loud as he could with a bit of rag stuffed into his mouth. He seemed to be hoarse and gasping, and the unlucky fellow kept exclaiming, "Help! Help!" We sent all thoughts of prudence to the devil, and in 2 bounds we were at the back of the inn, where a terrible sight met our eyes. 4. Piedlot was being burned alive. He was writhing in the midst of a heap of faggots, tied to a stake, and the flames were licking him with their burning tongues. When he saw us, his tongue seemed to stick in his throat, he drooped his head, and seemed as if he were going to die. It was only the affair of a moment to upset the burning pile, to scatter the embers, and to cut the ropes that fastened him. Poor fellow! In what a terrible state we found him. The evening before he had had his left arm broken, and it seemed as if he had been badly beaten since then, for his whole body was covered with wounds, bruises and blood. The flames had also begun their work on him, and he had 2 large burns, one on his loins and the other on his right thigh, and his beard and hair were scorched. Poor Piedlot! No one knows the terrible rage we felt at this sight. We would have rushed headlong at 100,000 Prussians. Our thirst for vengeance was intense. But the cowards had run away, leaving their crime behind them. Where could we find them now? Meanwhile, however, the captain's wife was looking after Piedlot, and dressing his wounds as best she could, while the captain himself shook hands with him excitedly, and in a few minutes he came to himself. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning, all of you," he said. "Ah. The scoundrels, the wretches. Why, 20 of them came to surprise us." "20, do you say?" "Yes. There was a whole band of them, and that is why I disobeyed orders, Captain, and fired on them, for they would have killed you all, and I preferred to stop them. That frightened them, and they did not venture to go farther than the crossroads. They were such cowards. 4 of them shot at me at 20 yards, as if I had been a target, and then they slashed me with their swords. My arm was broken, so that I could only use my bayonet with one hand." "But why did you not call for help?" "I took good care not to do that, for you would all have come, and you would neither have been able to defend me nor yourselves, being only 5 against 20. You know that we should not have allowed you to have been taken, poor old fellow. I preferred to die by myself, don't you see? I did not want to bring you here, for it would have been a mere ambush. Well, we will not talk about it any more. Do you feel rather easier?" "No, I am suffocating. I know that I cannot live much longer. The brutes! They tied me to a tree, and beat me till I was half dead, and then they shook my broken arm, but I did not make a sound. I would rather have bitten my tongue out than have called out before them. Now I can tell what I am suffering and shed tears, it does one good. Thank you, my kind friends. Poor Pedlot. But we will avenge you, you may be sure. Yes, yes, I want you to do that. There is, in particular, a woman among them who passes as the wife of the lancer whom the captain killed yesterday. She is dressed like a lancer, and she tortured me the most yesterday, and suggested burning me. And it was she who set fire to the wood. Oh! The wretch, the brute! Ah! How I am suffering! My loins, my arms!" And he fell back gasping and exhausted, writhing in his terrible agony, while the captain's wife wiped the perspiration from his forehead, and we all shed tears of grief and rage, as if we had been children. I will not describe the end to you. He died half an hour later, previously telling us in what direction the enemy had gone. When he was dead we gave ourselves time to bury him, and then we set out in pursuit of them, with our hearts full of fury and hatred. "We will throw ourselves on the whole Prussian army, if it be necessary," the captain said, "but we will avenge Pedlot. We must catch those scoundrels. Let us swear to die, rather than not to find them. And if I am killed first, these are my orders: all the prisoners that you take are to be shot immediately, and as for the lancer's wife, she is to be tortured before she is put to death." "She must not be shot, because she is a woman," the captain's wife said. "If you survive, I am sure that you would not shoot a woman. Torturing her will be quite sufficient. But if you are killed in this pursuit, I want one thing, and that is to fight with her. I will kill her with my own hands, and the others can do what they like with her if she kills me. We will outrage her. We will burn her. We will tear her to pieces. Pedlot shall be avenged. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. V. The next morning we unexpectedly fell on an outpost of Uhlans 4 leagues away. Surprised by our sudden attack, they were not able to mount their horses, nor even to defend themselves, and in a few moments we had 5 prisoners, corresponding to our own number. The captain questioned them, and from their answers we felt certain that they were the same whom we had encountered the previous day. Then a very curious operation took place. One of us was told off to ascertain their sex, and nothing can describe our joy when we discovered what we were seeking among them, the female executioner who had tortured our friend. The 4 others were shot on the spot, with their backs to us and close to the muzzles of our rifles, and then we turned our attention to the woman. What were we going to do with her? I must acknowledge that we were all of us in favor of shooting her. Hatred, and the wish to avenge Pedlot, had extinguished all pity in us, and we had forgotten that we were going to shoot a woman, but a woman reminded us of it, the captain's wife. At her entreaties, therefore, we determined to keep her a prisoner. The captain's poor wife was to be severely punished for this act of clemency. The next day we heard that the armistice had been extended to the eastern part of France, and we had to put an end to our little campaign. 2 of us, who belonged to the neighborhood, returned home, so there were only 4 of us, all told, the captain, his wife, and 2 men. We belonged to Besancon, which was still being besieged in spite of the armistice. "Let us stop here," said the captain. "I cannot believe that the war is going to end like this. The devil take it. Surely there are men still left in France, and now is the time to prove what they are made of. The spring is coming on, and the armistice is only a trap laid for the Prussians. During the time that it lasts, a new army will be raised, and some fine morning we shall fall upon them again. We shall be ready, and we have a hostage, let us remain here." We fixed our quarters there. It was terribly cold, and we did not go out much, and somebody had always to keep the female prisoner in sight. She was sullen, and never said anything, or else spoke of her husband, whom the captain had killed. She looked at him continually with fierce eyes, and we felt that she was tortured by a wild longing for revenge. That seemed to us to be the most suitable punishment for the terrible torments that she had made Piedlot suffer, for impotent vengeance is such intense pain. Alas! We who knew how to avenge our comrade ought to have thought that this woman would know how to avenge her husband, and have been on our guard. It is true that one of us kept watch every night, and that at first we tied her by a long rope to the great oak bench that was fastened to the wall. But, by and by, as she had never tried to escape, in spite of her hatred for us, we relaxed our extreme prudence, and allowed her to sleep somewhere else except on the bench, and without being tied. What had we to fear? She was at the end of the room, a man was on guard at the door, and between her and the sentinel the captain's wife and 2 other men used to lie. She was alone and unarmed against 4, so there could be no danger. One night when we were asleep, and the captain was on guard, the lancer's wife was lying more quietly in her corner than usual, and she had even smiled for the first time since she had been our prisoner during the evening. Suddenly, however, in the middle of the night, we were all awakened by a terrible cry. We got up, groping about, and at once stumbled over a furious couple who were rolling about and fighting on the ground. It was the captain and the lancer's wife. We threw ourselves on them, and separated them in a moment. She was shouting and laughing, and he seemed to have the death rattle. All this took place in the dark. 2 of us held her, and when a light was struck a terrible sight met our eyes. The captain was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, with an enormous gash in his throat, and his sword bayonet, that had been taken from his rifle, was sticking in the red, gaping wound. A few minutes afterward he died, without having been able to utter a word. His wife did not shed a tear. Her eyes were dry, her throat was contracted, and she looked at the lancer's wife steadfastly, and with a calm ferocity that inspired fear. "This woman belongs to me," she said to us suddenly. "You swore to me not a week ago to let me kill her as I chose, if she killed my husband, and you must keep your oath. You must fasten her securely to the fireplace, upright against the back of it, and then you can go where you like, but far from here. I will take my revenge on her myself. Leave the captain's body, and we 3, he, she and I, will remain here." We obeyed, and went away. She promised to write to us to Geneva, as we were returning thither. 6. 2 days later I received the following letter, dated the day after we had left, that had been written at an inn on the high road. "My friend, I am writing to you, according to my promise. For the moment I am at the inn, where I have just handed my prisoner over to a Prussian officer. I must tell you, my friend, that this poor woman has left 2 children in Germany. She had followed her husband, whom she adored, as she did not wish him to be exposed to the risks of war by himself, and as her children were with their grandparents. I have learned all this since yesterday, and it has turned my ideas of vengeance into more humane feelings. At the very moment when I felt pleasure in insulting this woman, and in threatening her with the most fearful torments, in recalling Piedlot, who had been burned alive, and in threatening her with a similar death, she looked at me coldly and said, 'What have you got to reproach me with, Frenchwoman? You think that you will do right in avenging your husband's death, is not that so? Yes, I replied. Very well, then, in killing him, I did what you are going to do in burning me. I avenged my husband, for your husband killed him. Well, I replied, as you approve of this vengeance, prepare to endure it. I do not fear it. And in fact she did not seem to have lost courage. Her face was calm, and she looked at me without trembling, while I brought wood and dried leaves together, and feverishly threw on to them the powder from some cartridges, which was to make her funeral pile the more cruel. I hesitated in my thoughts of persecution for a moment. But the captain was there, pale and covered with blood, and he seemed to be looking at me with his large, glassy eyes, and I applied myself to my work again after kissing his pale lips. Suddenly, however, on raising my head, I saw that she was crying, and I felt rather surprised. So you are frightened? I said to her. No, but when I saw you kiss your husband, I thought of mine, of all whom I love. She continued to sob, but stopping suddenly, she said to me in broken words and in a low voice. Have you any children? A shiver ran over me, for I guessed that this poor woman had some. She asked me to look in a pocketbook which was in her bosom, and in it I saw 2 photographs of quite young children, a boy and a girl, with those kind, gentle, chubby faces that German children have. In it there were also 2 locks of light hair and a letter in a large, childish hand, and beginning with German words which meant, My dear little mother. I could not restrain my tears, my dear friend, and so I untied her, and without venturing to look at the face of my poor dead husband, who was not to be avenged, I went with her as far as the inn. She is free. I have just left her, and she kissed me with tears. I am going upstairs to my husband. Come as soon as possible, my dear friend, to look for our 2 bodies. I set off with all speed, and when I arrived there was a Prussian patrol at the cottage. And when I asked what it all meant, I was told that there was a captain of Franksterers and his wife inside, both dead. I gave their names, they saw that I knew them, and I begged to be allowed to arrange their funeral. Somebody has already undertaken it, was the reply. Go in if you wish to, as you know them. You can settle about their funeral with their friend. I went in. The captain and his wife were lying side by side on a bed, and were covered by a sheet. I raised it, and saw that the woman had inflicted a similar wound in her throat to that from which her husband had died. At the side of the bed there sat, watching and weeping, the woman who had been mentioned to me as their best friend. It was the lancer's wife. The prisoners. There was not a sound in the forest save the indistinct, fluttering sound of the snow falling on the trees. It had been snowing since noon. A little fine snow, that covered the branches as with frozen moss, and spread a silvery covering over the dead leaves in the ditches, and covered the roads with a white, yielding carpet. And made still more intense the boundless silence of this ocean of trees. Before the door of the forester's dwelling a young woman, her arms bare to the elbow, was chopping wood with a hatchet on a block of stone. She was tall, slender, strong, a true girl of the woods, daughter and wife of a forester. A voice called from within the house. We are alone tonight, Bertheim, you must come in. It is getting dark, and there may be Prussians or wolves about. I've just finished, mother, replied the young woman, splitting as she spoke an immense log of wood with strong, deft blows, which expanded her chest each time she raised her arms to strike. Here I am, there's no need to be afraid. It's quite light still. Then she gathered up her sticks and logs, piled them in the chimney corner, went back to close the great oaken shutters, and finally came in, drawing behind her the heavy bolts of the door. Her mother, a wrinkled old woman whom age had rendered timid, was spinning by the fireside. I am uneasy, she said, when your father's not here. 2 women are not much good. Oh, said the younger woman, I'd cheerfully kill a wolf or a Prussian if it came to that. And she glanced at a heavy revolver hanging above the hearth. Her husband had been called upon to serve in the army at the beginning of the Prussian invasion, and the 2 women had remained alone with the old father, a keeper named Nicholas Pichon, sometimes called Long Legs, who refused obstinately to leave his home and take refuge in the town. This town was Red Hell, an ancient stronghold built on a rock. Its inhabitants were patriotic, and had made up their minds to resist the invaders, to fortify their native place, and, if need be, to stand a siege as in the good old days. Twice already, under Henri IV and under Louis XIV, the people of Rethel had distinguished themselves by their heroic defense of their town. They would do as much now, by Gad. Or else be slaughtered within their own walls. They had, therefore, bought cannon and rifles, organized a militia, and formed themselves into battalions and companies, and now spent their time drilling all day long in the square. All bakers, grocers, butchers, lawyers, carpenters, booksellers, chemists took their turn at military training at regular hours of the day, under the auspices of Monsieur Levine, a former non-commissioned officer in the dragoons, now a draper. Having married the daughter and inherited the business of Monsieur Revaudin, Sr., he had taken the rank of commanding officer in Rethel, and, seeing that all the young men had gone off to the war, he had enlisted all the others who were in favor of resisting an attack. Fat men now invariably walked the streets at a rapid pace, to reduce their weight and improve their breathing, and weak men carried weights to strengthen their muscles. And they awaited the Prussians. But the Prussians did not appear. They were not far off, however, for twice already their scouts had penetrated as far as the forest dwelling of Nicolas Pichon, called Longlegs. The old keeper, who could run like a fox, had come and warned the town. The guns had been got ready, but the enemy had not shown themselves. Longlegs' dwelling served as an outpost in the Avellini forest. Twice a week the old man went to the town for provisions and brought the citizens news of the outlying district. On this particular day he had gone to announce the fact that a small detachment of German infantry had halted at his house the day before, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and had left again almost immediately. The non-commissioned officer in charge spoke French. When the old man set out like this he took with him his dogs, 2 powerful animals with the jaws of lions as a safeguard against the wolves, which were beginning to get fierce. And he left directions with the 2 women to barricade themselves securely within their dwelling as soon as night fell. The younger feared nothing, but her mother was always apprehensive, and repeated continually, "We'll come to grief one of these days. You see if we don't." This evening she was, if possible, more nervous than ever. "Do you know what time your father will be back?" she asked. "Oh, not before 11, for certain. When he dines with the commandant he's always late." And Bertheim was hanging her pot over the fire to warm the soup when she suddenly stood still, listening attentively to a sound that had reached her through the chimney. "There are people walking in the wood," she said. 7 or 8 men at least. The terrified old woman stopped her spinning wheel and gasped, "Oh, my God! And your father not here?" She had scarcely finished speaking when a succession of violent blows shook the door. As the woman made no reply, a loud, guttural voice shouted, "Open the door." After a brief silence the same voice repeated, "Open the door or I'll break it down." Bertheim took the heavy revolver from its hook, slipped it into the pocket of her skirt, and, putting her ear to the door, asked, "Who are you?" demanded the young woman. "What do you want?" "The detachment that came here the other day," replied the voice. "My men and I have lost our way in the forest since morning. Open the door or I'll break it down." The forester's daughter had no choice. She shot back the heavy bolts, threw open the ponderous shutter, and perceived in the wan light of the snow 6 men, 6 Prussian soldiers, the same who had visited the house the day before. "What are you doing here at this time of night?" she asked dauntlessly. "I lost my bearings," replied the officer, "lost them completely. Then I recognized this house. I've eaten nothing since morning, nor my men either. But I'm quite alone with my mother this evening," said Bertheim. "Never mind," replied the soldier, who seemed a decent sort of fellow. "We won't do you any harm, but you must give us something to eat. We are nearly dead with hunger and fatigue." Then the girl moved aside. "Come in," she said. Then entered, covered with snow, their helmets sprinkled with a creamy-looking froth, which gave them the appearance of meringues. They seemed utterly worn out. The young woman pointed to the wooden benches on either side of the large table. "Sit down," she said, "and I'll make you some soup. You certainly look tired out, and no mistake." Then she bolted the door afresh. She put more water in the pot, added butter and potatoes. Then, taking down a piece of bacon from a hook in the chimney earner, cut it in two and slipped half of it into the pot. The 6 men watched her movements with hungry eyes. They had placed their rifles and helmets in a corner and waited for supper, as well behaved as children on a school bench. The old mother had resumed her spinning, casting from time to time a furtive and uneasy glance at the soldiers. Nothing was to be heard save the humming of the wheel, the crackling of the fire, and the singing of the water in the pot. But suddenly a strange noise, a sound like the harsh breathing of some wild animal sniffing under the door, startled the occupants of the room. The German officer sprang toward the rifles. Bertheim stopped him with a gesture and said, smilingly, "It's only the wolves. They are like you, prowling hungry through the forest." The incredulous man wanted to see with his own eyes, and as soon as the door was opened he perceived 2 large grayish animals disappearing with long, swinging trot into the darkness. He returned to his seat, muttering, "I wouldn't have believed it." And he waited quietly till supper was ready. The men devoured their meal voraciously, with mouths stretched to their ears that they might swallow the more. Their round eyes opened at the same time as their jaws, and as the soup coursed down their throats it made a noise like the gurgling of water in a rainpipe. The 2 women watched in silence the movements of the big red beards. The potatoes seemed to be engulfed in these moving fleeces. But, as they were thirsty, the forester's daughter went down to the cellar to draw them some cider. She was gone some time. The cellar was small, with an arched ceiling, and had served, so people said, both as prison and as hiding place during the Revolution. It was approached by means of a narrow, winding staircase, closed by a trapdoor at the farther end of the kitchen. When Bertheim returned she was smiling mysteriously to herself. She gave the Germans her jug of cider. Then she and her mother supped apart, at the other end of the kitchen. The soldiers had finished eating, and were all 6 falling asleep as they sat round the table. Every now and then a forehead fell with a thud on the board, and the man, awakened suddenly, sat upright again. Bertheim said to the officer, "Go and lie down, all of you, round the fire. There's lots of room for 6. I'm going up to my room with my mother." And the 2 women went upstairs. They could be heard locking the door and walking about overhead for a time, then they were silent. The Prussians lay down on the floor, with their feet to the fire and their heads resting on their rolled-up cloaks. Soon all 6 snored loudly and uninterruptedly in 6 different keys. They had been sleeping for some time when a shot rang out so loudly that it seemed directed against the very walls of the house. The soldiers rose hastily. 2 then 3 more shots were fired. The door opened hastily, and Bertheim appeared, barefooted and only half-dressed, with her candle in her hand and a scared look on her face. "There are the French," she stammered, "at least 200 of them. If they find you here they'll burn the house down. For God's sake, hurry down into the cellar, and don't make a sound, whatever you do. If you make any noise we are lost." We'll go," replied the terrified officer. "Which is the way?" The young woman hurriedly raised the small, square trapdoor, and the 6 men disappeared one after another down the narrow, winding staircase, feeling their way as they went. But as soon as the spike of the last helmet was out of sight Bertheim lowered the heavy oaken lid, thick as a wall, hard as steel, furnished with the hinges and bolts of a prison cell, shot the 2 heavy bolts, and began to laugh long and silently. Possessed with a mad longing to dance above the heads of her prisoners. They made no sound, enclosed in the cellar as in a strong box, obtaining air only from a small iron-barred vent-hole. Bertheim lighted her fire again, hung the pot over it, and prepared more soup, saying to herself, "Father will be tired tonight." Then she sat and waited. The heavy pendulum of the clock swung to and fro with a monotonous tick. Every now and then the young woman cast an impatient glance at the dial, a glance which seemed to say, I wish he'd be quick. But soon there was a sound of voices beneath her feet. Low, confused words reached her through the masonry which roofed the cellar. The Prussians were beginning to suspect the trick she had played them, and presently the officer came up the narrow staircase and knocked at the trapdoor. "Open the door," he cried. "What do you want?" she said, rising from her seat and approaching the cellarway. "Open the door." "I won't do any such thing." "Open it or I'll break it down," shouted the man angrily. She laughed. "Hammer away, my good man. Hammer away." He struck with the butt end of his gun at the closed oaken door. But it would have resisted a battering ram. The forester's daughter heard him go down the stairs again. Then the soldiers came one after another and tried their strength against the trapdoor. But, finding their efforts useless, they all returned to the cellar and began to talk among themselves. The young woman heard them for a short time, then she rose, opened the door of the house, looked out into the night, and listened. A sound of distant barking reached her ear. She whistled just as a huntsman would, and almost immediately 2 great dogs emerged from the darkness and bounded to her side. She held them tight and shouted at the top of her voice. "Hello, father." A far-off voice replied. "Hello, Bertheim." She waited a few seconds, then repeated. "Hello, father." The voice, nearer now, replied. "Hello, Bertheim." "Don't go in front of the vent-hole," shouted his daughter. "There are Prussians in the cellar." Suddenly the man's tall figure could be seen to the left, standing between 2 tree trunks. "Prussians in the cellar?" he asked anxiously. "What are they doing?" The young woman laughed. "They are the same as were here yesterday. They lost their way, and I've given them free lodgings in the cellar." She told the story of how she had alarmed them by firing the revolver, and had shut them up in the cellar. The man, still serious, asked. "But what am I to do with them at this time of night?" "Go and fetch Monsieur Levine with his men," she replied. "He'll take them prisoners. He'll be delighted." Her father smiled. "So he will delighted." "Here's some soup for you," said his daughter. "Eat it quick, and then be off." The old keeper sat down at the table and began to eat his soup, having first filled 2 plates and put them on the floor for the dogs. The Prussians, hearing voices, were silent. Longlegs set off a quarter of an hour later, and Bertheim, with her head between her hands, waited. The prisoners began to make themselves heard again. They shouted, called, and beat furiously with the butts of their muskets against the rigid trapdoor of the cellar. Then they fired shots through the vent-hole, hoping, no doubt, to be heard by any German detachment which chanced to be passing that way. The forester's daughter did not stir, but the noise irritated and unnerved her. Blind anger rose in her heart against the prisoners. She would have been only too glad to kill them all, and so silence them. Then, as her impatience grew, she watched the clock, counting the minutes as they passed. Her father had been gone an hour and a half. He must have reached the town by now. She conjured up a vision of him telling the story to Monsieur Levine, who grew pale with emotion, and rang for his servant to bring him his arms and uniform. She fancied she could bear the drum as it sounded the call to arms. Frightened faces appeared at the windows. The citizen soldiers emerged from their houses half-dressed, out of breath, buckling on their belts, and hurrying to the commandant's house. Then the troop of soldiers, with Longlegs at its head, set forth through the night and the snow toward the forest. She looked at the clock. They may be here in an hour. A nervous impatience possessed her. The minutes seemed interminable. Would the time never come? At last the clock marked the moment she had fixed on for their arrival. And she opened the door to listen for their approach. She perceived a shadowy form creeping toward the house. She was afraid and cried out. But it was her father. "They have sent me," he said, "to see if there is any change in the state of affairs." "No, none." Then he gave a shrill whistle. Soon a dark mass loomed up under the trees, the advance guard, composed of 10 men. "Don't go in front of the vent hole," repeated Longlegs at intervals. And the first arrivals pointed out the much-dreaded vent hole to those who came after. At last the main body of the troop arrived, in all 200 men, each carrying 200 cartridges. Monsieur Levine, in a state of intense excitement, posted them in such a fashion as to surround the whole house, save for a large space left vacant in front of the little hole on a level with the ground, through which the cellar derived its supply of air. Monsieur Levine struck the trapdoor a blow with his foot, and called, "I wish to speak to the Prussian officer." The German did not reply. "The Prussian officer," again shouted the commandant. Still no response. For the space of 20 minutes Monsieur Levine called on this silent officer to surrender with bag and baggage, promising him that all lives should be spared, and that he and his men should be accorded military honors. But he could extort no sign, either of consent or of defiance. The situation became a puzzling one. The citizen soldiers kicked their heels in the snow, slapping their arms across their chest, as cab drivers do, to warm themselves, and gazing at the vent hole with a growing and childish desire to pass in front of it. At last one of them took the risk, a man named Pot Devin, who was fleet of limb. He ran like a deer across the zone of danger. The experiment succeeded. The prisoners gave no sign of life. A voice cried, "There's no one there." And another soldier crossed the open space before the dangerous vent hole. Then this hazardous sport developed into a game. Every minute a man ran swiftly from one side to the other, like a boy playing baseball, kicking up the snow behind him as he ran. They had lighted big fires of dead wood at which to warm themselves, and the figures of the runners were illumined by the flames as they passed rapidly from the camp on the right to that on the left. Someone shouted, "It's your turn now, Moloison." Moloison was a fat baker, whose corpulent person served to point many a joke among his comrades. He hesitated. They chaffed him. Then, nerving himself to the effort, he set off at a little, waddling gait, which shook his fat paunch and made the whole detachment laugh till they cried, "Bravo, bravo, Moloison," they shouted for his encouragement. He had accomplished about 2/3 of his journey when a long, crimson flame shot forth from the vent hole. A loud report followed, and the fat baker fell face forward to the ground, uttering a frightful scream. No one went to his assistance. Then he was seen to drag himself, groaning, on all fours through the snow until he was beyond danger, when he fainted. He was shot in the upper part of the thigh. After the first surprise and fright were over they laughed at him again. But Monsieur Levine appeared on the threshold of the forester's dwelling. He had formed his plan of attack. He called in a loud voice, "I want Planchette, the plumber, and his workmen." 3 men approached. "Take the eavesdrops from the roof." In a quarter of an hour they brought the commandant 30 yards of pipes. Next, with infinite precaution, he had a small round hole drilled in the trapdoor. Then, making a conduit with the troughs from the pump to this opening, he said, with an air of extreme satisfaction, "Now we'll give these German gentlemen something to drink." A shout of frenzied admiration, mingled with uproarious laughter, burst from his followers. And the commandant organized relays of men, who were to relieve one another every 5 minutes. Then he commanded, "Pump!" And, the pump handle having been set in motion, a stream of water trickled throughout the length of the piping, and flowed from step to step down the cellar stairs with a gentle, gurgling sound. They waited. An hour passed, then 2, then 3. The commandant, in a state of feverish agitation, walked up and down the kitchen, putting his ear to the ground every now and then to discover, if possible, what the enemy were doing and whether they would soon capitulate. The enemy was astir now. They could be heard moving the casks about, talking, splashing through the water. Then, about 8 o'clock in the morning, a voice came from the vent hole, "I want to speak to the French officer." Levine replied from the window, taking care not to put his head out too far. "Do you surrender?" "I surrender." "Then put your rifles outside." A rifle immediately protruded from the hole, and fell into the snow, then another and another, until all were disposed of. And the voice which had spoken before said, "I have no more. Be quick. I am drowned." "Stop pumping," ordered the commandant. And the pump handle hung motionless. Then, having filled the kitchen with armed and waiting soldiers, he slowly raised the oaken trapdoor. 4 heads appeared, soaking wet, 4 fair heads with long, sandy hair, and one after another the 6 Germans emerged, scared, shivering, and dripping from head to foot. They were seized and bound. Then, as the French feared a surprise, they set off at once in 2 convoys, one in charge of the prisoners, and the other conducting Moloisen on a mattress borne on poles. They made a triumphal entry into Red Hell. Monsieur Levine was decorated as a reward for having captured a Prussian advance guard, and the fat baker received the military medal for wounds received at the hands of the enemy. 2 little soldiers. Every Sunday, as soon as they were free, the little soldiers would go for a walk. They turned to the right on leaving the barracks, crossed Courbevoie with rapid strides, as though on a forced march. Then, as the houses grew scarcer, they slowed down and followed the dusty road which leads to Bezins. They were small and thin, lost in their ill-fitting capes, too large and too long, whose sleeves covered their hands. Their ample red trousers fell in folds around their ankles. Under the high, stiff shako one could just barely perceive 2 thin, hollow-cheeked Breton faces, with their calm, naive blue eyes. They never spoke during their journey, going straight before them, the same idea in each one's mind taking the place of conversation. For at the entrance of the little forest of Champioux they had found a spot which reminded them of home, and they did not feel happy anywhere else. At the crossing of the Colombe and Chatou roads, when they arrived under the trees, they would take off their heavy, oppressive headgear and wipe their foreheads. They always stopped for a while on the bridge at Bezins, and looked at the Seine. They stood there several minutes, bending over the railing, watching the white sails, which perhaps reminded them of their home, and of the fishing smacks leaving for the open. As soon as they had crossed the Seine, they would purchase provisions at the delicatessen, the bakers, and the wine merchants. A piece of bologna, 4 cents worth of bread, and a quart of wine made up the luncheon which they carried away, wrapped up in their handkerchiefs. But as soon as they were out of the village their gait would slacken and they would begin to talk. Before them was a plain with a few clumps of trees, which led to the woods, a little forest which seemed to remind them of that other forest at Kermeriven. The wheat and oat fields bordered on the narrow path, and Jean Curterin said each time to Luc Lugoniduk, "It's just like home, just like Plounavin." "Yes, it's just like home." And they went on, side by side, their minds full of dim memories of home. They saw the fields, the hedges, the forests, and beaches. Each time they stopped near a large stone on the edge of the private estate, because it reminded them of the dolmen of Lochnuven. As soon as they reached the first clump of trees, Luc Lugoniduk would cut off a small stick, and, whittling it slowly, would walk on, thinking of the folks at home. Jean Curterin carried the provisions. From time to time Luc would mention a name, or allude to some boyish prank which would give them food for plenty of thought. And the home country, so dear and so distant, would little by little gain possession of their minds, sending them back through space, to the well-known forms and noises, to the familiar scenery, with the fragrance of its green fields and sea air. They no longer noticed the smells of the city. And in their dreams they saw their friends leaving, perhaps forever, for the dangerous fishing grounds. They were walking slowly, Luc Lugoniduk and Jean Curterin, contented and sad, haunted by a sweet sorrow, the slow and penetrating sorrow of a captive animal which remembers the days of its freedom. And when Luc had finished whittling his stick, they came to a little nook, where every Sunday they took their meal. They found the 2 bricks, which they had hidden in a hedge, and they made a little fire of dry branches and roasted their sausages on the ends of their knives. When their last crumb of bread had been eaten and the last drop of wine had been drunk, they stretched themselves out on the grass side by side, without speaking, their half-closed eyes looking away in the distance, their hands clasped as in prayer. Their red-trousered legs mingling with the bright colors of the wildflowers. Towards noon they glanced, from time to time, towards the village of Bezons, for the dairymaid would soon be coming. Every Sunday she would pass in front of them on the way to milk her cow, the only cow in the neighborhood which was sent out to pasture. Soon they would see the girl, coming through the fields, and it pleased them to watch the sparkling sunbeams reflected from her shining pail. They never spoke of her. They were just glad to see her, without understanding why. She was a tall, strapping girl, freckled and tanned by the open air, a girl typical of the Parisian suburbs. Once, on noticing that they were always sitting in the same place, she said to them, "Do you always come here?" Luc Luganidak, more daring than his friend, stammered, "Yes, we come here for our rest." That was all. But the following Sunday, on seeing them, she smiled with the kindly smile of a woman who understood their shyness, and she asked, "What are you doing here? Are you watching the grass grow?" Luc cheered up, smiled, "P'raps." She continued, "It's not growing fast, is it?" He answered, still laughing, "Not exactly." She went on. But when she came back with her pail full of milk, she stopped before them and said, "Want some? It will remind you of home." She had, perhaps instinctively, guessed and touched the right spot. Both were moved. Then, not without difficulty, she poured some milk into the bottle in which they had brought their wine. Luc started to drink, carefully watching lest he should take more than his share. Then he passed the bottle to Jean. She stood before them, her hands on her hips, her pail at her feet, enjoying the pleasure that she was giving them. Then she went on, saying, "Well, bye-bye until next Sunday." For a long time they watched her tall form as it receded in the distance, blending with the background, and finally disappeared. The following week, as they left the barracks, Jean said to Luc, "Don't you think we ought to buy her something good?" They were sorely perplexed by the problem of choosing something to bring to the dairymaid. Luc was in favor of bringing her some chitlins, but Jean, who had a sweet tooth, thought that candy would be the best thing. He won, and so they went to a grocery to buy 2 sous worth of red and white candies. This time they ate more quickly than usual, excited by anticipation. Jean was the first one to notice her. "There she is," he said, and Luc answered, "Yes, there she is." She smiled when she saw them, and cried, "Well, how are you today?" They both answered together, "All right. How's everything with you?" Then she started to talk of simple things which might interest them, of the weather, of the crops, of her masters. They didn't dare to offer their candies, which were slowly melting in Jean's pocket. Finally Luc, growing bolder, murmured, "We have brought you something." She asked, "Let's see it." Then Jean, blushing to the tips of his ears, reached in his pocket and, drawing out the little paper bag, handed it to her. She began to eat the little sweet dainties. The 2 soldiers sat in front of her, moved and delighted. At last she went to do her milking, and when she came back she again gave them some milk. They thought of her all through the week and often spoke of her. The following Sunday she sat beside them for a longer time. The 3 of them sat there, side by side, their eyes looking far away in the distance, their hands clasped over their knees, and they told each other little incidents and little details of the villages where they were born, while the cow, waiting to be milked, stretched her heavy head toward the girl and mooed. Soon the girl consented to eat with them and to take a sip of wine. Often she brought them plums pocket, for plums were now ripe. Her presence enlivened the little Breton soldiers, who chattered away like 2 birds. One Tuesday something unusual happened to Luc Luganidak. He asked for leave and did not return until 10 o'clock at night. Jean, worried and racked his brain to account for his friends having obtained leave. The following Friday, Luc borrowed 10 sons from one of his friends, and once more asked and obtained leave for several hours. When he started out with Jean on Sunday he seemed queer, disturbed, changed. Curterin did not understand. He vaguely suspected something, but he could not guess what it might be. They went straight to the usual place, and lunched slowly. Neither was hungry. Soon the girl appeared. They watched her approach as they always did. When she was near, Luke arose and went towards her. She placed her pail on the ground and kissed him. She kissed him passionately, throwing her arms around his neck, without paying attention to Jean, without even noticing that he was there. Poor Jean was dazed, so dazed that he could not understand. His mind was upset and his heart broken, without his even realizing why. Then the girl sat down beside Luke, and they started to chat. Jean was not looking at them. He understood now why his friend had gone out twice during the week. He felt the pain and the sting which treachery and deceit leave in their wake. Luke and the girl went together to attend to the cow. Jean followed them with his eyes. He saw them disappear side by side, the red trousers of his friend making a scarlet spot against the white road. It was Luke who sank the stake to which the cow was tethered. The girl stooped down to milk the cow, while he absent-mindedly stroked the animal's glossy neck. Then they left the pail in the grass and disappeared in the woods. Jean could no longer see anything but the wall of leaves through which they had passed. He was unmanned so that he did not have strength to stand. He stayed there, motionless, bewildered and grieving simple, passionate grief. He wanted to weep, to run away, to hide somewhere, never to see anyone again. Then he saw them coming back again. They were walking slowly, hand in hand, as village lovers do. Luke was carrying the pail. After kissing him again, the girl went on, nodding carelessly to Jean. She did not offer him any milk that day. The two little soldiers sat side by side, motionless as always, silent and quiet, their calm faces in no way betraying the trouble in their hearts. The sun shone down on them. From time to time they could hear the plaintive lowing of the cow. At the usual time they arose to return. Luke was whittling a stick. Jean carried the empty bottle. He left it at the wine merchant's in Bezins. Then they stopped on the bridge, as they did every Sunday, and watched the water flowing by. Jean leaned over the railing, farther and farther, as though he had seen something in the stream which hypnotized him. Luke said to him, "What's the matter? Do you want a drink?" He had hardly said the last word when Jean's head carried away the rest of his body, and the little blue and red soldier fell like a shot and disappeared in the water. Luke, paralyzed with horror, tried vainly to shout for help. In the distance he saw something move, then his friend's head bobbed up out of the water only to disappear again. Farther down he again noticed a hand, just one hand, which appeared and again went out of sight. That was all. The boatman who had rushed to the scene found the body that day. Luke ran back to the barracks, crazed, and with eyes and voice full of tears, he related the accident. He was leaning so far over that his head carried him away, and he fell. Emotion choked him so that he could say no more. If he had only known. Father Milan. For a month the hot sun has been parching the fields. Nature is expanding beneath its rays, the fields are green as far as the eye can see. The big azure dome of the sky is unclouded. The farms of Normandy, scattered over the plains and surrounded by a belt of tall beeches, look, from a distance, like little woods. On closer view, after lowering the worm-eaten wooden bars, you imagine yourself in an immense garden, for all the ancient apple trees, as gnarled as the peasants themselves, are in bloom. The sweet scent of their blossoms mingles with the heavy smell of the earth and the penetrating odor of the stables. It is noon. The family is eating under the shade of a pear tree planted in front of the door. Father, mother, the 4 children, and the help, 2 women and 3 men are all there. All are silent. The soup is eaten and then a dish of potatoes fried with bacon is brought on. From time to time one of the women gets up and takes a pitcher down to the cellar to fetch more cider. The man, a big fellow about 40 years old, is watching a grapevine, still bare, which is winding and twisting like a snake along the side of the house. At last he says, "Father's vine is budding early this year. Perhaps we may get something from it." The woman then turns round and looks, without saying a word. This vine is planted on the spot where their father had been shot. It was during the War of 1870. The Prussians were occupying the whole country. General Faidherbe, with the northern division of the army, was opposing them. The Prussians had established their headquarters at this farm. The old farmer to whom it belonged, Father Pierre Milan, had received and quartered them to the best of his ability. For a month the German vanguard had been in this village. The French remained motionless, 10 leagues away. And yet, every night, some of the Uhlans disappeared. Of all the isolated scouts, of all those who were sent to the outposts, in groups of not more than 3, not one ever returned. They were picked up the next morning in a field or in a ditch. Even their horses were found along the roads with their throats cut. These murders seemed to be done by the same men, who could never be found. The country was terrorized. Farmers were shot on suspicion, women were imprisoned. Children were frightened in order to try and obtain information. Nothing could be ascertained. But, one morning, Father Milan was found stretched out in the barn, with a sword gash across his face. 2 Uhlans were found dead about a mile and a half from the farm. One of them was still holding his bloody sword in his hand. He had fought, tried to defend himself. A court-martial was immediately held in the open air, in front of the farm. The old man was brought before it. He was 68 years old, small, thin, bent, with 2 big hands resembling the claws of a crab. His colorless hair was sparse and thin, like the down of a young duck, allowing patches of his scalp to be seen. The brown and wrinkled skin of his neck showed big veins which disappeared behind his jaws and came out again at the temples. He had the reputation of being miserly and hard to deal with. They stood him up between 4 soldiers, in front of the kitchen table, which had been dragged outside. 5 officers and the colonel seated themselves opposite him. The colonel spoke in French. "Father Milan, since we have been here we have only had praise for you. You have always been obliging and even attentive to us. But today a terrible accusation is hanging over you, and you must clear the matter up. How did you receive that wound on your face?" The peasant answered nothing. The colonel continued. "Your silence accuses you, Father Milan. But I want you to answer me. Do you understand? Do you know who killed the 2 Uhlans who were found this morning near Calvaire?" The old man answered clearly. "I did." The colonel, surprised, was silent for a minute, looking straight at the prisoner. Father Milan stood impassive, with the stupid look of the peasant, his eyes lowered as though he were talking to the priest. Just one thing betrayed an uneasy mind. He was continually swallowing his saliva, with a visible effort, as though his throat were terribly contracted. The man's family, his son Jean, his daughter-in-law and his 2 grandchildren were standing a few feet behind him, bewildered and affrighted. The colonel went on. "Do you also know who killed all the scouts who have been found dead, for a month, throughout the country, every morning?" The old man answered with the same stupid look. "I did." "You killed them all?" "Uh-huh. I did." "You alone?" "All alone?" "Uh-huh." "Tell me how you did it." This time the man seemed moved, the necessity for talking any length of time annoyed him visibly. He stammered. "I dunno. I simply did it." The colonel continued. "I warn you that you will have to tell me everything. You might as well make up your mind right away. How did you begin?" The man cast a troubled look toward his family, standing close behind him. He hesitated a minute longer, and then suddenly made up his mind to obey the order. "I was coming home one night at about 10 o'clock, the night after you got here. You and your soldiers had taken more than 50 icus worth of forage from me, as well as a cow and 2 sheep. I said to myself, as much as they take from you, just so much will you make them pay back. And then I had other things on my mind which I will tell you. Just then I noticed one of your soldiers who was smoking his pipe by the ditch behind the barn. I went and got my scythe and crept up slowly behind him, so that he couldn't hear me. And I cut his head off with one single blow, just as I would a blade of grass, before he could say boo. If you should look at the bottom of the pond, you will find him tied up in a potato sack, with a stone fastened to it. I got an idea. I took all his clothes, from his boots to his cap, and hid them away in the little wood behind the yard. The old man stopped. The officers remained speechless, looking at each other. The questioning began again, and this is what they learned. Once this murder committed, the man had lived with this one thought: kill the Prussians. He hated them with the blind, fierce hate of the greedy yet patriotic peasant. He had his idea, as he said. He waited several days. He was allowed to go and come as he pleased, because he had shown himself so humble, submissive and obliging to the invaders. Each night he saw the outposts leave. One night he followed them, having heard the name of the village to which the men were going, and having learned the few words of German which he needed for his plan through associating with the soldiers. He left through the backyard, slipped into the woods, found the dead man's clothes and put them on. Then he began to crawl through the fields, following along the hedges in order to keep out of sight, listening to the slightest noises, as wary as a poacher. As soon as he thought the time ripe, he approached the road and hid behind a bush. He waited for a while. Finally, toward midnight, he heard the sound of a galloping horse. The man put his ear to the ground in order to make sure that only one horseman was approaching, then he got ready. And Yulin came galloping along, carrying dispatches. As he went, he was all eyes and ears. When he was only a few feet away, Father Milan dragged himself across the road, moaning, "Hilf! Hilf! Help! Help!" The horseman stopped, and recognizing a German, he thought he was wounded and dismounted, coming nearer without any suspicion, and just as he was leaning over the unknown man, he received, in the pit of his stomach, a heavy thrust from the long curved blade of the saber. He dropped without suffering pain, quivering only in the final throes. Then the farmer, radiant with the silent joy of an old peasant, got up again, and, for his own pleasure, cut the dead man's throat. He then dragged the body to the ditch and threw it in. The horse quietly awaited its master. Father Milan mounted him and started galloping across the plains. About an hour later he noticed two more Uhlans who were returning home, side by side. He rode straight for them, once more crying Hilf! Hilf! The Prussians, recognizing the uniform, let him approach without distrust. The old man passed between them like a cannonball, felling them both, one with his saber and the other with a revolver. Then he killed the horses, German horses. After that he quickly returned to the woods and hid one of the horses. He left his uniform there and again put on his old clothes, then going back into bed, he slept until morning. For 4 days he did not go out, waiting for the inquest to be terminated. But on the 5th day he went out again and killed 2 more soldiers by the same stratagem. From that time on he did not stop. Each night he wandered about in search of adventure, killing Prussians, sometimes here and sometimes there, galloping through deserted fields, in the moonlight, a lost Yulin, a hunter of men. Then, his task accomplished, leaving behind him the bodies lying along the roads, the old farmer would return and hide his horse in uniform. He went, toward noon, to carry oats and water quietly to his mount, and he fed it well as he required from it a great amount of work. But one of those whom he had attacked the night before, in defending himself, slashed the old peasant across the face with his saber. However, he had killed them both. He had come back and hidden the horse and put on his ordinary clothes again. But as he reached home he began to feel faint, and had dragged himself as far as the stable, being unable to reach the house. They had found him there, bleeding, on the straw. When he had finished his tale, he suddenly lifted up his head and looked proudly at the Prussian officers. The colonel, who was gnawing at his mustache, asked, "You have nothing else to say?" "Nothing more, I have finished my task. I killed 16, not one more or less." "Do you know that you are going to die?" "I haven't asked for mercy." "Have you been a soldier?" "Yes, I served my time." "And then, you had killed my father, who was a soldier of the first emperor. And last month you killed my youngest son, François, near Evreux." I owed you one for that, I paid. We are quits. The officers were looking at each other. The old man continued. 8 for my father, 8 for the boy, we are quits. I did not seek any quarrel with you. I don't know you. I don't even know where you come from. And here you are, ordering me about in my home as though it were your own. I took my revenge upon the others. I'm not sorry. And, straightening up his bent back, the old man folded his arms in the attitude of a modest hero. The Prussians talked in a low tone for a long time. One of them, a captain, who had also lost his son the previous month, was defending the poor wretch. Then the colonel arose and, approaching Father Milan, said in a low voice, "Listen, old man, there is perhaps a way of saving your life, it is to." But the man was not listening, and, his eyes fixed on the hated officer. While the wind played with the downy hair on his head, he distorted his slashed face, giving it a truly terrible expression, and, swelling out his chest, he spat, as hard as he could, right in the Prussian's face. The colonel, furious, raised his hand, and for the second time the man spat in his face. All the officers had jumped up and were shrieking orders at the same time. In less than a minute the old man, still impassive, was pushed up against the wall and shot, looking smilingly the while toward Jean, his eldest son, his daughter-in-law and his 2 grandchildren, who witnessed this scene in dumb terror. A coup d'état. Paris had just heard of the disaster at Sedan. A republic had been declared. All France was wavering on the brink of this madness, which lasted until after the Commune. From one end of the country to the other everybody was playing soldier. Capmakers became colonels, fulfilling the duties of generals, revolvers and swords were displayed around big, peaceful stomachs wrapped in flaming red belts. Little tradesmen became warriors commanding battalions of brawling volunteers, and swearing like pirates in order to give themselves some prestige. The sole fact of handling firearms crazed these people, who up to that time had only handled scales, and made them, without any reason, dangerous to all. Innocent people were shot to prove that they knew how to kill. In forests which had never seen a Prussian, stray dogs, grazing cows and browsing horses were killed. Each one thought himself called upon to play a great part in military affairs. The cafés of the smallest villages, full of uniformed tradesmen, looked like barracks or hospitals. The town of Canneval was still in ignorance of the maddening news from the army and the capital. Nevertheless, great excitement had prevailed for the last month, the opposing parties finding themselves face to face. The mayor, Viscount de Varnetot, a thin, little old man, a conservative, who had recently, from ambition, gone over to the Empire, had seen a determined opponent arise in Dr. Mozzarella, a big, full-blooded man, leader of the Republican Party of the neighborhood, a high official in the local Masonic Lodge, president of the Agricultural Society and of the Firemen's Banquet and the organizer of the rural militia which was to save the country. In 2 weeks, he had managed to gather together 63 volunteers, fathers of families, prudent farmers and town merchants, and every morning he would drill them in the square in front of the town hall. When, perchance, the mayor would come to the municipal building, Commander Mozzarella, girt with pistols, would pass proudly in front of his troop, his sword in his hand, and make all of them cry, "Long live the fatherland." And it had been noticed that this cry excited the little Viscount, who probably saw in it a menace, a threat, as well as the odious memory of the Great Revolution. On the morning of the 5th of September, the doctor, in full uniform, his revolver on the table, was giving a consultation to an old couple. A farmer who had been suffering from varicose veins for the last 7 years and had waited until his wife had them also, before he would consult the doctor, when the postman brought in the paper. Mozzarella opened it, grew pale, suddenly rose, and lifting his hands to heaven in a gesture of exaltation, began to shout at the top of his voice before the 2 frightened country folks. "Long live the Republic! Long live the Republic! Long live the Republic!" Then he fell back in his chair, weak from emotion. And as the peasant resumed, "It started with the ants, which began to run up and down my legs," Dr. Mozzarella exclaimed. "Shut up! I haven't got time to bother with your nonsense. The Republic has been proclaimed, the Emperor has been taken prisoner, France is saved. Long live the Republic. Running to the door, he howled. Celeste, quick, Celeste. The servant, affrighted, hastened in. He was trying to talk so rapidly that he could only stammer. My boots, my sword, my cartridge box, and the Spanish dagger which is on my night table. Hasten. As the persistent peasant, taking advantage of a moment's silence, continued, I seem to get big lumps which hurt me when I walk, the physician, exasperated, roared. Shut up and get out. If you had washed your feet it would not have happened. Then, grabbing him by the collar, he yelled at him. Can't you understand that we are a republic, you brass-plated idiot? But professional sentiment soon calmed him, and he pushed the bewildered couple out, saying, come back tomorrow, my friends. I haven't any time today. As he equipped himself from head to foot, he gave a series of important orders to his servant. Run over to Lieutenant Picard and to Second Lieutenant Pommel, and tell them that I am expecting them here immediately. Also send me Torchebuf with his drum. Quick! Quick! When Celeste had gone out, he sat down and thought over the situation and the difficulties which he would have to surmount. The three men arrived together in their working clothes. The commandant, who expected to see them in uniform, felt a little shocked. Don't you people know anything? The Emperor has been taken prisoner, the Republic has been proclaimed. We must act. My position is delicate, I might even say dangerous. He reflected for a few moments before his bewildered subordinates, then he continued. We must act and not hesitate, minutes count as hours in times like these. All depends on the promptness of our decision. You, Picard, go to the cure and order him to ring the alarm bell, in order to get together the people, to whom I am going to announce the news. You, Torchebuf, beat the tattoo throughout the whole neighborhood as far as the hamlets of Jersey and Saumer, in order to assemble the militia in the public square. You, Pommel, get your uniform on quickly, just the coat and cap. We are going to the town hall to demand Monsieur de Varnetot to surrender his powers to me. Do you understand? Yes. Now carry out those orders quickly. I will go over to your house with you, Pommel, since we shall act together. 5 minutes later, the commandant and his subordinates, armed to the teeth, appeared on the square, just as the little Viscount de Varnetot, his legs encased in gaiters as for a hunting party, his gun on his shoulder, was coming down the other street at double-quick time, followed by his 3 green-coated guards, their swords at their sides and their guns swung over their shoulders. While the doctor stopped, bewildered, the 4 men entered the town hall and closed the door behind them. They have outstripped us, muttered the physician, we must now wait for reinforcements. There is nothing to do for the present. Lieutenant Picard now appeared on the scene. The priest refuses to obey, he said. He has even locked himself in the church with the sexton and beadle. On the other side of the square, opposite the white, tightly closed town hall, stood the church, silent and dark, with its massive oak door studded with iron. But just as the perplexed inhabitants were sticking their heads out of the windows or coming out on their doorsteps, the drum suddenly began to be heard, and Torchebuf appeared, furiously beating the tattoo. He crossed the square running, and disappeared along the road leading to the fields. The commandant drew his sword, and advanced alone to halfway between the 2 buildings behind which the enemy had entrenched itself, and, waving his sword over his head, he roared with all his might. Long live the Republic! Death to traitors! Then he returned to his officers. The butcher, the baker and the druggist, much disturbed, were anxiously pulling down their shades and closing their shops. The grocer alone kept open. However, the militia were arriving by degrees, each man in a different uniform, but all wearing a black cap with gold braid, the cap being the principal part of the outfit. They were armed with old rusty guns, the old guns which had hung for 30 years on the kitchen wall, and they looked a good deal like an army of tramps. When he had about 30 men about him, the commandant, in a few words, outlined the situation to them. Then, turning to his staff, "Let us act," he said. The villagers were gathering together and talking the matter over. The doctor quickly decided on a plan of campaign. "Lieutenant Picard, you will advance under the windows of this town hall and summon Monsieur de Varnetot, in the name of the Republic, to hand the keys over to me." But the lieutenant, a master mason, refused. "You're smart, you are. I don't care to get killed, thank you. Those people in there shoot straight, don't you forget it. Do your errands yourself." The commandant grew very red. "I command you to go in the name of discipline." The lieutenant rebelled. "I'm not going to have my beauty spoiled without knowing why." All the notables, gathered in a group nearby, began to laugh. One of them cried, "You are right, Picard, this isn't the right time." The doctor then muttered, "Cowards!" And, leaving his sword and his revolver in the hands of a soldier, he advanced slowly, his eye fastened on the windows, expecting any minute to see a gun trained on him. When he was within a few feet of the building, the doors at both ends, leading into the two schools, opened and a flood of children ran out, boys from one side, girls from the ether, and began to play around the doctor, in the big empty square. Screeching and screaming, and making so much noise that he could not make himself heard. As soon as the last child was out of the building, the two doors closed again. Most of the youngsters finally dispersed, and the commandant called in a loud voice, "Monsieur de Varnetot." A window on the first floor opened and M. de Varnetot appeared. The commandant continued, "Monsieur, you know that great events have just taken place which have changed the entire aspect of the government. The one which you represented no longer exists. The one which I represent is taking control. Under these painful, but decisive circumstances, I come, in the name of the new Republic, to ask you to turn over to me the office which you held under the former government." M. de Varnetot answered, "Doctor, I am the mayor of Cannevel, duly appointed, and I shall remain mayor of Cannevel until I have been dismissed by a decree from my superiors. As mayor, I am in my place in the town hall, and here I stay. Anyhow, just try to get me out." He closed the window. The commandant returned to his troop. But before giving any information, eyeing Lieutenant Picard from head to foot, he exclaimed, "You're a great one, you are. You're a fine specimen of manhood. You're a disgrace to the army. I degrade you. I don't give a—" He turned away and mingled with a group of townspeople. Then the doctor hesitated. What could he do? Attack? But would his men obey orders? And then, did he have the right to do so? An idea struck him. He ran to the telegraph office, opposite the town hall, and sent off 3 telegrams. To the new Republican government in Paris. To the new prefect of the Seine-Inférieure, at Rouen. To the new Republican sub-prefect at Dieppe. He explained the situation, pointed out the danger which the town would run if it should remain in the hands of the royalist mayor. Offered his faithful services, asked for orders and signed, putting all his titles after his name. Then he returned to his battalion, and, drawing 10 francs from his pocket, he cried, "Here, my friends, go eat and drink. Only leave me a detachment of 10 men to guard against anybody's leaving the town hall." But ex-Lieutenant Picard, who had been talking with the watchmaker, heard him. He began to laugh and exclaimed, "By Jove, if they come out, it'll give you a chance to get in. Otherwise, I can see you standing out there for the rest of your life." The doctor did not reply, and he went to luncheon. In the afternoon, he disposed his men about the town as though they were in immediate danger of an ambush. Several times he passed in front of the town hall and of the church without noticing anything suspicious. The 2 buildings looked as though empty. The butcher, the baker and the druggist once more opened up their stores. Everybody was talking about the affair. If the emperor were a prisoner, there must have been some kind of treason. They did not know exactly which of the republics had returned to power. Night fell. Toward 9 o'clock, the doctor, alone, noiselessly approached the entrance of the public building, persuaded that the enemy must have gone to bed. And, as he was preparing to batter down the door with a pickaxe, the deep voice of a sentry suddenly called, "Who goes there?" And Mozzarella retreated as fast as his legs could carry him. Day broke without any change in the situation. Armed militia occupied the square. All the citizens had gathered around this troop awaiting developments. Even neighboring villagers had come to look on. Then the doctor, seeing that his reputation was at stake, resolved to put an end to the matter in one way or another. And he was about to take some measures, undoubtedly energetic ones, when the door of the telegraph station opened and the little servant of the postmistress appeared, holding in her hands 2 papers. First she went to the commandant and gave him one of the dispatches. Then she crossed the empty square, confused at seeing the eyes of everyone on her, and lowering her head and running along with little quick steps, she went and knocked softly at the door of the barricaded house, as though ignorant of the fact that those behind it were armed. The door opened wide enough to let a man's hand reach out and receive the message, and the young girl returned blushing, ready to cry at being thus stared at by the whole countryside. In a clear voice, the doctor cried, "Silence, if you please." When the populace had quieted down, he continued proudly, "Here is the communication which I have received from the government." And lifting the telegram he read, "Former mayor dismissed. Inform him immediately, more orders. Following. For the subprefect. Sapin, councillor." He was triumphant, his heart was throbbing with joy and his hands were trembling, but Picard, his former subordinate, cried to him from a neighboring group, "That's all right. But supposing the others don't come out, what good is the telegram going to do you?" Mozzarella grew pale. He had not thought of that. If the others did not come out, he would now have to take some decisive step. It was not only his right, but his duty. He looked anxiously at the town hall, hoping to see the door open and his adversary give in. The door remained closed. What could he do? The crowd was growing and closing around the militia. They were laughing. One thought especially tortured the doctor. If he attacked, he would have to march at the head of his men, and as, with him dead, all strife would cease, it was at him and him only that de Varnatot and his 3 guards would aim. And they were good shots, very good shots, as Picard had just said. But an idea struck him and, turning to Pommel, he ordered, "Run quickly to the druggist and ask him to lend me a towel and a stick." The lieutenant hastened. He would make a flag of truce, a white flag, at the sight of which the royalist heart of the mayor would perhaps rejoice. Pommel returned with the cloth and a broomstick. With some twine they completed the flag, and Mozzarella, grasping it in both hands and holding it in front of him, again advanced in the direction of the town hall. When he was opposite the door, he once more called, "Monsieur de Varnatot." The door suddenly opened and de Varnatot and his 3 guards appeared on the threshold. Instinctively the doctor stepped back. Then he bowed courteously to his enemy, and, choking with emotion, he announced, "I have come, monsieur, to make you acquainted with the orders which I have received." The nobleman, without returning the bow, answered, "I resign, monsieur, but understand that it is neither through fear of, nor obedience to, the odious government which has usurped the power." And, emphasizing every word, he declared, "I do not wish to appear, for a single day, to serve the Republic. That's all." Mozzarella, stunned, answered nothing, and de Varnatot, walking quickly, disappeared around the corner of the square, still followed by his escort. The doctor, puffed up with pride, returned to the crowd. As soon as he was near enough to make himself heard, he cried, "Hurrah! Hurrah! Victory crowns the Republic everywhere." There was no outburst of joy. The doctor continued, "We are free, you are free, independent. Be proud." The motionless villagers were looking at him without any signs of triumph shining in their eyes. He looked at them, indignant at their indifference, thinking of what he could say or do in order to make an impression to electrify this calm peasantry, to fulfill his mission as a leader. He had an inspiration and, turning to Pommel, he ordered, "Lieutenant, go get me the bust of the ex-emperor which is in the meeting room of the municipal council, and bring it here with a chair." The man presently reappeared, carrying on his right shoulder the plaster Bonaparte, and holding in his left hand a cane-seated chair. Mozzarella went towards him, took the chair, placed the white bust on it, then stepping back a few steps, he addressed it in a loud voice. "Tyrant, tyrant, you have fallen down in the mud. The dying fatherland was in its death throes under your oppression. Vengeful destiny has struck you. Defeat and shame have pursued you, you fall conquered, a prisoner of the Prussians. And from the ruins of your crumbling empire, the young and glorious republic arises, lifting from the ground your broken sword." He waited for applause. Not a sound greeted his listening ear. The peasants, nonplussed, kept silent. And the white, placid, well-groomed statue seemed to look at Mozzarella with its plaster smile, ineffaceable and sarcastic. Thus they stood, face to face, Napoleon on his chair, the physician standing 3 feet away. Anger seized the commandant. What could he do to move this crowd indefinitely to win over public opinion? He happened to carry his hand to his stomach, and he felt, under his red belt, the butt of his revolver. Not another inspiration, not another word came to his mind. Then, he drew his weapon, stepped back a few steps and shot the former monarch. The bullet made a little black hole, like a spot, in his forehead. No sensation was created. Mozzarella shot a second time and made a second hole, then a third time, then, without stopping, he shot off the 3 remaining shots. Napoleon's forehead was blown away in a white powder, but his eyes, nose and pointed mustache remained intact. Then in exasperation, the doctor kicked the chair over, and placing one foot on what remained of the bust in the position of a conqueror, he turned to the amazed public and yelled, "Thus may all traitors die." As no enthusiasm was, as yet, visible, the spectators appearing to be dumb with astonishment, the commandant cried to the militia, "You may go home now." And he himself walked rapidly, almost ran, towards his house. As soon as he appeared, the servant told him that some patients had been waiting in his office for over 3 hours. He hastened in. They were the same 2 peasants as a few days before, who had returned at daybreak, obstinate and patient. The old man immediately began his explanation. "It began with ants, which seemed to be crawling up and down my legs. Lieutenant Laur's marriage. Since the beginning of the campaign Lieutenant Laur had taken 2 cannon from the Prussians. His general had said, 'Thank you, Lieutenant,' and had given him the Cross of Honor. As he was as cautious as he was brave, wary, inventive, wily and resourceful, he was entrusted with 100 soldiers and he organized a company of scouts who saved the army on several occasions during a retreat. But the invading army entered by every frontier like a surging sea. Great waves of men arrived one after the other, scattering all around them a scum of freebooters. General Carrel's brigade, separated from its division, retreated continually, fighting each day, but remaining almost intact, thanks to the vigilance and agility of Lieutenant Laur, who seemed to be everywhere at the same moment. Baffling all the enemy's cunning, frustrating their plans, misleading their uhlans and killing their vanguards. One morning the general sent for him. "Lieutenant," said he, "here is a dispatch from General de la Serra, who will be destroyed if we do not go to his aid by sunrise tomorrow. He is at Blainville, 8 leagues from here. You will start at nightfall with 300 men, whom you will echelon along the road. I will follow you 2 hours later. Study the road carefully. I fear we may meet a division of the enemy." It had been freezing hard for a week. At 2 o'clock it began to snow, and by night the ground was covered and heavy white swirls concealed objects hard by. At 6 o'clock the detachment set out. 2 men walked alone as scouts about 3 yards ahead. Then came a platoon of 10 men commanded by the lieutenant himself. The rest followed them in 2 long columns. To the right and left of the little band, at a distance of about 300 feet on either side, some soldiers marched in pairs. The snow, which was still falling, covered them with a white powder in the darkness, and as it did not melt on their uniforms, they were hardly distinguishable in the night amid the dead whiteness of the landscape. From time to time they halted. One heard nothing but that indescribable, nameless flutter of falling snow, a sensation rather than a sound, a vague, ominous murmur. A command was given in a low tone, and when the troop resumed its march it left in its wake a sort of white phantom standing in the snow. It gradually grew fainter and finally disappeared. It was the echelons who were to lead the army. The scouts slackened their pace. Something was ahead of them. "Turn to the right," said the lieutenant, "it is the Renfie wood, the chateau is more to the left." Presently the command halt was passed along. The detachment stopped and waited for the lieutenant, who, accompanied by only 10 men, had undertaken a reconnoitering expedition to the chateau. They advanced, creeping under the trees. Suddenly they all remained motionless. Around them was a dead silence. Then, quite near them, a little clear, musical young voice was heard amid the stillness of the wood. "Father, we shall get lost in the snow. We shall never reach Blainville." A deeper voice replied. "Never fear, little daughter, I know the country as well as I know my pocket." The lieutenant said a few words and 4 men moved away silently, like shadows. All at once a woman's shrill cry was heard through the darkness. 2 prisoners were brought back, an old man and a young girl. The lieutenant questioned them, still in a low tone. "Your name?" "Pierre Bernard." "Your profession?" "Butler to Comte de Renfie." "Is this your daughter?" "Yes." "What does she do?" "She is laundress at the chateau." "Where are you going?" "We are making our escape." "Why?" 12 Uhlans passed by this evening. They shot 3 keepers and hanged the gardener. I was alarmed on account of the little one." "Whither are you bound?" "To Blainville." "Why?" "Because there is a French army there." "Do you know the way?" "Perfectly." "Well then, follow us." They rejoined the column and resumed their march across country. The old man walked in silence beside the lieutenant, his daughter walking at his side. All at once she stopped. "Father," she said, "I am so tired I cannot go any farther." And she sat down. She was shaking with cold and seemed about to lose consciousness. Her father wanted to carry her, but he was too old and too weak. "Lieutenant," said he, sobbing, "we shall only impede your march. France before all. Leave us here." The officer had given a command. Some men had started off. They came back with branches they had cut, and in a minute a litter was ready. The whole detachment had joined them by this time. "Here is a woman dying of cold," said the lieutenant. "Who will give his cape to cover her?" 200 capes were taken off. The young girl was wrapped up in these warm soldiers' capes, gently laid in the litter, and then 4 hardy shoulders lifted her up, and like an Eastern queen borne by her slaves she was placed in the center of the detachment of soldiers, who resumed their march with more energy, more courage, more cheerfulness, animated by the presence of a woman, that sovereign inspiration that has stirred the old French blood to so many deeds of valor. At the end of an hour they halted again and every one lay down in the snow. Over yonder on the level country a big, dark shadow was moving. It looked like some weird monster stretching itself out like a serpent, then suddenly coiling itself into a mass, darting forth again, then back, and then forward again without ceasing. Some whispered orders were passed around among the soldiers, and an occasional little, dry, metallic click was heard. The moving object suddenly came nearer, and 12 Uhlans were seen approaching at a gallop, one behind the other, having lost their way in the darkness. A brilliant flash suddenly revealed to them 200 men lying on the ground before them. A rapid fire was heard, which died away in the snowy silence, and all the 12 fell to the ground, their horses with them. After a long rest the march was resumed. The old man whom they had captured acted as guide. Presently a voice far off in the distance cried out, "Who goes there?" Another voice nearer by gave the countersign. They made another halt. Some conferences took place. It had stopped snowing. A cold wind was driving the clouds, and innumerable stars were sparkling in the sky behind them, gradually paling in the rosy light of dawn. A staff officer came forward to receive the detachment. But when he asked who was being carried in the litter, the form stirred. Two little hands moved aside the big blue army capes and, rosy as the dawn, with two eyes that were brighter than the stars that had just faded from sight, and a smile as radiant as the morn, a dainty face appeared. "It is I, monsieur." The soldiers, wild with delight, clapped their hands and bore the young girl in triumph into the midst of the camp that was just getting to arms. Presently General Carrel arrived on the scene. At 9 o'clock the Prussians made an attack. They beat a retreat at noon. That evening, as Lieutenant Lahr, overcome by fatigue, was sleeping on a bundle of straw, he was sent for by the general. He found the commanding officer in his tent, chatting with the old man whom they had come across during the night. As soon as he entered the tent the general took his hand, and addressing the stranger, said, "My dear Count, this is the young man of whom you were telling me just now. He is one of my best officers." He smiled, lowered his tone, and added, "The best." Then, turning to the astonished lieutenant, he presented Comte de Ronfeuquetesac. The old man took both his hands, saying, "My dear lieutenant, you have saved my daughter's life. I have only one way of thanking you. You may come in a few months to tell me, if you like her." 1 year later, on the very same day, Captain Lahr and Miss Louise Hortense Genevieve de Ronfeuquetesac were married in the Church of St. Thomas Aquinas. She brought a dowry of 6,000 francs, and was said to be the prettiest bride that had been seen that year. The horrible. The shadows of a balmy night were slowly falling. The women remained in the drawing room of the villa. The men, seated, or astride of garden chairs, were smoking outside the door of the house, around a table laden with cups and liqueur glasses. Their lighted cigars shone like eyes in the darkness, which was gradually becoming more dense. They had been talking about a frightful accident which had occurred the night before, 2 men and 3 women drowned in the river before the eyes of the guests. General de G. remarked, "Yes, these things are affecting, but they are not horrible." Horrible, that well-known word, means much more than terrible. A frightful accident like this affects, upsets, terrifies, it does not horrify. In order that we should experience horror, something more is needed than emotion, something more than the spectacle of a dreadful death. There must be a shuddering sense of mystery, or a sensation of abnormal terror, more than natural. A man who dies, even under the most tragic circumstances, does not excite horror. A field of battle is not horrible, blood is not horrible, the vilest crimes are rarely horrible. Here are 2 personal examples which have shown me what is the meaning of horror. It was during the War of 1870. We were retreating toward Pont-Audemer, after having passed through Rouen. The army, consisting of about 20,000 men, 20,000 routed men, disbanded, demoralized, exhausted, were going to disband at Havre. The earth was covered with snow. The night was falling. They had not eaten anything since the day before. They were fleeing rapidly, the Prussians not being far off. All the Norman country, somber, dotted with the shadows of the trees surrounding the farms, stretched out beneath a black, heavy, threatening sky. Nothing else could be heard in the wan twilight but the confused sound, undefined though rapid, of a marching throng, an endless tramping, mingled with the vague clink of tin bowls or swords. The men, bent, round-shouldered, dirty, in many cases even in rags, dragged themselves along, hurried through the snow, with a long, broken-backed stride. The skin of their hands froze to the butt ends of their muskets, for it was freezing hard that night. I frequently saw a little soldier take off his shoes in order to walk barefoot, as his shoes hurt his weary feet. And at every step he left a track of blood. Then, after some time, he would sit down in a field for a few minutes' rest, and he never got up again. Every man who sat down was a dead man. Should we have left behind us those poor, exhausted soldiers, who fondly counted on being able to start afresh as soon as they had somewhat refreshed their stiffened legs? But scarcely had they ceased to move, and to make their almost frozen blood circulate in their veins, then an unconquerable torpor congealed them, nailed them to the ground, closed their eyes, and paralyzed in 1 second this overworked human mechanism. And they gradually sank down, their foreheads on their knees, without, however, falling over, for their loins and their limbs became as hard and immovable as wood, impossible to bend or to stand upright. And the rest of us, more robust, kept straggling on, chilled to the marrow, advancing by a kind of inertia through the night, through the snow, through that cold and deadly country, crushed by pain, by defeat, by despair. Above all, overcome by the abominable sensation of abandonment, of the end, of death, of nothingness. I saw 2 gendarmes holding by the arm a curious-looking little man, old, beardless, of truly surprising aspect. They were looking for an officer, believing that they had caught a spy. The word spy at once spread through the midst of the stragglers, and they gathered in a group round the prisoner. A voice exclaimed, "He must be shot." And all these soldiers who were falling from utter prostration, only holding themselves on their feet by leaning on their guns, felt all of a sudden that thrill of furious and bestial anger which urges on a mob to massacre. I wanted to speak. I was at that time in command of a battalion, but they no longer recognized the authority of their commanding officers. They would even have shot me. One of the gendarmes said, "He has been following us for the 3 last days. He has been asking information from everyone about the artillery." I took it on myself to question this person. "What are you doing? What do you want? Why are you accompanying the army?" He stammered out some words in some unintelligible dialect. He was, indeed, a strange being, with narrow shoulders, a sly look, and such an agitated air in my presence that I really no longer doubted that he was a spy. He seemed very aged and feeble. He kept looking at me from under his eyes with a humble, stupid, crafty air. The men all round us exclaimed, "To the wall! To the wall!" I said to the gendarmes, "Will you be responsible for the prisoner?" I had not ceased speaking when a terrible shove threw me on my back, and in a second I saw the man seized by the furious soldiers, thrown down, struck, dragged along the side of the road, and flung against a tree. He fell in the snow, nearly dead already. And immediately they shot him. The soldiers fired at him, reloaded their guns, fired again with the desperate energy of brutes. They fought with each other to have a shot at him, filed off in front of the corpse, and kept on firing at him, as people at a funeral keep sprinkling holy water in front of a coffin. But suddenly a cry arose of the Prussians. The Prussians! And all along the horizon I heard the great noise of this panic-stricken army in full flight. A panic, the result of these shots fired at this vagabond, had filled his very executioners with terror. And, without realizing that they were themselves the originators of the scare, they fled and disappeared in the darkness. I remained alone with the corpse, except for the 2 gendarmes whose duty compelled them to stay with me. They lifted up the riddled mass of bruised and bleeding flesh. "He must be searched," I said. And I handed them a box of taper matches which I had in my pocket. One of the soldiers had another box. I was standing between the 2. The gendarme who was examining the body announced, "Clothed in a blue blouse, a white shirt, trousers, and a pair of shoes." The first match went out, we lighted a second. The man continued, as he turned out his pockets. A horn-handled pocket-knife, check handkerchief, a snuff-box, a bit of pack thread, a piece of bread. The second match went out, we lighted a third. The gendarme, after having felt the corpse for a long time, said, "That is all." I said, "Strip him. We shall perhaps find something next his skin." And in order that the 2 soldiers might help each other in this task, I stood between them to hold the lighted match. By the rapid and speedily extinguished flame of the match, I saw them take off the garments one by one, and expose to view that bleeding bundle of flesh, still warm, though lifeless. And suddenly one of them exclaimed, "Good God, General, it is a woman." I cannot describe to you the strange and poignant sensation of pain that moved my heart. I could not believe it, and I knelt down in the snow before this shapeless pulp of flesh to see for myself. It was a woman. The two gendarmes, speechless and stunned, waited for me to give my opinion on the matter. But I did not know what to think, what theory to adopt. Then the brigadier slowly drawled out. Perhaps she came to look for a son of hers in the artillery, whom she had not heard from. And the other chimed in. Perhaps, indeed, that is so. And I, who had seen some very terrible things in my time, began to cry. And I felt, in the presence of this corpse, on that icy cold night, in the midst of that gloomy plain. At the sight of this mystery, at the sight of this murdered stranger, the meaning of that word horror. I had the same sensation last year, while interrogating one of the survivors of the Flatters mission, an Algerian sharpshooter. You know the details of that atrocious drama. It is possible, however, that you are unacquainted with one of them. The colonel traveled through the desert into the Sudan, and passed through the immense territory of the Tuaregs, who, in that great ocean of sand which stretches from the Atlantic to Egypt and from the Sudan to Algeria, are a kind of pirates, resembling those who ravaged the seas in former days. The guides who accompanied the column belonged to the tribe of the Kamba, of Wargla. Now, one day we encamped in the middle of the desert, and the Arabs declared that, as the spring was still some distance away, they would go with all their camels to look for water. One man alone warned the colonel that he had been betrayed. Flatters did not believe this, and accompanied the convoy with the engineers, the doctors, and nearly all his officers. They were massacred round the spring, and all the camels were captured. The captain of the Arab intelligence department at Wargla, who had remained in the camp, took command of the survivors, Spahis and sharpshooters, and they began to retreat, leaving behind them the baggage and provisions, for want of camels to carry them. Then they started on their journey through this solitude without shade and boundless, beneath the devouring sun, which burned them from morning till night. One tribe came to tender its submission and brought dates as a tribute. The dates were poisoned. Nearly all the Frenchmen died, and, among them, the last officer. There now only remained a few Spahis with their quartermaster, Pobegin, and some native sharpshooters of the Kamba tribe. They had still 2 camels left. They disappeared one night, along with 2 Arabs. Then the survivors understood that they would be obliged to eat each other, and as soon as they discovered the flight of the 2 men with the 2 camels, those who remained separated, and proceeded to march, one by one, through the soft sand. Under the glare of a scorching sun, at a distance of more than a gunshot from each other. So they went on all day, and when they reached a spring each of them came to drink at it in turn, as soon as each solitary marcher had moved forward the number of yards arranged upon. And thus they continued marching the whole day, raising everywhere they passed, in that level, burnt-up expanse, those little columns of dust which, from a distance, indicate those who are trudging through the desert. But one morning one of the travelers suddenly turned round and approached the man behind him. And they all stopped to look. The man toward whom the famished soldier drew near did not flee, but lay flat on the ground, and took aim at the one who was coming toward him. When he believed he was within gunshot, he fired. The other was not hit, and he continued then to advance, and leveling his gun, in turn, he killed his comrade. Then from all directions the others rushed to seek their share. And he who had killed the fallen man, cutting the corpse into pieces, distributed it. And they once more placed themselves at fixed distances, these irreconcilable allies, preparing for the next murder which would bring them together. For 2 days they lived on this human flesh which they divided between them. Then, becoming famished again, he who had killed the first man began killing afresh. And again, like a butcher, he cut up the corpse and offered it to his comrades, keeping only his own portion of it. And so this retreat of cannibals continued. The last Frenchman, Pobegin, was massacred at the side of a well, the very night before the supplies arrived. Do you understand now what I mean by the horrible? This was the story told us a few nights ago by General de G. Madame Paris. I was sitting on the pier of the small port of Aubernon, near the village of Solace, looking at Antibes, bathed in the setting sun. I had never before seen anything so wonderful and so beautiful. The small town, enclosed by its massive ramparts, built by Monsieur de Vauban, extended into the open sea, in the middle of the immense Gulf of Nice. The great waves, coming in from the ocean, broke at its feet, surrounding it with a wreath of foam. And beyond the ramparts the houses climbed up the hill, one after the other, as far as the two towers, which rose up into the sky, like the peaks of an ancient helmet. And these two towers were outlined against the milky whiteness of the Alps, that enormous distant wall of snow which enclosed the entire horizon. Between the white foam at the foot of the walls and the white snow on the skyline, the little city, dazzling against the bluish background of the nearest mountain ranges, presented to the rays of the setting sun a pyramid of red-roofed houses, whose facades were also white, but so different one from another that they seemed to be of all tints. And the sky above the Alps was itself of a blue that was almost white, as if the snow had tinted it. Some silvery clouds were floating just over the pale summits, and on the other side of the Gulf Nice, lying close to the water, stretched like a white thread between the sea and the mountain. Two great sails, driven by a strong breeze, seemed to skim over the waves. I looked upon all this, astounded. This view was one of those sweet, rare, delightful things that seem to permeate you and are unforgettable, like the memory of a great happiness. One sees, thinks, suffers, is moved and loves with the eyes. He who can feel with the eye experiences the same keen, exquisite and deep pleasure in looking at men and things as the man with the delicate and sensitive ear, whose soul music overwhelms. I turned to my companion, M. Martini, a pure-blooded Southerner. This is certainly one of the rarest sights which it has been vouchsafed to me to admire. I have seen Mont Saint-Michel, that monstrous granite jewel, rise out of the sand at sunrise. I have seen, in the Sahara, Lake Rianachergi, 50 kilometers long, shining under a moon as brilliant as our sun and breathing up toward it a white cloud, like a mist of milk. I have seen, in the Lipari Islands, the weird sulfur crater of the Volcanello, a giant flower which smokes and burns, an enormous yellow flower, opening out in the midst of the sea, whose stem is a volcano. But I have seen nothing more wonderful than Antibes, standing against the Alps in the setting sun. And I know not how it is that memories of antiquity haunt me, verses of Homer come into my mind. This is a city of the ancient East, a city of the Odyssey. This is Troy, although Troy was very far from the sea. M. Martini drew the Sardi guidebook out of his pocket and read, "This city was originally a colony founded by the Phocians of Marseilles, about 340 BC. They gave it the Greek name of Antipolis, meaning counter-city, city opposite another, because it is in fact opposite to Nice, another colony from Marseilles. After the Gauls were conquered, the Romans turned Antibes into a municipal city, its inhabitants receiving the rights of Roman citizenship. We know by an epigram of Martial that at this time." I interrupted him. "I don't care what she was. I tell you that I see down there a city of the Odyssey. The coast of Asia and the coast of Europe resemble each other in their shores, and there is no city on the other coast of the Mediterranean which awakens in me the memories of the heroic age as this one does." A footstep caused me to turn my head. A woman, a large, dark woman, was walking along the road which skirts the sea in going to the Cape. "That is Madame Paris's, you know," muttered Monsieur Martini, dwelling on the final syllable. No, I did not know, but that name, mentioned carelessly, that name of the Trojan shepherd, confirmed me in my dream. However, I asked, "Who is this Madame Paris?" He seemed astonished that I did not know the story. I assured him that I did not know it, and I looked after the woman, who passed by without seeing us, dreaming, walking with steady and slow step, as doubtless the ladies of old walked. She was perhaps 35 years old and still very beautiful, though a trifle stout. And Monsieur Martini told me the following story. Mademoiselle Combelin was married, 1 year before the War of 1870, to Monsieur Paris, a government official. She was then a handsome young girl, as slender and lively as she has now become stout and sad. Unwillingly she had accepted Monsieur Paris, one of those little fat men with short legs, who trip along, with trousers that are always too large. After the war Antibes was garrisoned by a single battalion commanded by Monsieur Jean de Carmelin, a young officer decorated during the war, and who had just received his 4 stripes. As he found life exceedingly tedious in this fortress, this stuffy mole-hole enclosed by its enormous double walls, he often strolled out to the Cape, a kind of park or pine wood shaken by all the winds from the sea. There he met Madame Paris, who also came out in the summer evenings to get the fresh air under the trees. How did they come to love each other? Who knows? They met, they looked at each other, and when out of sight they doubtless thought of each other. The image of the young woman with the brown eyes, the black hair, the pale skin, this fresh, handsome southerner, who displayed her teeth and smiling, floated before the eyes of the officer as he continued his promenade, chewing his cigar instead of smoking it. And the image of the commanding officer, in his close-fitting coat, covered with gold lace, and his red trousers, and a little blonde mustache, would pass before the eyes of Madame Paris, when her husband, half-shaven and ill-clad, short-legged and big-bellied, came home to supper in the evening. As they met so often, they perhaps smiled at the next meeting, then, seeing each other again and again, they felt as if they knew each other. He certainly bowed to her. And she, surprised, bowed in return, but very, very slightly, just enough not to appear impolite. But after 2 weeks she returned his salutation from a distance, even before they were side by side. He spoke to her. Of what? Doubtless of the setting sun. They admired it together, looking for it in each other's eyes more often than on the horizon. And every evening for 2 weeks this was the commonplace and persistent pretext for a few minutes' chat. Then they ventured to take a few steps together, talking of anything that came into their minds, but their eyes were already saying to each other 1,000 more intimate things, those secret, charming things that are reflected in the gentle emotion of the glance, and that cause the heart to beat, for they are a better revelation of the soul than the spoken word. And then he would take her hand, murmuring those words which the woman divines, without seeming to hear them. And it was agreed between them that they would love each other without evidencing it by anything sensual or brutal. She would have remained indefinitely at this stage of intimacy, but he wanted more. And every day he urged her more hotly to give in to his ardent desire. She resisted, would not hear of it, seemed determined not to give way. But one evening she said to him casually, "My husband has just gone to Marseilles. He will be away 4 days." Jean de Carmelin threw himself at her feet, imploring her to open her door to him that very night at 11 o'clock. But she would not listen to him, and went home, appearing to be annoyed. The commandant was in a bad humor all the evening, and the next morning at dawn he went out on the ramparts in a rage, going from one exercise field to the other, dealing out punishment to the officers and men as one might fling stones into a crowd. On going in to breakfast he found an envelope under his napkin with these 4 words, "Tonight at 10. And he gave 100 sous without any reason to the waiter. The day seemed endless to him. He passed part of it in curling his hair and perfuming himself. As he was sitting down to the dinner table another envelope was handed to him, and in it he found the following telegram. "My love, business completed. I return this evening on the 9 o'clock train. Paris." The commandant let loose such a vehement oath that the waiter dropped the soup tureen on the floor. What should he do? He certainly wanted her, that very evening at whatever cost, and he would have her. He would resort to any means, even to arresting and imprisoning the husband. Then a mad thought struck him. Calling for paper, he wrote the following note. "Madam, he will not come back this evening, I swear it to you, and I shall be, you know where, at 10 o'clock. Fear nothing. I will answer for everything, on my honor as an officer. Jean de Carmelin." And having sent off this letter, he quietly ate his dinner. Toward 8 o'clock he sent for Captain Griboy, the second in command, and said, rolling between his fingers the crumpled telegram of Monsieur Paris. "Captain, I have just received a telegram of a very singular nature, which it is impossible for me to communicate to you. You will immediately have all the gates of the city closed and guarded, so that no one, mind me, no one, will either enter or leave before 6 in the morning. You will also have men patrol the streets, who will compel the inhabitants to retire to their houses at 9 o'clock. Anyone found outside beyond that time will be conducted to his home manu militari. If your men meet me this night, they will at once go out of my way, appearing not to know me. You understand me? Yes, Commandant. I hold you responsible for the execution of my orders, my dear Captain. Yes, Commandant. Would you like to have a glass of chartreuse? With great pleasure, Commandant. They clinked glasses, drank down the brown liquor, and Captain Griboy left the room. The train from Marseilles arrived at the station at 9 o'clock sharp, left 2 passengers on the platform and went on toward Nice. One of them, tall and thin, was Monsieur Saribi, the oil merchant, and the other, short and fat, was Monsieur Paris. Together they set out, with their valises, to reach the city 1 kilometer distant. But on arriving at the gate of the port, the guards crossed their bayonets, commanding them to retire. Frightened, surprised, cowed with astonishment, they retired to deliberate. Then, after having taken counsel one with the other, they came back cautiously to parley, giving their names. But the soldiers evidently had strict orders, for they threatened to shoot. And the 2 scared travelers ran off, throwing away their valises, which impeded their flight. Making the tour of the ramparts, they presented themselves at the gate on the route to Cannes. This likewise was closed and guarded by a menacing sentinel. Messrs. Saribi and Paris, like the prudent men they were, desisted from their efforts and went back to the station for shelter, since it was not safe to be near the fortifications after sundown. The station agent, surprised and sleepy, permitted them to stay till morning in the waiting room. And they sat there side by side, in the dark, on the green velvet sofa, too scared to think of sleeping. It was a long and weary night for them. At 6:30 in the morning they were informed that the gates were open and that people could now enter Antibes. They set out for the city, but failed to find their abandoned valises on the road. When they passed through the gates of the city, still somewhat anxious, the Commandant de Carmelin, with sly glance and mustache curled up, came himself to look at them and question them. Then he bowed to them politely, excusing himself for having caused them a bad night. But he had to carry out orders. The people of Antibes were scared to death. Some spoke of a surprise planned by the Italians, others of the landing of the Prince Imperial, and others again believed that there was an Orleanist conspiracy. The truth was suspected only later, when it became known that the battalion of the Commandant had been sent away to a distance and that Monsieur de Carmelin had been severely punished. Monsieur Martini had finished his story. Madame Paris returned, her promenade being ended. She passed gravely near me, with her eyes fixed on the Alps, whose summits now gleamed rosy in the last rays of the setting sun. I longed to speak to her, this poor, sad woman, who would ever be thinking of that night of love, now long past. And of the bold man who for the sake of a kiss from her had dared to put a city into a state of siege and to compromise his whole future. And today he had probably forgotten her, if he did not relate this audacious, comical and tender farce to his comrades over their cups. Had she seen him again? Did she still love him? And I thought, here is an instance of modern love, grotesque and yet heroic. The Homer who should sing of this new Helen and the adventure of her Menelaus must be gifted with the soul of a Paul de Kock. And yet the hero of this deserted woman was brave, daring, handsome, strong as Achilles and more cunning than Ulysses. Mademoiselle Fifi. Major Graf von Farlsberg, the Prussian commandant, was reading his newspaper as he lay back in a great easy chair, with his booted feet on the beautiful marble mantelpiece where his spurs had made 2 holes, which had grown deeper every day during the 3 months that he had been in the chateau of Youville. A cup of coffee was smoking on a small inlaid table, which was stained with liqueur, burned by cigars, notched by the penknife of the victorious officer, who occasionally would stop while sharpening a pencil to jot down figures, or to make a drawing on it, just as it took his fancy. When he had read his letters and the German newspapers, which his orderly had brought him, he got up, and after throwing 3 or 4 enormous pieces of green wood on the fire, for these gentlemen were gradually cutting down the park in order to keep themselves warm, he went to the window. The rain was descending in torrents, a regular Normandy rain, which looked as if it were being poured out by some furious person, a slanting rain, opaque as a curtain, which formed a kind of wall with diagonal stripes, and which deluged everything. A rain such as one frequently experiences in the neighborhood of Rouen, which is the watering pot of France. For a long time the officer looked at the sodden turf and at the swollen Anelle beyond it, which was overflowing its banks. He was drumming a waltz with his fingers on the window panes, when a noise made him turn round. It was his second in command, Captain Baron van Kelweinstein. The major was a giant, with broad shoulders and a long, fan-like beard, which hung down like a curtain to his chest. His whole solemn person suggested the idea of a military peacock, a peacock who was carrying his tail spread out on his breast. He had cold, gentle blue eyes, and a scar from a sword cut, which he had received in the war with Austria. He was said to be an honorable man, as well as a brave officer. The captain, a short, red-faced man, was tightly belted in at the waist, his red hair was cropped quite close to his head, and in certain lights he almost looked as if he had been rubbed over with phosphorus. He had lost 2 front teeth one night, though he could not quite remember how, and this sometimes made him speak unintelligibly, and he had a bald patch on top of his head surrounded by a fringe of curly, bright golden hair, which made him look like a monk. The commandant shook hands with him and drank his cup of coffee, the 6th that morning, while he listened to his subordinate's report of what had occurred, and then they both went to the window and declared that it was a very unpleasant outlook. The major, who was a quiet man, with a wife at home, could accommodate himself to everything. But the captain, who led a fast life, who was in the habit of frequenting low resorts, and enjoying women's society, was angry at having to be shut up for 3 months in that wretched hole. There was a knock at the door, and when the commandant said, "Come in," one of the orderlies appeared, and by his mere presence announced that breakfast was ready. In the dining room they met 3 other officers of lower rank, a lieutenant, Otto von Grossling, and 2 sub-lieutenants, Fritz Schönberg and Baron von Erich, a very short, fair-haired man, who was proud and brutal toward men, harsh toward prisoners, and as explosive as gunpowder. Since he had been in France his comrades had called him nothing but Mademoiselle Fifi. They had given him that nickname on account of his dandified style and small waist, which looked as if he wore corsets. Of his pale face, on which his budding mustache scarcely showed, and on account of the habit he had acquired of employing the French expression, fi donc, which he pronounced with a slight whistle when he wished to express his sovereign contempt for persons or things. The dining room of the chateau was a magnificent long room, whose fine old mirrors, that were cracked by pistol bullets, and whose Flemish tapestry, which was cut to ribbons, and hanging in rags in places from sword cuts, told too well what Mademoiselle Fifi's occupation was during his spare time. There were 3 family portraits on the walls, a steel-clad knight, a cardinal, and a judge, who were all smoking long porcelain pipes, which had been inserted into holes in the canvas, while a lady in a long, pointed waist proudly exhibited a pair of enormous mustaches, drawn with charcoal. The officers ate their breakfast almost in silence in that mutilated room, which looked dull in the rain and melancholy in its dilapidated condition, although its old oak floor had become as solid as the stone floor of an inn. When they had finished eating and were smoking and drinking, they began, as usual, to berate the dull life they were leading. The bottles of brandy and of liqueur passed from hand to hand, and all sat back in their chairs and took repeated sips from their glasses, scarcely removing from their mouths the long, curved stems, which terminated in china bowls, painted in a manner to delight a Hottentot. As soon as their glasses were empty they filled them again, with a gesture of resigned weariness, but Mademoiselle Fifi emptied his every minute, and a soldier immediately gave him another. They were enveloped in a cloud of strong tobacco smoke, and seemed to be sunk in a state of drowsy, stupid intoxication, that condition of stupid intoxication of men who have nothing to do, when suddenly the Baron sat up and said, "Heavens! This cannot go on, we must think of something to do." And on hearing this, Lieutenant Otto and Sub-Lieutenant Fritz, who preeminently possessed the serious, heavy German countenance, said, "What, Captain?" He thought for a few moments and then replied, "What? Why, we must get up some entertainment, if the commandant will allow us." "What sort of an entertainment, Captain?" the Major asked, taking his pipe out of his mouth. "I will arrange all that, Commandant," the Baron said. "I will send Le Devoir to Rouen, and he will bring back some ladies. I know where they can be found. We will have supper here, as all the materials are at hand, and at least, we shall have a jolly evening." Graf von Farlsberg shrugged his shoulders with a smile. "You must surely be mad, my friend." But all the other officers had risen and surrounded their chief, saying, "Let the captain have his way, Commandant, it is terribly dull here." And the Major ended by yielding. "Very well," he replied, and the Baron immediately sent for Le Devoir. He was an old non-commissioned officer, who had never been seen to smile, but who carried out all the orders of his superiors to the letter, no matter what they might be. He stood there, with an impassive face, while he received the Baron's instructions, and then went out, and 5 minutes later a large military wagon, covered with tarpaulin, galloped off as fast as 4 horses could draw it in the pouring rain. The officers all seemed to awaken from their lethargy, their looks brightened, and they began to talk. Although it was raining as hard as ever, the Major declared that it was not so dark, and Lieutenant von Grossling said with conviction that the sky was clearing up, while Mademoiselle Fifi did not seem to be able to keep still. He got up and sat down again, and his bright eyes seemed to be looking for something to destroy. Suddenly, looking at the lady with the mustaches, the young fellow pulled out his revolver and said, "You shall not see it." And without leaving his seat he aimed, and with 2 successive bullets cut out both the eyes of the portrait. "Let us make a mine," he then exclaimed, and the conversation was suddenly interrupted, as if they had found some fresh and powerful subject of interest. The mine was his invention, his method of destruction, and his favorite amusement. When he left the chateau, the lawful owner, Comte Fernand d'Amois d'Youville, had not had time to carry away or to hide anything except the plate, which had been stowed away in a hole made in one of the walls. As he was very rich and had good taste, the large drawing room, which opened into the dining room, looked like a gallery in a museum, before his precipitate flight. Expensive oil paintings, watercolors and drawings hung against the walls, while on the tables, on the hanging shelves and in elegant glass cupboards there were 1,000 ornaments, small vases, statuettes, groups of Dresden china and grotesque Chinese figures, old ivory and Venetian glass, which filled the large room with their costly and fantastic array. Scarcely anything was left now. Not that the things had been stolen, for the Major would not have allowed that, but Mademoiselle Fifi would every now and then have a mine, and on those occasions all the officers thoroughly enjoyed themselves for 5 minutes. The little Marquis went into the drawing-room to get what he wanted, and he brought back a small, delicate china teapot, which he filled with gunpowder, and carefully introduced a piece of punk through the spout. This he lighted and took his infernal machine into the next room, but he came back immediately and shut the door. The Germans all stood expectant, their faces full of childish, smiling curiosity, and as soon as the explosion had shaken the chateau, they all rushed in at once. Mademoiselle Fifi, who got in first, clapped his hands in delight at the sight of a terracotta Venus, whose head had been blown off, and each picked up pieces of porcelain and wondered at the strange shape of the fragments. While the Major was looking with a paternal eye at the large drawing-room, which had been wrecked after the fashion of a Nero, and was strewn with the fragments of works of art. He went out first and said with a smile, "That was a great success this time." But there was such a cloud of smoke in the dining-room, mingled with the tobacco smoke, that they could not breathe, so the Commandant opened the window, and all the officers, who had returned for a last glass of cognac, went up to it. The moist air blew into the room, bringing with it a sort of powdery spray, which sprinkled their beards. They looked at the tall trees which were dripping with rain, at the broad valley which was covered with mist, and at the church spire in the distance, which rose up like a grey point in the beating rain. The bells had not rung since their arrival. That was the only resistance which the invaders had met with in the neighborhood. The parish priest had not refused to take in and to feed the Prussian soldiers. He had several times even drunk a bottle of beer or claret with the hostile commandant, who often employed him as a benevolent intermediary, but it was no use to ask him for a single stroke of the bells. He would sooner have allowed himself to be shot. That was his way of protesting against the invasion, a peaceful and silent protest, the only one, he said, which was suitable to a priest, who was a man of mildness, and not of blood. And every one, for 25 miles round, praised Abbé Chantevoin's firmness and heroism in venturing to proclaim the public mourning by the obstinate silence of his church bells. The whole village, enthusiastic at his resistance, was ready to back up their pastor and to risk anything, for they looked upon that silent protest as the safeguard of the national honor. It seemed to the peasants that thus they deserved better of their country than Belfort and Strasbourg, that they had set an equally valuable example, and that the name of their little village would become immortalized by that. But, with that exception, they refused their Prussian conquerors nothing. The commandant and his officers laughed among themselves at this inoffensive courage, and as the people in the whole country round showed themselves obliging and compliant toward them, they willingly tolerated their silent patriotism. Little Baron Wilhelm alone would have liked to have forced them to ring the bells. He was very angry at his superior's politic compliance with the priest's scruples, and every day begged the commandant to allow him to sound ding-dong, just once, only just once, just by way of a joke. And he asked it in the coaxing, tender voice of some loved woman who was bent on obtaining her wish, but the commandant would not yield, and to console himself, Mademoiselle Fifi made a mine in the Château d'Youville. The 5 men stood there together for 5 minutes, breathing in the moist air, and at last Lieutenant Fritz said with a laugh, "The ladies will certainly not have fine weather for their drive." Then they separated, each to his duty, while the captain had plenty to do in arranging for the dinner. When they met again toward evening they began to laugh at seeing each other as spick and span and smart as on the day of a grand review. The commandant's hair did not look so grey as it was in the morning, and the captain had shaved, leaving only his mustache, which made him look as if he had a streak of fire under his nose. In spite of the rain, they left the window open, and one of them went to listen from time to time, and at 6:15 the Baron said he heard a rumbling in the distance. They all rushed down, and presently the wagon drove up at a gallop with its 4 horses steaming and blowing, and splashed with mud to their girths. 5 women dismounted, 5 handsome girls whom a comrade of the captain, to whom Louis Devoir had presented his card, had selected with care. They had not required much pressing, as they had got to know the Prussians in the 3 months during which they had had to do with them, and so they resigned themselves to the men as they did to the state of affairs. They went at once into the dining room, which looked still more dismal in its dilapidated condition when it was lighted up. While the table covered with choice dishes, the beautiful china and glass, and the plate, which had been found in the hole in the wall where its owner had hidden it, gave it the appearance of a bandit's inn, where they were supping after committing a robbery in the place. The captain was radiant, and put his arm round the women as if he were familiar with them. And when the 3 young men wanted to appropriate one each, he opposed them authoritatively, reserving to himself the right to apportion them justly, according to their several ranks, so as not to offend the higher powers. Therefore, to avoid all discussion, jarring, and suspicion of partiality, he placed them all in a row according to height, and addressing the tallest, he said in a voice of command, "What is your name?" "Pamela," she replied, raising her voice. And then he said, "Number 1, called Pamela, is adjudged to the commandant." Then, having kissed blonde Ina, the second, as a sign of proprietorship, he proffered stout Amanda to Lieutenant Otto, Eva, the tomato, to Sub-Lieutenant Fritz, and Rachel, the shortest of them all, a very young, dark girl, with eyes as black as ink, a Jewess, whose snub nose proved the rule which allots hooked noses to all her race, to the youngest officer, frail Count Wilhelm Dietrich. They were all pretty and plump, without any distinctive features, and all had a similarity of complexion and figure. The 3 young men wished to carry off their prizes immediately, under the pretext that they might wish to freshen their toilets. But the captain wisely opposed this, for he said they were quite fit to sit down to dinner, and his experience in such matters carried the day. There were only many kisses, expectant kisses. Suddenly Rachel choked, and began to cough until the tears came into her eyes, while smoke came through her nostrils. Under pretense of kissing her, the Count had blown a whiff of tobacco into her mouth. She did not fly into a rage and did not say a word, but she looked at her tormentor with latent hatred in her dark eyes. They sat down to dinner. The commandant seemed delighted. He made Pamela sit on his right and Blondina on his left, and said, as he unfolded his table napkin, "That was a delightful idea of yours, Captain." Lieutenants Otto and Fritz, who were as polite as if they had been with fashionable ladies, rather intimidated their guests, but Baron von Kellweinstein beamed, made obscene remarks and seemed on fire with his crown of red hair. He paid the women compliments in French of the Rhine, and sputtered out gallant remarks, only fit for a low pothouse, from between his two broken teeth. They did not understand him, however, and their intelligence did not seem to be awakened until he uttered foul words and broad expressions, which were mangled by his accent. Then they all began to laugh at once like crazy women and fell against each other, repeating the words, which the Baron then began to say all wrong, in order that he might have the pleasure of hearing them say dirty things. They gave him as much of that stuff as he wanted, for they were drunk after the first bottle of wine, and resuming their usual habits and manners, they kissed the officers to right and left of them, pinched their arms, uttered wild cries, drank out of every glass and sang French couplets and bits of German songs which they had picked up in their daily intercourse with the enemy. Soon the men themselves became very unrestrained, shouted and broke the plates and dishes, while the soldiers behind them waited on them stolidly. The commandant was the only one who kept any restraint upon himself. Mademoiselle Fifi had taken Rachel on his knee, and, getting excited, at one moment he kissed the little black curls on her neck and at another he pinched her furiously and made her scream, for he was seized by a species of ferocity, and tormented by his desire to hurt her. He often held her close to him and pressed a long kiss on the Jewess' rosy mouth until she lost her breath, and at last he bit her until a stream of blood ran down her chin and onto her bodice. For the second time she looked him full in the face, and as she bathed the wound, she said, "You will have to pay for that." But he merely laughed a hard laugh and said, "I will pay." At dessert champagne was served, and the commandant rose, and in the same voice in which he would have drunk to the health of the Empress Augusta, he drank, "To our ladies." And a series of toasts began, toasts worthy of the lowest soldiers and of drunkards, mingled with obscene jokes, which were made still more brutal by their ignorance of the language. They got up, one after the other, trying to say something witty, forcing themselves to be funny, and the women, who were so drunk that they almost fell off their chairs, with vacant looks and clammy tongues applauded madly each time. The captain, who no doubt wished to impart an appearance of gallantry to the orgy, raised his glass again and said, "To our victories over hearts." And, thereupon Lieutenant Otto, who was a species of bear from the Black Forest, jumped up, inflamed and saturated with drink, and suddenly seized by an access of alcoholic patriotism, he cried, "To our victories over France." Drunk as they were, the women were silent, but Rachel turned round, trembling, and said, "See here, I know some Frenchmen in whose presence you would not dare say that." But the little count, still holding her on his knee, began to laugh, for the wine had made him very merry, and said, "Ha! Ha! Ha! I have never met any of them myself. As soon as we show ourselves, they run away." The girl, who was in a terrible rage, shouted into his face, "You are lying, you dirty scoundrel." For a moment he looked at her steadily with his bright eyes upon her, as he had looked at the portrait before he destroyed it with bullets from his revolver, and then he began to laugh. "Ah. Yes, talk about them, my dear. Should we be here now, if they were brave?" And, getting excited, he exclaimed, "We are the masters. France belongs to us." She made one spring from his knee and threw herself into her chair, while he arose, held out his glass over the table and repeated, "France and the French, the woods, the fields, and the houses of France belong to us." The others, who were quite drunk, and who were suddenly seized by military enthusiasm, the enthusiasm of brutes, seized their glasses, and shouting, "Long live Prussia," they emptied them at a draught. The girls did not protest, for they were reduced to silence and were afraid. Even Rachel did not say a word, as she had no reply to make. Then the little Marquis put his champagne glass, which had just been refilled, on the head of the Jewess and exclaimed, "All the women in France belong to us also." At that she got up so quickly that the glass upset, spilling the amber-colored wine on her black hair as if to baptize her, and broke into 100 fragments, as it fell to the floor. Her lips trembling, she defied the looks of the officer, who was still laughing, and stammered out in a voice choked with rage. That is not true, for you shall not have the women of France." He sat down again so as to laugh at his ease. And, trying to speak with the Parisian accent, he said, "She is good, very good." "Then why did you come here, my dear?" She was thunderstruck and made no reply for a moment, for in her agitation she did not understand him at first, but as soon as she grasped his meaning she said to him indignantly and vehemently, I am not a woman, I am only a strumpet, and that is all that Prussians want." Almost before she had finished, he slapped her full in the face. But as he was raising his hand again, as if to strike her, she seized a small dessert knife with a silver blade from the table and, almost mad with rage, stabbed him right in the hollow of his neck. Something that he was going to say was cut short in his throat, and he sat there with his mouth half open and a terrible look in his eyes. All the officers shouted in horror and leaped up tumultuously. But, throwing her chair between the legs of Lieutenant Otto, who fell down at full length, she ran to the window, opened it before they could seize her and jumped out into the night and the pouring rain. In 2 minutes Mademoiselle Fifi was dead, and Fritz and Otto drew their swords and wanted to kill the women, who threw themselves at their feet and clung to their knees. With some difficulty the major stopped the slaughter and had the 4 terrified girls locked up in a room under the care of 2 soldiers, and then he organized the pursuit of the fugitive as carefully as if he were about to engage in a skirmish. Feeling quite sure that she would be caught. The table, which had been cleared immediately, now served as a bed on which to lay out the lieutenant, and the 4 officers stood at the windows, rigid and sobered with the stern faces of soldiers on duty, and tried to pierce through the darkness of the night amid the steady torrent of rain. Suddenly a shot was heard and then another, a long way off, and for 4 hours they heard from time to time near or distant reports and rallying cries, strange words of challenge, uttered in guttural voices. In the morning they all returned. 2 soldiers had been killed and 3 others wounded by their comrades in the ardor of that chase and in the confusion of that nocturnal pursuit, but they had not caught Rachel. Then the inhabitants of the district were terrorized, the houses were turned topsy-turvy, the country was scoured and beaten up, over and over again, but the Jewess did not seem to have left a single trace of her passage behind her. When the general was told of it he gave orders to hush up the affair, so as not to set a bad example to the army, but he severely censured the commandant, who in turn punished his inferiors. The general had said, "One does not go to war in order to amuse one's self and to caress prostitutes." Graf von Farlsberg, in his exasperation, made up his mind to have his revenge on the district, but as he required a pretext for showing severity, he sent for the priest and ordered him to have the bell tolled at the funeral of Baron von Erich. Contrary to all expectation, the priest showed himself humble and most respectful, and when Mademoiselle Fifi's body left the Château d'Youville on its way to the cemetery, carried by soldiers, proceeded. Surrounded and followed by soldiers who marched with loaded rifles, for the first time the bell sounded its funeral knell in a lively manner, as if a friendly hand were caressing it. At night it rang again, and the next day, and every day, it rang as much as anyone could desire. Sometimes even it would start at night and sound gently through the darkness, seized with a strange joy, awakened one could not tell why. All the peasants in the neighborhood declared that it was bewitched, and nobody except the priest and the sacristan would now go near the church tower. And they went because a poor girl was living there in grief and solitude and provided for secretly by those 2 men. She remained there until the German troops departed, and then one evening the priest borrowed the baker's cart and himself drove his prisoner to Rouen. When they got there he embraced her, and she quickly went back on foot to the establishment from which she had come, where the proprietress, who thought that she was dead, was very glad to see her. A short time afterward a patriot who had no prejudices, and who liked her because of her bold deed, and who afterward loved her for herself, married her and made her a lady quite as good as many others. A duel. The war was over. The Germans occupied France. The whole country was pulsating like a conquered wrestler beneath the knee of his victorious opponent. The first trains from Paris, distracted, starving, despairing Paris, were making their way to the new frontiers, slowly passing through the country districts and the villages. The passengers gazed through the windows at the ravaged fields and burned hamlets. Prussian soldiers, in their black helmets with brass spikes, were smoking their pipes astride their chairs in front of the houses which were still left standing. Others were working or talking just as if they were members of the families. As you passed through the different towns you saw entire regiments drilling in the squares, and, in spite of the rumble of the carriage wheels, you could every moment hear the hoarse words of command. M. Dubuis, who during the entire siege had served as one of the National Guard in Paris, was going to join his wife and daughter, whom he had prudently sent away to Switzerland before the invasion. Famine and hardship had not diminished his big paunch so characteristic of the rich, peace-loving merchant. He had gone through the terrible events of the past year with sorrowful resignation and bitter complaints at the savagery of men. Now that he was journeying to the frontier at the close of the war, he saw the Prussians for the first time, although he had done his duty on the ramparts and mounted guard on many a cold night. He stared with mingled fear and anger at those bearded armed men, installed all over French soil as if they were at home, and he felt in his soul a kind of fever of impotent patriotism. At the same time also the great need of that new instinct of prudence which since then has never left us. In the same railway carriage were two Englishmen, who had come to the country as sightseers and were gazing about them with looks of quiet curiosity. They were both also stout, and kept chatting in their own language, sometimes referring to their guidebook, and reading aloud the names of the places indicated. Suddenly the train stopped at a little village station, and a Prussian officer jumped up with a great clatter of his saber on the double footboard of the railway carriage. He was tall, wore a tight-fitting uniform, and had whiskers up to his eyes. His red hair seemed to be on fire, and his long mustache, of a paler hue, stuck out on both sides of his face, which it seemed to cut in two. The Englishman at once began staring at him, with smiles of newly awakened interest, while M. Dubuis made a show of reading a newspaper. He sat concealed in his corner like a thief in presence of a gendarme. The train started again. The Englishman went on chatting and looking out for the exact scene of different battles. And all of a sudden, as one of them stretched out his arm toward the horizon as he pointed out a village, the Prussian officer remarked in French, extending his long legs and lolling backward, "I killed a dozen Frenchmen in that village and took more than 100 prisoners." The Englishman, quite interested, immediately asked, "Ha! And what is the name of this village?" The Prussian replied, "Farsburg." He added, "We caught those French scoundrels by the ears." And he glanced toward M. Dubuis, laughing conceitedly into his mustache. The train rolled on, still passing through hamlets occupied by the victorious army. German soldiers could be seen along the roads, on the edges of fields, standing in front of gates or chatting outside cafes. They covered the soil like African locusts. The officer said, with a wave of his hand, "If I had been in command, I'd have taken Paris, burned everything, killed everybody. No more France." The Englishman, through politeness, replied simply, "Ah. Yes." He went on, "In 20 years all Europe, all of it, will belong to us. Prussia is more than a match for all of them." The Englishman, getting uneasy, no longer replied. Their faces, which had become impassive, seemed made of wax behind their long whiskers. Then the Prussian officer began to laugh. And still, lolling back, he began to sneer. He sneered at the downfall of France, insulted the prostrate enemy. He sneered at Austria, which had been recently conquered. He sneered at the valiant but fruitless defense of the departments. He sneered at the Guard Mobile and at the useless artillery. He announced that Bismarck was going to build a city of iron with the captured cannon. And suddenly he placed his boots against the thigh of M. Dubuis, who turned away his eyes, reddening to the roots of his hair. The Englishmen seemed to have become indifferent to all that was going on, as if they were suddenly shut up in their own island, far from the din of the world. The officer took out his pipe and, looking fixedly at the Frenchman, said, "You haven't any tobacco, have you?" Dubious replied, "No, monsieur." The German resumed, "You might go and buy some for me when the train stops." And he began laughing afresh as he added, "I'll give you the price of a drink." The train whistled and slackened its pace. They passed a station that had been burned down, and then they stopped altogether. The German opened the carriage door and, catching Dubious by the arm, said, "Go and do what I told you, quick, quick." A Prussian detachment occupied the station. Other soldiers were standing behind wooden gratings, looking on. The engine was getting up steam before starting off again. Then Dubious hurriedly jumped on the platform and, in spite of the warnings of the station master, dashed into the adjoining compartment. He was alone. He tore open his waistcoat, his heart was beating so rapidly, and, gasping for breath, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead. The train drew up at another station. And suddenly the officer appeared at the carriage door and jumped in, followed close behind by the two Englishmen, who were impelled by curiosity. The German sat facing the Frenchman and, laughing still, said, "You did not want to do what I asked you?" Dubious replied, "No, monsieur." The train had just left the station. The officer said, "I'll cut off your mustache to fill my pipe with." And he put out his hand toward the Frenchman's face. The Englishmen stared at them, retaining their previous impassive manner. The German had already pulled out a few hairs, and was still tugging at the mustache, when Dubious, with a backstroke of his hand, flung aside the officer's arm and, seizing him by the collar, threw him down on the seat. Then, excited to a pitch of fury, his temples swollen and his eyes glaring, he kept throttling the officer with one hand, while with the other clenched he began to strike him violent blows in the face. The Prussian struggled, tried to draw his sword, to clinch with his adversary, who was on top of him. But Dubious crushed him with his enormous weight and kept punching him without taking breath or knowing where his blows fell. Blood flowed down the face of the German, who, choking and with a rattling in his throat, spat out his broken teeth and vainly strove to shake off this infuriated man who was killing him. The Englishmen had got on their feet and came closer in order to see better. They remained standing, full of mirth and curiosity, ready to bet for or against either combatant. Suddenly Dubious, exhausted by his violent efforts, rose and resumed his seat without uttering a word. The Prussian did not attack him, for the savage assault had terrified and astonished the officer as well as causing him suffering. When he was able to breathe freely, he said, "Unless you give me satisfaction with pistols, I will kill you." Dubious replied, "Whenever you like." "I'm quite ready." The German said, "Here is the town of Strasbourg. I'll get 2 officers to be my seconds, and there will be time before the train leaves the station." Dubious, who was puffing as hard as the engine, said to the Englishman, "Will you be my seconds?" They both answered together, "Oh, yes." And the train stopped. In a minute the Prussian had found 2 comrades, who brought pistols, and they made their way toward the ramparts. The Englishmen were continually looking at their watches, shuffling their feet and hurrying on with the preparations, uneasy lest they should be too late for the train. Dubious had never fired a pistol in his life. They made him stand 20 paces away from his enemy. He was asked, "Are you ready?" While he was answering, "Yes, monsieur," he noticed that one of the Englishmen had opened his umbrella in order to keep off the rays of the sun. A voice gave the signal. "Fire." Dubious fired at random without delay, and he was amazed to see the Prussian opposite him stagger, lift up his arms and fall forward, dead. He had killed the officer. One of the Englishmen exclaimed, "Ah!" He was quivering with delight, with satisfied curiosity and joyous impatience. The other, who still kept his watch in his hand, seized M. Dubuis' arm and hurried him in double-quick time toward the station, his fellow countrymen marking time as he ran beside them, with closed fists, his elbows at his sides, 1, 2, 1, 2. And all three, running abreast rapidly, made their way to the station like three grotesque figures in a comic newspaper. The train was on the point of starting. They sprang into their carriage. Then the Englishmen, taking off their traveling caps, waved them 3 times over their heads, exclaiming, "Hip! Hip! Hip! Hurrah!" And gravely, one after the other, they extended their right hands to M. Dubuis and then went back and sat down in their own corner. Original Short Stories, Volume 2. Guy de Maupassant. Original Short Stories. Translated by Albert M. C. McMaster, B.A. A. E. Henderson, B.A. Emily Quesada and others. Volume 2. The Colonel's Ideas. "Upon my word," said Colonel Laporte, "although I am old and gouty, my legs as stiff as 2 pieces of wood, yet if a pretty woman were to tell me to go through the eye of a needle, I believe I should take a jump at it. Like a clown through a hoop. I shall die like that, it is in the blood. I am an old beau, one of the old school, and the sight of a woman, a pretty woman, stirs me to the tips of my toes. There. We are all very much alike in France in this respect. We still remain knights, knights of love and fortune, since God has been abolished whose bodyguard we really were. But nobody can ever get woman out of our hearts. There she is, and there she will remain, and we love her, and shall continue to love her, and go on committing all kinds of follies on her account as long as there is a France on the map of Europe. And even if France were to be wiped off the map, there would always be Frenchmen left. When I am in the presence of a woman, of a pretty woman, I feel capable of anything. By Jove! When I feel her looks penetrating me, her confounded looks which set your blood on fire, I should like to do I don't know what. To fight a duel, to have a row, to smash the furniture, in order to show that I am the strongest, the bravest, the most daring and the most devoted of men. But I am not the only one, certainly not, the whole French army is like me, I swear to you. From the common soldier to the general, we all start out, from the van to the rear guard, when there is a woman in the case, a pretty woman. Do you remember what Joan of Arc made us do formerly? Come. I will make a bet that if a pretty woman had taken command of the army on the eve of Sedan, when Marshal MacMahon was wounded, we should have broken through the Prussian lines, by Jove, and had a drink out of their guns. It was not a Trochu, but a Saint Genevieve, who was needed in Paris, and I remember a little anecdote of the war which proves that we are capable of everything in presence of a woman. I was a captain, a simple captain, at the time, and I was in command of a detachment of scouts, who were retreating through a district which swarmed with Prussians. We were surrounded, pursued, tired out and half dead with fatigue and hunger, but we were bound to reach Bar-sur-Seine before the morrow, otherwise we should be shot, cut down, massacred. I do not know how we managed to escape so far. However, we had 10 leagues to go during the night, 10 leagues through the night, 10 leagues through the snow, and with empty stomachs, and I thought to myself, it is all over, my poor devils of fellows will never be able to do it. We had eaten nothing since the day before, and the whole day long we remained hidden in a barn, huddled close together, so as not to feel the cold so much, unable to speak or even move, and sleeping by fits and starts, as one does when worn out with fatigue. It was dark by 5 o'clock, that wan darkness of the snow, and I shook my men. Some of them would not get up, they were almost incapable of moving or of standing upright, their joints were stiff from cold and hunger. Before us there was a large expanse of flat, bare country. The snow was still falling like a curtain, in large, white flakes, which concealed everything under a thick, frozen coverlet, a coverlet of frozen wool. One might have thought that it was the end of the world. Come, my lads, let us start. They looked at the thick white flakes that were coming down, and they seemed to think, we have had enough of this, we may just as well die here. Then I took out my revolver and said, I will shoot the first man who flinches. And so they set off, but very slowly, like men whose legs were of very little use to them, and I sent 4 of them 300 yards ahead to scout, and the others followed pell-mell, walking at random and without any order. I put the strongest in the rear, with orders to quicken the pace of the sluggards with the points of their bayonets in the back. The snow seemed as if it were going to bury us alive. It powdered our kepis and cloaks without melting and made phantoms of us, a kind of specters of dead, weary soldiers. I said to myself, we shall never get out of this except by a miracle. Sometimes we had to stop for a few minutes, on account of those who could not follow us, and then we heard nothing except the falling snow, that vague, almost undiscernible sound made by the falling flakes. Some of the men shook themselves, others did not move, and so I gave the order to set off again. They shouldered their rifles, and with weary feet we resumed our march, when suddenly the scouts fell back. Something had alarmed them. They had heard voices in front of them. I sent forward 6 men and a sergeant and waited. All at once a shrill cry, a woman's cry, pierced through the heavy silence of the snow, and in a few minutes they brought back 2 prisoners, an old man and a girl, whom I questioned in a low voice. They were escaping from the Prussians, who had occupied their house during the evening and had got drunk. The father was alarmed on his daughter's account, and, without even telling their servants, they had made their escape in the darkness. I saw immediately that they belonged to the better class. I invited them to accompany us, and we started off again, the old man who knew the road acting as our guide. It had ceased snowing, the stars appeared and the cold became intense. The girl, who was leaning on her father's arm, walked unsteadily as though in pain, and several times she murmured, "I have no feeling at all in my feet." And I suffered more than she did to see that poor little woman dragging herself like that through the snow. But suddenly she stopped and said, "Father, I am so tired that I cannot go any further." The old man wanted to carry her, but he could not even lift her up, and she sank to the ground with a deep sigh. We all gathered round her, and, as for me, I stamped my foot in perplexity, not knowing what to do, and being unwilling to abandon that man and girl like that, when suddenly one of the soldiers, a Parisian whom they had nicknamed Pratique, said, "Come, comrades, we must carry the young lady, otherwise we shall not show ourselves Frenchmen, confound it." I really believe that I swore with pleasure. "That is very good of you, my children," I said, "and I will take my share of the burden." We could indistinctly see, through the darkness, the trees of a little wood on the left. Several of the men went into it, and soon came back with a bundle of branches made into a litter. "Who will lend his cape?" "It is for a pretty girl, comrades," Pratique said, and 10 cloaks were thrown to him. In a moment the girl was lying, warm and comfortable, among them, and was raised upon 6 shoulders. I placed myself at their head, on the right, well pleased with my position. We started off much more briskly, as if we had had a drink of wine, and I even heard some jokes. A woman is quite enough to electrify Frenchmen, you see. The soldiers, who had become cheerful and warm, had almost reformed their ranks, and an old franc-tireur who was following the litter, waiting for his turn to replace the first of his comrades who might give out, said to one of his neighbors, loud enough for me to hear, "I am not a young man now, but by dash, there is nothing like the women to put courage into you." We went on, almost without stopping, until 3 o'clock in the morning, when suddenly our scouts fell back once more, and soon the whole detachment showed nothing but a vague shadow on the ground, as the men lay on the snow. I gave my orders in a low voice, and heard the harsh, metallic sound of the cocking of rifles. For there, in the middle of the plain, some strange object was moving about. It looked like some enormous animal running about, now stretching out like a serpent, now coiling itself into a ball, darting to the right, then to the left, then stopping, and presently starting off again. But presently that wandering shape came nearer, and I saw a dozen lancers at full gallop, one behind the other. They had lost their way and were trying to find it. They were so near by that time that I could hear the loud breathing of their horses, the clinking of their swords and the creaking of their saddles, and cried, "Fire!" 50 rifle shots broke the stillness of the night, then there were 4 or 5 reports, and at last one single shot was heard, and when the smoke had cleared away, we saw that the 12 men and 9 horses had fallen. 3 of the animals were galloping away at a furious pace, and one of them was dragging the dead body of its rider, which rebounded violently from the ground. His foot had caught in the stirrup. One of the soldiers behind me gave a terrible laugh and said, "There will be some widows there." Perhaps he was married. A third added, "It did not take long." A head emerged from the litter. "What is the matter?" she asked. "Are you fighting?" "It is nothing, mademoiselle," I replied. "We have got rid of a dozen Prussians." "Poor fellows," she said. But as she was cold, she quickly disappeared beneath the cloaks again, and we started off once more. We marched on for a long time, and at last the sky began to grow lighter. The snow became quite clear, luminous and glistening, and a rosy tint appeared in the east. Suddenly a voice in the distance cried, "Who goes there?" The whole detachment halted, and I advanced to give the countersign. We had reached the French lines, and, as my men defiled before the outpost, a commandant on horseback, whom I had informed of what had taken place, asked in a sonorous voice, as he saw the litter pass him, "What have you in there?" And immediately a small head covered with light hair appeared, disheveled and smiling, and replied, "It is I, monsieur." At this the men raised a hearty laugh, and we felt quite light-hearted, while Pratique, who was walking by the side of the litter, waved his kepi and shouted, "Vive la France!" And I felt really affected. I do not know why, except that I thought it a pretty and gallant thing to say. It seemed to me as if we had just saved the whole of France and had done something that other men could not have done, something simple and really patriotic. I shall never forget that little face, you may be sure. And if I had to give my opinion about abolishing drums, trumpets and bugles, I should propose to replace them in every regiment by a pretty girl, and that would be even better than playing the Marseillaise, by Jove. It would put some spirit into a trooper to have a Madonna like that, a live Madonna, by the colonel's side. He was silent for a few moments and then continued, with an air of conviction, and nodding his head. "All the same, we are very fond of women, we Frenchmen. Mother Sauvage." 15 years had passed since I was at Virolon. I returned there in the autumn to shoot with my friend Serval, who had at last rebuilt his chateau, which the Prussians had destroyed. I loved that district. It is one of those delightful spots which have a sensuous charm for the eyes. You love it with a physical love. We, whom the country enchants, keep tender memories of certain springs, certain woods, certain pools, certain hills seen very often which have stirred us like joyful events. Sometimes our thoughts turn back to a corner in a forest, or the end of a bank, or an orchard filled with flowers, seen but a single time on some bright day, yet remaining in our hearts like the image of certain women met in the street on a spring morning in their light, gauzy dresses, leaving in soul and body an unsatisfied desire which is not to be forgotten. A feeling that you have just passed by happiness. At Virolon I loved the whole countryside, dotted with little woods and crossed by brooks which sparkled in the sun and looked like veins carrying blood to the earth. You fished in them for crawfish, trout and eels. Divine happiness. You could bathe in places and you often found snipe among the high grass which grew along the borders of these small watercourses. I was stepping along light as a goat, watching my 2 dogs running ahead of me. Serval, 100 meters to my right, was beating a field of lucerne. I turned round by the thicket which forms the boundary of the wood of Sandres and I saw a cottage in ruins. Suddenly I remembered it as I had seen it the last time, in 1869, neat, covered with vines, with chickens before the door. What is sadder than a dead house, with its skeleton standing bare and sinister? I also recalled that inside its doors, after a very tiring day, the good woman had given me a glass of wine to drink and that Serval had told me the history of its people. The father, an old poacher, had been killed by the gendarmes. The son, whom I had once seen, was a tall, dry fellow who also passed for a fierce slayer of game. People called them les sauvages. Was that a name or a nickname? I called to Serval. He came up with his long strides like a crane. I asked him, "What's become of those people?" This was his story. When war was declared, the son Sauvage, who was then 33 years old, enlisted, leaving his mother alone in the house. People did not pity the old woman very much because she had money, they knew it. She remained entirely alone in that isolated dwelling, so far from the village, on the edge of the wood. She was not afraid, however, being of the same strain as the men folk, a hardy old woman, tall and thin, who seldom laughed and with whom one never jested. The women of the fields laugh but little in any case, that is men's business. But they themselves have sad and narrowed hearts, leading a melancholy, gloomy life. The peasants imbibe a little noisy merriment at the tavern, but their helpmates always have grave, stern countenances. The muscles of their faces have never learned the motions of laughter. Mother Sauvage continued her ordinary existence in her cottage, which was soon covered by the snows. She came to the village once a week to get bread and a little meat. Then she returned to her house. As there was talk of wolves, she went out with a gun upon her shoulder, her son's gun, rusty and with the butt worn by the rubbing of the hand, and she was a strange sight, the tall Sauvage, a little bent, going with slow strides over the snow. The muzzle of the piece extending beyond the black headdress, which confined her head and imprisoned her white hair, which no one had ever seen. One day a Prussian force arrived. It was billeted upon the inhabitants, according to the property and resources of each. 4 were allotted to the old woman, who was known to be rich. They were 4 great fellows with fair complexion, blonde beards and blue eyes, who had not grown thin in spite of the fatigue which they had endured already and who also, though in a conquered country, had remained kind and gentle. Alone with this aged woman, they showed themselves full of consideration, sparing her, as much as they could, all expense and fatigue. They could be seen, all 4 of them, making their toilet at the well in their shirt sleeves in the grey dawn, splashing with great swishes of water their pink-white northern skin, while La Mere Sauvage went and came, preparing their soup. They would be seen cleaning the kitchen, rubbing the tiles, splitting wood, peeling potatoes, doing up all the housework like 4 good sons around their mother. But the old woman thought always of her own son, so tall and thin, with his hooked nose and his brown eyes and his heavy mustache which made a roll of black hair upon his lip. She asked every day of each of the soldiers who were installed beside her hearth, "Do you know where the French marching regiment, number 23, was sent?" "My boy is in it." They invariably answered, "No, we don't know a thing at all." And, understanding her pain and her uneasiness, they who had mothers, too, there at home, they rendered her 1,000 little services. She loved them well, moreover, her 4 enemies, since the peasantry have no patriotic hatred. That belongs to the upper class alone. The humble, those who pay the most because they are poor and because every new burden crushes them down, those who are killed in masses, who make the true cannons pray because they are so many. Those, in fine, who suffer most cruelly the atrocious miseries of war because they are the feeblest and offer least resistance, they hardly understand at all those bellicose ardors, that excitable sense of honor or those pretended political combinations which in 6 months exhaust 2 nations, the conqueror with the conquered. They said in the district, in speaking of the Germans of La Mere Sauvage, "There are 4 who have found a soft place." Now, one morning, when the old woman was alone in the house, she observed, far off on the plain, a man coming toward her dwelling. Soon she recognized him. It was the postman to distribute the letters. He gave her a folded paper and she drew out of her case the spectacles which she used for sewing. Then she read, "Madame Sauvage, this letter is to tell you sad news. Your boy, Victor, was killed yesterday by a shell which almost cut him in 2. I was nearby, as we stood next each other in the company, and he told me about you and asked me to let you know on the same day if anything happened to him. I took his watch, which was in his pocket, to bring it back to you. When the war is done. César Rivet. Soldier of the 2D class, March. Reg number 23. The letter was dated 3 weeks back. She did not cry at all. She remained motionless, so overcome and stupefied that she did not even suffer as yet. She thought, "There's Victor killed now. Then little by little the tears came to her eyes and the sorrow filled her heart. Her thoughts came, one by one, dreadful, torturing. She would never kiss him again, her child, her big boy, never again. The gendarmes had killed the father, the Prussians had killed the son. He had been cut in two by a cannonball. She seemed to see the thing, the horrible thing, the head falling, the eyes open, while he chewed the corner of his big mustache as he always did in moments of anger. What had they done with his body afterward? If they had only let her have her boy back as they had brought back her husband, with the bullet in the middle of the forehead. But she heard a noise of voices. It was the Prussians returning from the village. She hid her letter very quickly in her pocket, and she received them quietly, with her ordinary face, having had time to wipe her eyes. They were laughing, all four, delighted, for they brought with them a fine rabbit, stolen, doubtless, and they made signs to the old woman that there was to be something good to eat. She set herself to work at once to prepare breakfast, but when it came to killing the rabbit, her heart failed her. And yet it was not the first. One of the soldiers struck it down with a blow of his fist behind the ears. The beast once dead, she skinned the red body, but the sight of the blood which she was touching, and which covered her hands, and which she felt cooling and coagulating, made her tremble from head to foot. And she kept seeing her big boy cut in two, bloody, like this still palpitating animal. She sat down at table with the Prussians, but she could not eat, not even a mouthful. They devoured the rabbit without bothering themselves about her. She looked at them sideways, without speaking, her face so impassive that they perceived nothing. All of a sudden she said, "I don't even know your names, and here's a whole month that we've been together." They understood, not without difficulty, what she wanted, and told their names. That was not sufficient. She had them written for her on a paper, with the addresses of their families, and, resting her spectacles on her great nose, she contemplated that strange handwriting, then folded the sheet and put it in her pocket. On top of the letter which told her of the death of her son. When the meal was ended she said to the men, "I am going to work for you." And she began to carry up hay into the loft where they slept. They were astonished at her taking all this trouble. She explained to them that thus they would not be so cold. And they helped her. They heaped the stacks of hay as high as the straw roof, and in that manner they made a sort of great chamber with 4 walls of fodder, warm and perfumed, where they should sleep splendidly. At dinner one of them was worried to see that La Mere Sauvage still ate nothing. She told him that she had pains in her stomach. Then she kindled a good fire to warm herself, and the 4 Germans ascended to their lodging place by the ladder which served them every night for this purpose. As soon as they closed the trapdoor the old woman removed the ladder, then opened the outside door noiselessly and went back to look for more bundles of straw, with which she filled her kitchen. She went barefoot in the snow, so softly that no sound was heard. From time to time she listened to the sonorous and unequal snoring of the 4 soldiers who were fast asleep. When she judged her preparations to be sufficient, she threw one of the bundles into the fireplace, and when it was alight she scattered it over all the others. Then she went outside again and looked. In a few seconds the whole interior of the cottage was illumined with a brilliant light and became a frightful brazier, a gigantic fiery furnace, whose glare streamed out of the narrow window and threw a glittering beam upon the snow. Then a great cry issued from the top of the house. It was a clamor of men shouting heartrending calls of anguish and of terror. Finally the trapdoor having given way, a whirlwind of fire shot up into the loft, pierced the straw roof, rose to the sky like the immense flame of a torch, and all the cottage flared. Nothing more was heard therein but the crackling of the fire, the cracking of the walls, the falling of the rafters. Suddenly the roof fell in and the burning carcass of the dwelling hurled a great plume of sparks into the air, amid a cloud of smoke. The country, all white, lit up by the fire, shone like a cloth of silver tinted with red. A bell, far off, began to toll. The old Sauvage stood before her ruined dwelling, armed with her gun, her son's gun, for fear one of those men might escape. When she saw that it was ended, she threw her weapon into the brazier. A loud report followed. People were coming, the peasants, the Prussians. They found the woman seated on the trunk of a tree, calm and satisfied. A German officer, but speaking French like a son of France, demanded, "Where are your soldiers?" She reached her bony arm toward the red heap of fire, which was almost out, and answered with a strong voice, "There." They crowded round her. The Prussian asked, "How did it take fire?" "It was I who set it on fire." They did not believe her. They thought that the sudden disaster had made her crazy. While all pressed round and listened, she told the story from beginning to end, from the arrival of the letter to the last shriek of the men who were burned with her house, and never omitted a detail. When she had finished, she drew 2 pieces of paper from her pocket and, in order to distinguish them by the last gleams of the fire, she again adjusted her spectacles. Then she said, showing one, That is the death of Victor." Showing the other, she added, indicating the red ruins with a bend of the head, "Here are their names, so that you can write home." She quietly held a sheet of paper out to the officer, who held her by the shoulders, and she continued, "You must write how it happened, and you must say to their mothers that it was I who did that, Victoire Simon, La Sauvage. Do not forget." The officer shouted some orders in German. They seized her, they threw her against the walls of her house, still hot. Then 12 men drew quickly up before her, at 20 paces. She did not move. She had understood, she waited. An order rang out, followed instantly by a long report. A belated shot went off by itself, after the others. The old woman did not fall. She sank as though they had cut off her legs. The Prussian officer approached. She was almost cut in 2, and in her withered hand she held her letter bathed with blood. My friend Serval added, "It was by way of reprisal that the Germans destroyed the chateau of the district, which belonged to me. I thought of the mothers of those 4 fine fellows burned in that house and of the horrible heroism of that other mother shot against the wall. And I picked up a little stone, still blackened by the flames. Epiphany. I should say I did remember that Epiphany supper during the war," exclaimed Count de Guérens, an army captain. "I was quartermaster of cavalry at the time, and for a fortnight had been scouting in front of the German advance guard. The evening before we had cut down a few Uhlans and had lost 3 men, one of whom was that poor little Rodeville. You remember Joseph de Rodeville, of course. Well, on that day my commanding officer ordered me to take 6 troopers and to go and occupy the village of Porderin, where there had been 5 skirmishes in 3 weeks, and to hold it all night. There were not 20 houses left standing, not a dozen houses in that wasp's nest. So I took 10 troopers and set out about 4 o'clock, and at 5 o'clock, while it was still pitch dark, we reached the first houses of Porderin. I halted and ordered Marcas, Pierre de Marcas, who afterward married little Marthe Lavalin, the daughter of the Marquis de Marthe Lavalin, to go alone into the village, and to report to me what he saw. I had selected nothing but volunteers, all men of good family. It is pleasant when on duty not to be forced to be on intimate terms with unpleasant fellows. This Marcas was as smart as possible, cunning as a fox and supple as a serpent. He could scent the Prussians as a dog can scent a hare, could discover food where we should have died of hunger without him, and obtained information from everybody, and information which was always reliable, with incredible cleverness. In 10 minutes he returned. "All right," he said, "there have been no Prussians here for 3 days. It is a sinister place, is this village. I have been talking to a sister of mercy, who is caring for 4 or 5 wounded men in an abandoned convent. I ordered them to ride on, and we entered the principal street. On the right and left we could vaguely see roofless walls, which were hardly visible in the profound darkness. Here and there a light was burning in a room. Some family had remained to keep its house standing as well as they were able. A family of brave or of poor people. The rain began to fall, a fine, icy cold rain, which froze as it fell on our cloaks. The horses stumbled against stones, against beams, against furniture. Marcas guided us, going before us on foot, and leading his horse by the bridle. "Where are you taking us to?" I asked him. And he replied, I have a place for us to lodge in, and a rare good one. And we presently stopped before a small house, evidently belonging to some proprietor of the middle class. It stood on the street, was quite enclosed, and had a garden in the rear. Marcus forced open the lock by means of a big stone which he picked up near the garden gate. Then he mounted the steps, smashed in the front door with his feet and shoulders, lit a bit of wax candle, which he was never without, and went before us into the comfortable apartments of some rich private individual, guiding us with admirable assurance, as if he lived in this house which he now saw for the first time. 2 troopers remained outside to take care of our horses, and Marcus said to stout Pondrel, who followed him, the stables must be on the left. I saw that as we came in. Go and put the animals up there, for we do not need them. And then, turning to me, he said, give your orders, confound it all. This fellow always astonished me, and I replied with a laugh, I will post my sentinels at the country approaches and will return to you here. How many men are you going to take? 5. The others will relieve them at 5 o'clock in the evening. Very well. Leave me 4 to look after provisions, to do the cooking and to set the table. I will go and find out where the wine is hidden. I went off, to reconnoiter the deserted streets until they ended in the open country, so as to post my sentries there. Half an hour later I was back, and found Marcus lounging in a great easy chair, the covering of which he had taken off, from love of luxury, as he said. He was warming his feet at the fire and smoking an excellent cigar, whose perfume filled the room. He was alone, his elbows resting on the arms of the chair, his head sunk between his shoulders, his cheeks flushed, his eyes bright, and looking delighted. I heard the noise of plates and dishes in the next room, and Marcus said to me, smiling in a contented manner, this is famous. I found the champagne under the flight of steps outside, the brandy, 50 bottles of the very finest in the kitchen garden under a pear tree, which did not seem to me to be quite straight when I looked at it by the light of my lantern. As for solids, we have 2 fowls, a goose, a duck, and 3 pigeons. They are being cooked at this moment. It is a delightful district. I sat down opposite him, and the fire in the grate was burning my nose and cheeks. Where did you find this wood? I asked. Splendid wood, he replied. The owner's carriage. It is the paint which is causing all this flame, an essence of punch and varnish. A capital house. I laughed, for I saw the creature was funny, and he went on, fancy this being the epiphany. I have had a bean put into the goose dressing, but there is no queen, it is really very annoying. And I repeated like an echo, it is annoying, but what do you want me to do in the matter? To find some, of course. Some women. Women, you must be mad? I managed to find the brandy under the pear tree, and the champagne under the steps. And yet there was nothing to guide me, while as for you, a petticoat is a sure bait. Go and look, old fellow. He looked so grave, so convinced, that I could not tell whether he was joking or not, and so I replied, look here, Marcus, are you having a joke with me? I never joke on duty. But where the devil do you expect me to find any women? Were you like, there must be 2 or 3 remaining in the neighborhood, so ferret them out and bring them here. I got up, for it was too hot in front of the fire, and Marcus went off. Do you want an idea? Yes. Go and see the priest. The priest? What for? Ask him to supper, and beg him to bring a woman with him. The priest. A woman. Ha. 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 But Marcus continued with extraordinary gravity, I am not laughing. Go and find the priest and tell him how we are situated, and, as he must be horribly dull, he will come. But tell him that we want 1 woman at least, a lady, of course, since we are all men of the world. He is sure to know his female parishioners on the tips of his fingers, and if there is one to suit us, and you manage it well, he will suggest her to you. Come, come, Marcus, what are you thinking of? My dear Garens, you can do this quite well. It will even be very funny. We are well bred, by Jove. And we will put on our most distinguished manners and our grandest style. Tell the abbé who we are, make him laugh, soften his heart, coax him and persuade him. No, it is impossible. He drew his chair close to mine, and as he knew my special weakness, the scamp continued, just think what a swaggering thing it will be to do and how amusing to tell about. The whole army will talk about it, and it will give you a famous reputation. I hesitated, for the adventure rather tempted me, and he persisted, come, my little Guérins. You are the head of this detachment, and you alone can go and call on the head of the church in this neighborhood. I beg of you to go, and I promise you that after the war I will relate the whole affair in verse in the Revue des Deux Mondes. You owe this much to your men, for you have made them march enough during the last month. I got up at last and asked, where is the priest's house? Take the second turning at the end of the street, you will see an avenue, and at the end of the avenue you will find the church. The parsonage is beside it. As I went out, he called out, tell him the bill of fare, to make him hungry. I discovered the ecclesiastic's little house without any difficulty. It was by the side of a large, ugly brick church. I knocked at the door with my fist, as there was neither bell nor knocker, and a loud voice from inside asked, who is there? To which I replied, a quartermaster of hussars. I heard the noise of bolts and of a key being turned, and found myself face to face with a tall priest with a large stomach, the chest of a prizefighter, formidable hands projecting from turned-up sleeves, a red face, and the look of a kind man. I gave him a military salute and said, good day, Monsieur le Curé. He had feared a surprise, some marauder's ambush, and he smiled as he replied, good day, my friend, come in. I followed him into a small room with a red-tiled floor, in which a small fire was burning, very different to Marca's furnace, and he gave me a chair and said, what can I do for you? Monsieur, allow me first of all to introduce myself. And I gave him my card, which he took and read half aloud, Le Comte de Guérins. I continued, there are 11 of us here, Monsieur l'Abbé, 5 on picket duty, and 6 installed at the house of an unknown inhabitant. The names of the 6 are, Guérins, myself, Pierre de Marcas, Ludovic de Ponderel, Baron d'Estrily, Carl Massaligny, the painter's son, and Joseph Herban, a young musician. I have come to ask you, in their name and my own, to do us the honor of supping with us. It is an Epiphany supper, Monsieur le Curé, and we should like to make it a little cheerful. The priest smiled and murmured, it seems to me to be hardly a suitable occasion for amusing one's self. And I replied, we are fighting during the day, monsieur. 14 of our comrades have been killed in a month, and 3 fell as late as yesterday. It is wartime. We stake our life at every moment, have we not, therefore, the right to amuse ourselves freely? We are Frenchmen, we like to laugh, and we can laugh everywhere. Our fathers laughed on the scaffold. This evening we should like to cheer ourselves up a little, like gentlemen, and not like soldiers, you understand me, I hope. Are we wrong? He replied quickly, you are quite right, my friend, and I accept your invitation with great pleasure. Then he called out, Hermans. An old bent, wrinkled, horrible peasant woman appeared and said, what do you want? I shall not dine at home, my daughter. Where are you going to dine then? With some gentlemen, the hussars. I felt inclined to say, bring your servant with you, just to see Marca's face, but I did not venture, and continued, do you know anyone among your parishioners, male or female, whom I could invite as well? He hesitated, reflected, and then said, no, I do not know anybody. I persisted, nobody. Come, monsieur, think, it would be very nice to have some ladies, I mean to say, some married couples. I know nothing about your parishioners. The baker and his wife, the grocer, the watchmaker, the shoemaker, the druggist with Mrs. Druggist. We have a good spread and plenty of wine, and we should be enchanted to leave pleasant recollections of ourselves with the people here. The priest thought again for a long time, and then said resolutely, no, there is nobody. I began to laugh. By Jove, Monsieur le Curé, it is very annoying not to have an Epiphany queen, for we have the bean. Come, think. Is there not a married mayor, or a married deputy mayor, or a married municipal councillor or a schoolmaster? No, all the ladies have gone away. What, is there not in the whole place some good tradesman's wife with her good tradesman, to whom we might give this pleasure, for it would be a pleasure to them, a great pleasure under present circumstances? But, suddenly, the cure began to laugh, and laughed so violently that he fairly shook, and presently exclaimed, "Ha! Ha! Ha! I have got what you want, yes. I have got what you want. Ha! 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 We will laugh and enjoy ourselves, my children. We will have some fun. How pleased the ladies will be, I say, how delighted they will be. Ha! Ha! Where are you staying?" I described the house, and he understood where it was. "Very good," he said. "It belongs to Monsieur Bertin Lavale. I will be there in half an hour, with 4 ladies. Ha! 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 4 ladies." He went out with me, still laughing, and left me, repeating, "That is capital," in half an hour at Bertin Lavale's house. I returned quickly, very much astonished and very much puzzled. "Covers for how many?" Marcus asked, as soon as he saw me. 11. There are 6 of us hussars, besides the priest and 4 ladies. He was thunderstruck, and I was triumphant. He repeated, 4 ladies. "Did you say, 4 ladies?" I said, 4 women. "Real women?" "Real women." "Well, accept my compliments." "I will, for I deserve them." He got out of his armchair, opened the door, and I saw a beautiful white tablecloth on a long table, round which 3 hussars in blue aprons were setting out the plates and glasses. "There are some women coming," Marcus cried. And the 3 men began to dance and to cheer with all their might. Everything was ready, and we were waiting. We waited for nearly an hour, while a delicious smell of roast poultry pervaded the whole house. At last, however, a knock against the shutters made us all jump up at the same moment. Stout Ponderel ran to open the door, and in less than a minute a little sister of mercy appeared in the doorway. She was thin, wrinkled and timid, and successively greeted the 4 bewildered hussars who saw her enter. Behind her, the noise of sticks sounded on the tiled floor in the vestibule, and as soon as she had come into the drawing-room, I saw 3 old heads in white caps, following each other one by one, who came in, swaying with different movements. One inclining to the right, while the other inclined to the left. And 3 worthy women appeared, limping, dragging their legs behind them, crippled by illness and deformed through old age, 3 infirm old women, past service. The only 3 pensioners who were able to walk in the home presided over by Sister Saint Benedict. She had turned round to her invalids, full of anxiety for them, and then, seeing my quartermaster's stripes, she said to me, "I am much obliged to you for thinking of these poor women. They have very little pleasure in life, and you are at the same time giving them a great treat and doing them a great honor." I saw the priest, who had remained in the dark hallway, and was laughing heartily, and I began to laugh in my turn, especially when I saw Marca's face. Then, motioning the nun to the seats, I said, "Sit down, sister. We are very proud and very happy that you have accepted our unpretentious invitation." She took 3 chairs which stood against the wall, set them before the fire, led her 3 old women to them, settled them on them, took their sticks and shawls, which she put into a corner, and then, pointing to the first, a thin woman with an enormous stomach, who was evidently suffering from the dropsy, she said, "This is Mother Paumelle, whose husband was killed by falling from a roof, and whose son died in Africa. She is 60 years old." Then she pointed to another, a tall woman, whose head trembled unceasingly. "This is Mother Jean, who is 67. She is nearly blind, for her face was terribly singed in a fire, and her right leg was half burned off." Then she pointed to the third, a sort of dwarf, with protruding, round, stupid eyes, which she rolled incessantly in all directions. "This is La Putois, an idiot. She is only 44. I bowed to the 3 women as if I were being presented to some royal highnesses, and turning to the priest, I said, "You are an excellent man, Monsieur l'Abbé, to whom all of us here owe a debt of gratitude." Everybody was laughing, in fact, except Marcus, who seemed furious, and just then Carl Massaligny cried, "Sister Saint Benedict, supper is on the table." I made her go first with the priest, then I helped up Mother Pommel, whose arm I took and dragged her into the next room, which was no easy task, for she seemed heavier than a lump of iron. Stout Ponderel gave his arm to Mother Jean, who bemoaned her crutch, and little Joseph Herbin took the idiot, La Putois, to the dining room, which was filled with the odor of the viands. As soon as we were opposite our plates, the sister clapped her hands 3 times, and, with the precision of soldiers presenting arms, the women made a rapid sign of the cross, and then the priest slowly repeated the Benedictus in Latin. Then we sat down, and the 2 fowls appeared, brought in by Marcas, who chose to wait at table, rather than to sit down as a guest to this ridiculous repast. But I cried, "Bring the champagne at once." And a cork flew out with the noise of a pistol, and in spite of the resistance of the priest and of the kind sister, the 3 hussars, sitting by the side of the 3 invalids, emptied their 3 full glasses down their throats by force. Massaligny, who possessed the faculty of making himself at home, and of being on good terms with every one, wherever he was, made love to Mother Pommel in the drollest manner. The dropsical woman, who had retained her cheerfulness in spite of her misfortunes, answered him banteringly in a high falsetto voice which appeared as if it were put on. And she laughed so heartily at her neighbor's jokes that it was quite alarming. Little Herbin had seriously undertaken the task of making the idiot drunk, and Baron de Strily, whose wits were not always particularly sharp, was questioning old Jean about the life, the habits, and the rules of the hospital. The nun said to Massaligny in consternation, "Oh! Oh! You will make her ill, pray do not make her laugh like that, monsieur." "Oh! Monsieur," then she got up and rushed at Herbin to take from him a full glass which he was hastily emptying down La Putois' throat, while the priest shook with laughter, and said to the sister, "Never mind, just this once, it will not hurt them. Do leave them alone." After the 2 fowls they ate the duck, which was flanked by the 3 pigeons and the blackbird, and then the goose appeared, smoking, golden brown, and diffusing a warm odor of hot, browned roast meat. La Pommel, who was getting lively, clapped her hands, La Jean left off answering the Baron's numerous questions, and La Putois uttered grunts of pleasure, half cries and half sighs, as little children do when one shows them candy. "Allow me to take charge of this animal," the cure said. "I understand these sort of operations better than most people." "Certainly, Monsieur l'Abbé," and the sister said, "How would it be to open the window a little? They are too warm, and I am afraid they will be ill." I turned to Marcas, "Open the window for a minute." He did so. The cold outer air as it came in made the candles flare, and the steam from the goose, which the cure was scientifically carving, with a table napkin round his neck, whirl about. We watched him doing it, without speaking now, for we were interested in his attractive handiwork, and seized with renewed appetite at the sight of that enormous golden-brown bird, whose limbs fell one after another into the brown gravy at the bottom of the dish. At that moment, in the midst of that greedy silence which kept us all attentive, the distant report of a shot came in at the open window. I started to my feet so quickly that my chair fell down behind me, and I shouted, "To saddle, all of you. You, Marcas, take 2 men and go and see what it is. I shall expect you back here in 5 minutes." And while the 3 riders went off at full gallop through the night, I got into the saddle with my 3 remaining hussars, in front of the steps of the villa, while the cure, the sister and the 3 old women showed their frightened faces at the window. We heard nothing more, except the barking of a dog in the distance. The rain had ceased, and it was cold, very cold, and soon I heard the gallop of a single horse, coming back. It was Marcas, and I called out to him, "Well?" "It is nothing. François has wounded an old peasant who refused to answer his challenge, who goes there, and who continued to advance in spite of the order to keep off, but they are bringing him here, and we shall see what is the matter." I gave orders for the horses to be put back in the stable, and I sent my 2 soldiers to meet the others, and returned to the house. Then the cure, Marcas, and I took a mattress into the room to lay the wounded man on. The sister tore up a table napkin in order to make lint, while the 3 frightened women remained huddled up in a corner. Soon I heard the rattle of sabers on the road, and I took a candle to show a light to the men who were returning. And they soon appeared, carrying that inert, soft, long, sinister object which a human body becomes when life no longer sustains it. They put the wounded man on the mattress that had been prepared for him, and I saw at the first glance that he was dying. He had the death rattle and was spitting up blood, which ran out of the corners of his mouth at every gasp. The man was covered with blood. His cheeks, his beard, his hair, his neck and his clothes seemed to have been soaked, to have been dipped in a red tub, and that blood stuck to him, and had become a dull color which was horrible to look at. The wounded man, wrapped up in a large shepherd's cloak, occasionally opened his dull, vacant eyes, which seemed stupid with astonishment, like those of animals wounded by a sportsman, which fall at his feet, more than half dead already. Stupefied with terror and surprise. The cure exclaimed, "Ah, it is old Placid, the shepherd from Les Moulins. He is deaf, poor man, and heard nothing. Ah! Oh, God! They have killed the unhappy man." The sister had opened his blouse and shirt, and was looking at a little blue hole in his chest, which was not bleeding any more. "There is nothing to be done," she said. The shepherd was gasping terribly and bringing up blood with every last breath, and in his throat, to the very depth of his lungs, they could hear an ominous and continued gurgling. The cure, standing in front of him, raised his right hand, made the sign of the cross, and in a slow and solemn voice pronounced the Latin words which purify men's souls, but before they were finished, the old man's body trembled violently, as if something had given way inside him, and he ceased to breathe. He was dead. When I turned round, I saw a sight which was even more horrible than the death struggle of this unfortunate man. The three old women were standing up huddled close together, hideous, and grimacing with fear and horror. I went up to them, and they began to utter shrill screams, while La Jean, whose burned leg could no longer support her, fell to the ground at full length. Sister Saint Benedict left the dead man, ran up to her infirm old women, and without a word or a look for me, wrapped their shawls round them, gave them their crutches, pushed them to the door, made them go out, and disappeared with them into the dark night. I saw that I could not even let a hussar accompany them, for the mere rattle of a sword would have sent them mad with fear. The cure was still looking at the dead man, but at last he turned round to me and said, "Oh! What a horrible thing! The mustache." Château des Souls. July 30th, 1883. My dear Lucy, I have no news. We live in the drawing room, looking out at the rain. We cannot go out in this frightful weather, so we have theatricals. How stupid they are, my dear, these drawing entertainments in the repertory of real life. All is forced, coarse, heavy. The jokes are like cannon balls, smashing everything in their passage. No wit, nothing natural, no sprightliness, no elegance. These literary men, in truth, know nothing of society. They are perfectly ignorant of how people think and talk in our set. I do not mind if they despise our customs, our conventionalities, but I do not forgive them for not knowing them. When they want to be humorous, they make puns that would do for a baroque. When they try to be jolly, they give us jokes that they must have picked up on the outer boulevard in those beer houses artists are supposed to frequent, where one has heard the same students' jokes for 50 years. So we have taken to theatricals. As we are only two women, my husband takes the part of a soubrette, and, in order to do that, he has shaved off his mustache. You cannot imagine, my dear Lucy, how it changes him. I no longer recognize him by day or at night. If he did not let it grow again, I think I should no longer love him, he looks so horrid like this. In fact, a man without a mustache is no longer a man. I do not care much for a beard, it almost always makes a man look untidy. But a mustache, oh, a mustache is indispensable to a manly face. No, you would never believe how these little hair bristles on the upper lip are a relief to the eye and good in other ways. I have thought over the matter a great deal, but hardly dare to write my thoughts. Words look so different on paper, and the subject is so difficult, so delicate, so dangerous that it requires infinite skill to tackle it. Well, when my husband appeared, shaven, I understood at once that I never could fall in love with a strolling actor nor a preacher, even if it were Father Didon, the most charming of all. Later, when I was alone with him, my husband, it was worse still. Oh, my dear Lucy, never let yourself be kissed by a man without a mustache. Their kisses have no flavor, none whatever. They no longer have the charm, the mellowness, and the snap, yes, the snap, of a real kiss. The mustache is the spice. Imagine placing to your lips a piece of dry, or moist, parchment. That is the kiss of the man without a mustache. It is not worthwhile. Whence comes this charm of the mustache, will you tell me? Do I know myself? It tickles your face, you feel it approaching your mouth, and it sends a little shiver through you down to the tips of your toes. And on your neck. Have you ever felt a mustache on your neck? It intoxicates you, makes you feel creepy, goes to the tips of your fingers. You wriggle, shake your shoulders, toss back your head. You wish to get away and at the same time to remain there. It is delightful, but irritating. But how good it is. A lip without a mustache is like a body without clothing, and one must wear clothes, very few, if you like, but still some clothing. I recall a sentence, uttered by a politician, which has been running in my mind for 3 months. My husband, who keeps up with the newspapers, read me one evening a very singular speech by our Minister of Agriculture, who was called M. Meline. He may have been superseded by this time. I do not know. I was paying no attention, but the name Meline struck me. It recalled, I do not exactly know why, the scenes de la vie de Bohème. I thought it was about some grisette. That shows how scraps of the speech entered my mind. This M. Meline was making this statement to the people of Amiens, I believe, and I have ever since been trying to understand what he meant. There is no patriotism without agriculture. Well, I have just discovered his meaning, and I affirm in my turn that there is no love without a mustache. When you say it that way it sounds comical, does it not? There is no love without a mustache. There is no patriotism without agriculture, said M. Meline, and he was right, that minister. I now understand why. From a very different point of view the mustache is essential. It gives character to the face. It makes a man look gentle, tender, violent, a monster, a rake, enterprising. The hairy man, who does not shave off his whiskers, never has a refined look, for his features are concealed. And the shape of the jaw and the chin betrays a great deal to those who understand. The man with a mustache retains his own peculiar expression and his refinement at the same time. And how many different varieties of mustaches there are! Sometimes they are twisted, curled, coquettish. Those seem to be chiefly devoted to women. Sometimes they are pointed, sharp as needles, and threatening. That kind prefers wine, horses, and war. Sometimes they are enormous, overhanging, frightful. These big ones generally conceal a fine disposition, a kindliness that borders on weakness and a gentleness that savors of timidity. But what I adore above all in the mustache is that it is French, altogether French. It came from our ancestors, the Gauls, and has remained the insignia of our national character. It is boastful, gallant and brave. It sips wine gracefully and knows how to laugh with refinement, while the broad-bearded jaws are clumsy in everything they do. I recall something that made me weep all my tears and also, I see it now, made me love a mustache on a man's face. It was during the war, when I was living with my father. I was a young girl then. One day there was a skirmish near the chateau. I had heard the firing of the cannon and of the artillery all the morning, and that evening a German colonel came and took up his abode in our house. He left the following day. My father was informed that there were a number of dead bodies in the fields. He had them brought to our place so that they might be buried together. They were laid all along the great avenue of pines as fast as they brought them in, on both sides of the avenue, and as they began to smell unpleasant, their bodies were covered with earth until the deep trench could be dug. Thus one saw only their heads, which seemed to protrude from the clay earth and were almost as yellow, with their closed eyes. I wanted to see them. But when I saw those 2 rows of frightful faces, I thought I should faint. However, I began to look at them, one by one, trying to guess what kind of men these had been. The uniforms were concealed beneath the earth, and yet immediately, yes, immediately, my dear, I recognized the Frenchmen by their mustache. Some of them had shaved on the very day of the battle, as though they wished to be elegant up to the last. Others seemed to have a week's growth, but all wore the French mustache, very plain, the proud mustache that seems to say, "Do not take me for my bearded friend, little one, I am a brother." And I cried, oh, I cried a great deal more than I should if I had not recognized them, the poor dead fellows. It was wrong of me to tell you this. Now I am sad and cannot chatter any longer. Well, goodbye, dear Lucy. I send you a hearty kiss. Long live the mustache. Jean. Madame Baptiste. The first thing I did was to look at the clock as I entered the waiting room of the station at Loubain, and I found that I had to wait 2 hours and 10 minutes for the Paris express. I had walked 20 miles and felt suddenly tired. Not seeing anything on the station walls to amuse me, I went outside and stood there racking my brains to think of something to do. The street was a kind of boulevard, planted with acacias, and on either side a row of houses of varying shape and different styles of architecture, houses such as one only sees in a small town, and ascended a slight hill, at the extreme end of which there were some trees, as though it ended in a park. From time to time a cat crossed the street and jumped over the gutters carefully. A cur sniffed at every tree and hunted for scraps from the kitchens, but I did not see a single human being, and I felt listless and disheartened. What could I do with myself? I was already thinking of the inevitable and interminable visit to the small café at the railway station, where I should have to sit over a glass of undrinkable beer and the illegible newspaper, when I saw a funeral procession coming out of a side street into the one in which I was, and the sight of the hearse was a relief to me. It would, at any rate, give me something to do for 10 minutes. Suddenly, however, my curiosity was aroused. The hearse was followed by 8 gentlemen, one of whom was weeping, while the others were chatting together, but there was no priest, and I thought to myself, this is a non-religious funeral. And then I reflected that a town like Loubain must contain at least 100 free-thinkers, who would have made a point of making a manifestation. What could it be, then? The rapid pace of the procession clearly proved that the body was to be buried without ceremony, and, consequently, without the intervention of the church. My idle curiosity framed the most complicated surmises, and as the hearse passed me, a strange idea struck me, which was to follow it, with the 8 gentlemen. That would take up my time for an hour, at least, and I accordingly walked with the others, with a sad look on my face, and, on seeing this, the 2 last turned round in surprise, and then spoke to each other in a low voice. No doubt they were asking each other whether I belonged to the town, and then they consulted the 2 in front of them, who stared at me in turn. This close scrutiny annoyed me, and to put an end to it I went up to them and, after bowing, I said, I beg your pardon, gentlemen, for interrupting your conversation, but, seeing a civil funeral, I have followed it. Although I did not know the deceased gentleman whom you are accompanying. It was a woman, one of them said. I was much surprised at hearing this, and asked, but it is a civil funeral, is it not? The other gentleman, who evidently wished to tell me all about it, then said, yes and no. The clergy have refused to allow us the use of the church. On hearing this I uttered a prolonged of astonishment. I could not understand it at all, but my obliging neighbor continued. It is rather a long story. This young woman committed suicide, and that is the reason why she cannot be buried with any religious ceremony. The gentleman who is walking first, and who is crying, is her husband. I replied with some hesitation. You surprise and interest me very much, monsieur. Shall I be indiscreet if I ask you to tell me the facts of the case? If I am troubling you, forget that I have said anything about the matter. The gentleman took my arm familiarly. Not at all, not at all. Let us linger a little behind the others, and I will tell it you, although it is a very sad story. We have plenty of time before getting to the cemetery, the trees of which you see up yonder, for it is a stiff pull up this hill. And he began. This young woman, Madame Paul Hammett, was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the neighborhood, Monsieur Fontenelle. When she was a mere child of 11, she had a shocking adventure. A footman attacked her and she nearly died. A terrible criminal case was the result, and the man was sentenced to penal servitude for life. The little girl grew up, stigmatized by disgrace, isolated, without any companions. And grown-up people would scarcely kiss her, for they thought that they would soil their lips if they touched her forehead, and she became a sort of monster, a phenomenon to all the town. People said to each other in a whisper, "You know, little Fontenelle," and everybody turned away in the streets when she passed. Her parents could not even get a nurse to take her out for a walk, as the other servants held aloof from her, as if contact with her would poison everybody who came near her. It was pitiable to see the poor child go and play every afternoon. She remained quite by herself, standing by her maid and looking at the other children amusing themselves. Sometimes, yielding to an irresistible desire to mix with the other children, she advanced timidly, with nervous gestures, and mingled with a group, with furtive steps, as if conscious of her own disgrace. And immediately the mothers, aunts and nurses would come running from every seat and take the children entrusted to their care by the hand and drag them brutally away. Little Fontenelle remained isolated, wretched, without understanding what it meant, and then she began to cry, nearly heartbroken with grief, and then she used to run and hide her head in her nurse's lap, sobbing. As she grew up, it was worse still. They kept the girls from her, as if she were stricken with the plague. Remember that she had nothing to learn, nothing, that she no longer had the right to the symbolical wreath of orange flowers. That almost before she could read she had penetrated that redoubtable mystery which mothers scarcely allow their daughters to guess at, trembling as they enlighten them on the night of their marriage. When she went through the streets, always accompanied by her governess, as if her parents feared some fresh, terrible adventure, with her eyes cast down under the load of that mysterious disgrace which she felt was always weighing upon her. The other girls, who were not nearly so innocent as people thought, whispered and giggled as they looked at her knowingly, and immediately turned their heads absently, if she happened to look at them. People scarcely greeted her, only a few men bowed to her, and the mothers pretended not to see her, while some young blackguards called her Madame Baptiste, after the name of the footman who had attacked her. Nobody knew the secret torture of her mind, for she hardly ever spoke and never laughed, and her parents themselves appeared uncomfortable in her presence, as if they bore her a constant grudge for some irreparable fault. An honest man would not willingly give his hand to a liberated convict, would he, even if that convict were his own son? And Monsieur and Madame Fontenelle looked on their daughter as they would have done on a son who had just been released from the hulks. She was pretty and pale, tall, slender, distinguished-looking, and she would have pleased me very much, monsieur, but for that unfortunate affair. Well, when a new sub-prefect was appointed here, 18 months ago, he brought his private secretary with him. He was a queer sort of fellow, who had lived in the Latin Quarter, it appears. He saw Mademoiselle Fontenelle and fell in love with her, and when told of what occurred, he merely said, "Bah! That is just a guarantee for the future, and I would rather it should have happened before I married her than afterward. I shall live tranquilly with that woman." He paid his addresses to her, asked for her hand and married her, and then, not being deficient in assurance, he paid wedding calls, as if nothing had happened. Some people returned them, others did not. But, at last, the affair began to be forgotten, and she took her proper place in society. She adored her husband as if he had been a god. For, you must remember, he had restored her to honor and to social life, had braved public opinion, faced insults, and, in a word, performed such a courageous act as few men would undertake, and she felt the most exalted and tender love for him. When she became enceinte, and it was known, the most particular people and the greatest sticklers opened their doors to her, as if she had been definitely purified by maternity. It is strange, but so it is, and thus everything was going on as well as possible until the other day, which was the feast of the patron saint of our town. The prefect, surrounded by his staff and the authorities, presided at the musical competition, and when he had finished his speech the distribution of medals began, which Paul Hammett, his private secretary, handed to those who were entitled to them. As you know, there are always jealousies and rivalries, which make people forget all propriety. All the ladies of the town were there on the platform, and, in his turn, the bandmaster from the village of Moormillen came up. This band was only to receive a second-class medal, for one cannot give first-class medals to everybody, can one? But when the private secretary handed him his badge, the man threw it in his face and exclaimed, "You may keep your medal for Baptiste. You owe him a first-class one, also, just as you do me." There were a number of people there who began to laugh. The common herd are neither charitable nor refined, and every eye was turned toward that poor lady. Have you ever seen a woman going mad, monsieur? Well, we were present at the sight. She got up and fell back on her chair 3 times in succession, as if she wished to make her escape, but saw that she could not make her way through the crowd, and then another voice in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh! Oh! Madame Baptiste!" And a great uproar, partly of laughter and partly of indignation, arose. The word was repeated over and over again. People stood on tiptoe to see the unhappy woman's face. Husbands lifted their wives up in their arms so that they might see her, and people asked, "Which is she? The one in blue?" The boys crowed like cocks, and laughter was heard all over the place. She did not move now on her state chair, but sat just as if she had been put there for the crowd to look at. She could not move, nor conceal herself, nor hide her face. Her eyelids blinked quickly, as if a vivid light were shining on them, and she breathed heavily, like a horse that is going up a steep hill, so that it almost broke one's heart to see her. Meanwhile, however, Monsieur Hammett had seized the ruffian by the throat, and they were rolling on the ground together, amid a scene of indescribable confusion, and the ceremony was interrupted. An hour later, as the Hammetts were returning home, the young woman, who had not uttered a word since the insult, but who was trembling as if all her nerves had been set in motion by springs, suddenly sprang over the parapet of the bridge and threw herself into the river before her husband could prevent her. The water is very deep under the arches, and it was 2 hours before her body was recovered. Of course, she was dead. The narrator stopped and then added, "It was, perhaps, the best thing she could do under the circumstances. There are some things which cannot be wiped out, and now you understand why the clergy refused to have her taken into church." Ah! If it had been a religious funeral the whole town would have been present, but you can understand that her suicide added to the other affair and made families abstain from attending her funeral. And then, it is not an easy matter here to attend a funeral which is performed without religious rites. We passed through the cemetery gates and I waited, much moved by what I had heard, until the coffin had been lowered into the grave, before I went up to the poor fellow who was sobbing violently, to press his hand warmly. He looked at me in surprise through his tears and then said, "Thank you, monsieur." And I was not sorry that I had followed the funeral. The question of Latin. This subject of Latin that has been dinned into our ears for some time past recalls to my mind a story of my youth. I was finishing my studies with a teacher, in a big central town, at the institution Robineau, celebrated through the entire province for the special attention paid there to the study of Latin. For the past 10 years, the Robineau Institute beat the Imperial Lycée of the town at every competitive examination, and all the colleges of the sub-prefecture, and these constant successes were due, they said, to an usher, a simple usher, M. Peakdent, or rather Père Peakdent. He was one of those middle-aged men quite grey, whose real age it is impossible to tell, and whose history we can guess at first glance. Having entered as an usher at 20 into the first institution that presented itself so that he could proceed to take first his degree of Master of Arts and afterward the degree of Doctor of Laws, he found himself so enmeshed in this routine that he remained an usher all his life. But his love for Latin did not leave him and harassed him like an unhealthy passion. He continued to read the poets, the prose writers, the historians, to interpret them and penetrate their meaning, to comment on them with a perseverance bordering on madness. One day, the idea came into his head to oblige all the students in his class to answer him in Latin only. And he persisted in this resolution until at last they were capable of sustaining an entire conversation with him just as they would in their mother tongue. He listened to them, as a leader of an orchestra listens to his musicians rehearsing, and striking his desk every moment with his ruler, he exclaimed, Monsieur le Frère, you are committing a solecism. You forget the rule. Monsieur Plantel, your way of expressing yourself is altogether French and in no way Latin. You must understand the genius of a language. Look here, listen to me. Now, it came to pass that the pupils of the institution Robineau carried off, at the end of the year, all the prizes for composition, translation, and Latin conversation. Next year, the principal, a little man, as cunning as an ape, whom he resembled in his grinning and grotesque appearance, had printed on his programs, on his advertisements, and painted on the door of his institution. Latin studies a specialty. 5 first prizes carried off in the 5 classes of the lycée. 2 honor prizes at the general examinations in competition with all the lycées and colleges of France. For 10 years the institution Robineau triumphed in the same fashion. Now my father, allured by these successes, sent me as a day pupil to Robineau's, or, as we called it, Robinetto or Robinettinos, and made me take special private lessons from Père Picdent at the rate of 5 francs per hour. Out of which the usher got 2 francs and the principal 3 francs. I was then 18, and was in the philosophy class. These private lessons were given in a little room looking out on the street. It so happened that Père Picdent, instead of talking Latin to me, as he did when teaching publicly in the institution, kept telling me his troubles in French. Without relations, without friends, the poor man conceived an attachment to me, and poured out his misery to me. He had never for the last 10 or 15 years chatted confidentially with any one. I am like an oak in a desert, he said, sic et quercus in solitudine. The other ushers disgusted him. He knew nobody in the town, since he had no time to devote to making acquaintances. Not even the nights, my friend, and that is the hardest thing on me. The dream of my life is to have a room with my own furniture, my own books, little things that belong to myself and which others may not touch. And I have nothing of my own, nothing except my trousers and my frock coat, nothing, not even my mattress and my pillow. I have not 4 walls to shut myself up in, except when I come to give a lesson in this room. Do you see what this means, a man forced to spend his life without ever having the right, without ever finding the time, to shut himself up all alone, no matter where, to think, to reflect, to work, to dream? Ah! My dear boy, a key, the key of a door which one can lock, this is happiness, mark you, the only happiness. Here, all day long, teaching all those restless rogues, and during the night the dormitory with the same restless rogues snoring. And I have to sleep in the bed at the end of 2 rows of beds occupied by these youngsters whom I must look after. I can never be alone, never. If I go out I find the streets full of people, and, when I am tired of walking, I go into some café crowded with smokers and billiard players. I tell you what, it is the life of a galley slave. I said. Why did you not take up some other line, Monsieur Picdent? He exclaimed. What, my little friend? I am not a shoemaker, or a joiner, or a hatter, or a baker, or a hairdresser. I only know Latin, and I have no diploma which would enable me to sell my knowledge at a high price. If I were a doctor I would sell for 100 francs what I now sell for 100 sous. And I would supply it probably of an inferior quality, for my title would be enough to sustain my reputation. Sometimes he would say to me, I have no rest in life except in the hours spent with you. Don't be afraid. You'll lose nothing by that. I'll make it up to you in the classroom by making you speak twice as much Latin as the others. One day, I grew bolder and offered him a cigarette. He stared at me in astonishment at first, then he gave a glance toward the door. If anyone were to come in, my dear boy? Well, let us smoke at the window, said I. And we went and leaned our elbows on the windowsill looking on the street, holding concealed in our hands the little rolls of tobacco. Just opposite to us was a laundry. 4 women in loose white waists were passing hot, heavy irons over the linen spread out before them, from which a warm steam arose. Suddenly, another, a fifth, carrying on her arm a large basket which made her stoop, came out to take the customers their shirts, their handkerchiefs, and their sheets. She stopped on the threshold as if she were already fatigued. Then, she raised her eyes, smiled as she saw us smoking, flung at us, with her left hand, which was free, the sly kiss characteristic of a free and easy working woman, and went away at a slow pace, dragging her feet as she went. She was a woman of about 20, small, rather thin, pale, rather pretty, with a roguish air and laughing eyes beneath her ill-combed fair hair. Père Piquedent, affected, began murmuring. What an occupation for a woman! Really a trade only fit for a horse. And he spoke with emotion about the misery of the people. He had a heart which swelled with lofty democratic sentiment, and he referred to the fatiguing pursuits of the working class with phrases borrowed from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and with sobs in his throat. Next day, as we were leaning our elbows on the same window-sill, the same woman perceived us and cried out to us. Good day, scholars, in a comical sort of tone, while she made a contemptuous gesture with her hands. I flung her a cigarette, which she immediately began to smoke. And the 4 other Ironers rushed out to the door with outstretched hands to get cigarettes also. And each day a friendly intercourse was established between the working women of the pavement and the idlers of the boarding school. Père Piquedent was really a comical sight. He trembled at being noticed, for he might lose his position. And he made timid and ridiculous gestures, quite a theatrical display of love signals, to which the women responded with a regular fusillade of kisses. A perfidious idea came into my mind. One day, on entering our room, I said to the old usher in a low tone. You would not believe it, Monsieur Piquedent, I met the little washerwoman. You know the one I mean, the woman who had the basket, and I spoke to her. He asked, rather worried at my manner. What did she say to you? She said to me, why, she said she thought you were very nice. The fact of the matter is, I believe, that she is a little in love with you. I saw that he was growing pale. She is laughing at me, of course. These things don't happen at my age, he replied. I said gravely. How is that? You are all right. As I felt that my trick had produced its effect on him, I did not press the matter. But every day I pretended that I had met the little laundress and that I had spoken to her about him, so that in the end he believed me, and sent her ardent and earnest kisses. Now it happened that one morning, on my way to the boarding school, I really came across her. I accosted her without hesitation, as if I had known her for the last 10 years. Good day, mademoiselle. Are you quite well? Very well, monsieur, thank you. Will you have a cigarette? Oh. Not in the street. You can smoke it at home. In that case, I will. Let me tell you, mademoiselle, there's something you don't know. What is that, monsieur? The old gentleman, my old professor, I mean. Père Piquedent? Yes, Père Piquedent. So you know his name? Faith, I do. What of that? Well, he is in love with you. She burst out laughing wildly, and exclaimed. You are only fooling. Oh. No, I am not fooling. He keeps talking of you all through the lesson. I bet that he'll marry you. She ceased laughing. The idea of marriage makes every girl serious. Then she repeated, with an incredulous air. This is humbug. I swear to you, it's true. She picked up her basket which she had laid down at her feet. Well, we'll see, she said. And she went away. Presently when I had reached the boarding school, I took Père Piquedent aside, and said. You must write to her, she is infatuated with you. And he wrote a long letter, tenderly affectionate, full of phrases and circumlocutions, metaphors and similes, philosophy and academic gallantry, and I took on myself the responsibility of delivering it to the young woman. She read it with gravity, with emotion, then she murmured. How well he writes. It is easy to see he has got education. Does he really mean to marry me? I replied intrepidly, Faith, he has lost his head about you. Then he must invite me to dinner on Sunday at the Isle de Fleurs. I promised that she should be invited. Père Piquedent was much touched by everything I told him about her. I added, She loves you, Monsieur Piquedent, and I believe her to be a decent girl. It is not right to lead her on and then abandon her. He replied in a firm tone. I hope I, too, am a decent man, my friend. I confess I had at the time no plan. I was playing a practical joke, a schoolboy joke, nothing more. I had been aware of the simplicity of the old usher, his innocence and his weakness. I amused myself without asking myself how it would turn out. I was 18, and I had been for a long time looked upon at the lycée as a sly practical joker. So it was agreed that Père Piquedent and I should set out in a hack for the ferry of Queue de Vache, that we should there pick up Angélie, and that I should take them into my boat, for in those days I was fond of boating. I would then bring them to the Isle de Fleurs, where the three of us would dine. I had inflicted myself on them, the better to enjoy my triumph, and the usher, consenting to my arrangement, proved clearly that he was losing his head by thus risking the loss of his position. When we arrived at the ferry, where my boat had been moored since morning, I saw in the grass, or rather above the tall weeds of the bank, an enormous red parasol, resembling a monstrous wild poppy. Beneath the parasol was the little laundress in her Sunday clothes. I was surprised. She was really pretty, though pale, and graceful, though with a rather suburban grace. Père Piquedent raised his hat and bowed. She put out her hand toward him, and they stared at one another without uttering a word. Then they stepped into my boat, and I took the oars. They were seated side by side near the stern. The usher was the first to speak. This is nice weather for a row in a boat. She murmured. Oh. Yes. She dipped her hand into the water, skimming the surface, making a thin, transparent film like a sheet of glass, which made a soft plashing along the side of the boat. When they were in the restaurant, she took it on herself to speak and ordered dinner, fried fish, a chicken, and salad. Then she led us on toward the Isle, which she knew perfectly. After this, she was gay, romping, and even rather tantalizing. Until dessert, no question of love arose. I had treated them to champagne, and Père Piquedent was tipsy. Herself slightly the worse, she called out to him. Monsieur Piquenez. He said abruptly. Mademoiselle, Monsieur Raoul has communicated my sentiments to you. She became as serious as a judge. Yes, monsieur. What is your reply? We never reply to these questions. He puffed with emotion, and went on. Well, will the day ever come that you will like me? She smiled. You big stupid. You are very nice. In short, mademoiselle, do you think that, later on, we might? She hesitated a second. Then in a trembling voice she said. Do you mean to marry me when you say that? For on no other condition, you know. Yes, mademoiselle. Well, that's all right, Monsieur Piquedent. It was thus that these two silly creatures promised marriage to each other through the trick of a young scamp. But I did not believe that it was serious, nor, indeed, did they, perhaps. You know, I have nothing, not 4 sous, she said. He stammered, for he was as drunk as Silenus. I have saved 5,000 francs. She exclaimed triumphantly. Then we can set up in business? He became restless. In what business? What do I know? We shall see. With 5,000 francs we could do many things. You don't want me to go and live in your boarding school, do you? He had not looked forward so far as this, and he stammered in great perplexity. What business could we set up in? That would not do, for all I know is Latin. She reflected in her turn, passing in review all her business ambitions. You could not be a doctor? No, I have no diploma. Or a chemist? No more than the other. She uttered a cry of joy. She had discovered it. Then we'll buy a grocer's shop. Oh. What luck. We'll buy a grocer's shop. Not on a big scale, of course, with 5,000 francs one does not go far. He was shocked at the suggestion. No, I can't be a grocer. I am too well known, I only know Latin, that is all I know. But she poured a glass of champagne down his throat. He drank it and was silent. We got back into the boat. The night was dark, very dark. I saw clearly, however, that he had caught her by the waist, and that they were hugging each other again and again. It was a frightful catastrophe. Our escapade was discovered, with the result that Père Piquedent was dismissed. And my father, in a fit of anger, sent me to finish my course of philosophy at Ribaudet's school. 6 months later I took my degree of Bachelor of Arts. Then I went to study law in Paris, and did not return to my native town till 2 years later. At the corner of the Rue du Serpent a shop caught my eye. Over the door were the words, Colonial Products, Piquedent, then underneath, so as to enlighten the most ignorant, grocery. I exclaimed. Quantum mutatis ab illo. Piquedent raised his head, left his female customer, and rushed toward me with outstretched hands. Ah! My young friend, here you are. What luck! What luck! A beautiful woman, very plump, abruptly left the cashier's desk and flung herself on my breast. I had some difficulty in recognizing her, she had grown so stout. I asked. So then you're doing well? Piquedent had gone back to weigh the groceries. Oh. Very well, very well, very well. I have made 3,000 francs clear this year. And what about Latin, Monsieur Piquedent? Oh, good heavens. Latin, you see it does not keep the pot boiling. A meeting. It was nothing but an accident pure and simple. On that particular evening the princess' rooms were open, and as they appeared dark after the brilliantly lighted parlors, Baron de Trail, who was tired of standing, inadvertently wandered into an empty bedroom. He looked round for a chair in which to have a doze, as he was sure his wife would not leave before daylight. As soon as he became accustomed to the light of the room he distinguished the big bed with its azure and gold hangings, in the middle of the great room, looking like a catafalque in which love was buried, for the princess was no longer young. Behind it, a large bright surface looked like a lake seen at a distance. It was a large mirror, discreetly covered with dark drapery, that was very rarely let down, and seemed to look at the bed, which was its accomplice. One might almost fancy that it had reminiscences, and that one might see in it charming female forms and the gentle movement of loving arms. The Baron stood still for a moment, smiling, almost experiencing an emotion on the threshold of this chamber dedicated to love. But suddenly something appeared in the looking-glass, as if the phantoms which he had evoked had risen up before him. A man and a woman who had been sitting on a low couch concealed in the shadow had arisen, and the polished surface, reflecting their figures, showed that they were kissing each other before separating. Baron de Trail recognized his wife and the Marquis de Servigne. He turned and went away like a man who is fully master of himself, and waited till it was day before taking away the Baroness, but he had no longer any thoughts of sleeping. As soon as they were alone he said, Madam, I saw you just now in Princess de Reign's room, I need say no more, and I am not fond either of reproaches, acts of violence, or of ridicule. As I wish to avoid all such things, we shall separate without any scandal. Our lawyers will settle your position according to my orders. You will be free to live as you please when you are no longer under my roof. But, as you will continue to bear my name, I must warn you that should any scandal arise I shall show myself inflexible. She tried to speak, but he stopped her, bowed, and left the room. He was more astonished and sad than unhappy. He had loved her dearly during the first period of their married life, but his ardor had cooled, and now he often amused himself elsewhere, either in a theatre or in society, though he always preserved a certain liking for the Baroness. She was very young, hardly 24, small, slight, too slight, and very fair. She was a true Parisian doll, clever, spoiled, elegant, coquettish, witty, with more charm than real beauty. He used to say familiarly to his brother, when speaking of her, "My wife is charming, attractive, but there is nothing to lay hold of. She is like a glass of champagne that is all froth. When you get to the wine it is very good, but there is too little of it, unfortunately." He walked up and down the room in great agitation, thinking of 1,000 things. At one moment he was furious, and felt inclined to give the Marquis a good thrashing, or to slap his face publicly, in the club. But he decided that would not do, it would not be good form. He would be laughed at, and not his rival, and this thought wounded his vanity. So he went to bed, but could not sleep. Paris knew in a few days that the Baron and Baroness de Trail had agreed to an amicable separation on account of incompatibility of temper. No one suspected anything, no one laughed, and no one was astonished. The Baron, however, to avoid meeting his wife, travelled for a year, then spent the summer at the seaside, and the autumn in shooting, returning to Paris for the winter. He did not meet the Baroness once. He did not even know what people said about her. In any case, she took care to respect appearances, and that was all he asked for. He became dreadfully bored, travelled again, restored his old castle of Villebosque, which took him 2 years. Then for over a year he entertained friends there, till at last, tired of all these so-called pleasures, he returned to his mansion in the Rue de Lille, just 6 years after the separation. He was now 45, with a good crop of grey hair, rather stout, and with that melancholy look characteristic of those who have been handsome, sought after, and liked, but who are deteriorating, daily. A month after his return to Paris, he took cold on coming out of his club, and had such a bad cough that his medical man ordered him to Nice for the rest of the winter. He reached the station only a few minutes before the departure of the train on Monday evening, and had barely time to get into a carriage, with only one other occupant, who was sitting in a corner so wrapped in furs and cloaks that he could not even make out whether it was a man or a woman, as nothing of the figure could be seen. When he perceived that he could not find out, he put on his travelling cap, rolled himself up in his rugs, and stretched out comfortably to sleep. He did not wake until the day was breaking, and looked at once at his fellow traveller, who had not stirred all night, and seemed still to be sound asleep. M. de Trail made use of the opportunity to brush his hair and his beard, and to try to freshen himself up a little generally, for a night's travel does not improve one's appearance when one has attained a certain age. A great poet has said, "When we are young, our mornings are triumphant. Then we wake up with a cool skin, a bright eye, and glossy hair. As one grows older one wakes up in a very different condition. Dull eyes, red, swollen cheeks, dry lips, hair and beard disarranged, impart an old, fatigued, worn-out look to the face." The Baron opened his travelling case, and improved his looks as much as possible. The engine whistled, the train stopped, and his neighbour moved. No doubt he was awake. They started off again, and then a slanting ray of sunlight shone into the carriage and on the sleeper, who moved again, shook himself, and then his face could be seen. It was a young, fair, pretty, plump woman, and the Baron looked at her in amazement. He did not know what to think. He could really have sworn that it was his wife, but wonderfully changed for the better, stouter, why she had grown as stout as he was, only it suited her much better than it did him. She looked at him calmly, did not seem to recognize him, and then slowly laid aside her wraps. She had that quiet assurance of a woman who is sure of herself, who feels that on awaking she is in her full beauty and freshness. The Baron was really bewildered. Was it his wife, or else as like her as any sister could be? Not having seen her for 6 years, he might be mistaken. She yawned, and this gesture betrayed her. She turned and looked at him again, calmly, indifferently, as if she scarcely saw him, and then looked out of the window again. He was upset and dreadfully perplexed, and kept looking at her sideways. Yes, it was surely his wife. How could he possibly have doubted it? There could certainly not be 2 noses like that, and 1,000 recollections flashed through his mind. He felt the old feeling of the intoxication of love stealing over him, and he called to mind the sweet odor of her skin, her smile when she put her arms on to his shoulders, the soft intonations of her voice, all her graceful, coaxing ways. But how she had changed and improved. It was she and yet not she. She seemed riper, more developed, more of a woman, more seductive, more desirable, adorably desirable. And this strange, unknown woman, whom he had accidentally met in a railway carriage, belonged to him. He had only to say to her, "I insist upon it." He had formerly slept in her arms, existed only in her love, and now he had found her again certainly, but so changed that he scarcely knew her. It was another, and yet it was she herself. It was someone who had been born and had formed and grown since he had left her. It was she, indeed, she whom he had loved, but who was now altered, with a more assured smile and greater self-possession. There were two women in one, mingling a great part of what was new and unknown with many sweet recollections of the past. There was something singular, disturbing, exciting about it, a kind of mystery of love in which there floated a delicious confusion. It was his wife in a new body and in new flesh which lips had never pressed. And he thought that in a few years nearly everything changes in us, only the outline can be recognized, and sometimes even that disappears. The blood, the hair, the skin, all changes and is renewed, and when people have not seen each other for a long time, when they meet they find each other totally different beings, although they are the same and bear the same name. And the heart also can change. Ideas may be modified and renewed, so that in 40 years of life we may, by gradual and constant transformations, become 4 or 5 totally new and different beings. He dwelt on this thought till it troubled him. It had first taken possession of him when he surprised her in the princess room. He was not the least angry. It was not the same woman that he was looking at, that thin, excitable little doll of those days. What was he to do? How should he address her? And what could he say to her? Had she recognized him? The train stopped again. He got up, bowed, and said, "Bertha, do you want anything I could bring you?" She looked at him from head to foot, and answered, without showing the slightest surprise, or confusion, or anger, but with the most perfect indifference. "I do not want anything, thank you." He got out and walked up and down the platform a little in order to recover himself, and, as it were, to recover his senses after a fall. What should he do now? If he got into another carriage it would look as if he were running away. Should he be polite or importunate? That would look as if he were asking for forgiveness. Should he speak as if he were her master? He would look like a fool, and, besides, he really had no right to do so. He got in again and took his place. During his absence she had hastily arranged her dress and hair, and was now lying stretched out on the seat, radiant, and without showing any emotion. He turned to her, and said, "My dear Bertha, since this singular chance has brought us together after a separation of 6 years, a quite friendly separation, are we to continue to look upon each other as irreconcilable enemies? We are shut up together, tête-à-tête, which is so much the better or so much the worse. I am not going to get into another carriage, so don't you think it is preferable to talk as friends till the end of our journey?" She answered, quite calmly again, "Just as you please." Then he suddenly stopped, really not knowing what to say, but as he had plenty of assurance, he sat down on the middle seat, and said, "Well, I see I must pay my court to you. So much the better. It is, however, really a pleasure, for you are charming. You cannot imagine how you have improved in the last 6 years. I do not know any woman who could give me that delightful sensation which I experienced just now when you emerged from your wraps. I really could not have thought such a change possible." Without moving her head or looking at him, she said, "I cannot say the same with regard to you, you have certainly deteriorated a great deal." He got red and confused, and then, with a smile of resignation, he said, "You are rather hard." "Why?" was her reply. "I am only stating facts. I don't suppose you intend to offer me your love? It must, therefore, be a matter of perfect indifference to you what I think about you. But I see it is a painful subject, so let us talk of something else. What have you been doing since I last saw you?" He felt rather out of countenance, and stammered, I have traveled, done some shooting, and grown old, as you see. And you? She said, quite calmly, I have taken care of appearances, as you ordered me. He was very nearly saying something brutal, but he checked himself, and kissed his wife's hand. And I thank you, he said. She was surprised. He was indeed diplomatic, and always master of himself. He went on, as you have acceded to my first request, shall we now talk without any bitterness? She made a little movement of surprise. Bitterness? I don't feel any. You are a complete stranger to me, I am only trying to keep up a difficult conversation. He was still looking at her, fascinated in spite of her harshness, and he felt seized with a brutal beside, the desire of the master. Perceiving that she had hurt his feelings, she said, How old are you now? I thought you were younger than you look. I am 45, and then he added, I forgot to ask after Princess de Rains. Are you still intimate with her? She looked at him as if she hated him. Yes, I certainly am. She is very well, thank you. They remained sitting side by side, agitated and irritated. Suddenly he said, My dear Bertha, I have changed my mind. You are my wife, and I expect you to come with me today. You have, I think, improved both morally and physically, and I am going to take you back again. I am your husband, and it is my right to do so. She was stupefied, and looked at him, trying to divine his thoughts, but his face was resolute and impenetrable. I am very sorry, she said, but I have made other engagements. So much the worse for you, was his reply. The law gives me the power, and I mean to use it. They were nearing Marseilles, and the train whistled and slackened speed. The Baroness rose, carefully rolled up her wraps, and then, turning to her husband, said, My dear Raymond, do not make a bad use of this tête-à-tête which I had carefully prepared. I wish to take precautions, according to your advice, so that I might have nothing to fear from you or from other people, whatever might happen. You are going to Nice, are you not? I shall go wherever you go. Not at all. Just listen to me, and I am sure that you will leave me in peace. In a few moments, when we get to the station, you will see the Princess de Rains and Countess Henriette waiting for me with their husbands. I wished them to see us, and to know that we had spent the night together in the railway carriage. Don't be alarmed, they will tell it everywhere as a most surprising fact. I told you just now that I had most carefully followed your advice and saved appearances. Anything else does not matter, does it? Well, in order to do so, I wish to be seen with you. You told me carefully to avoid any scandal, and I am avoiding it, for I am afraid. She waited till the train had quite stopped, and as her friends ran up to open the carriage door, she said, I am afraid, hesitating, that there is another reason, je suis enceinte. The princess stretched out her arms to embrace her, and the Baroness said, pointing to the Baron, who was dumb with astonishment, and was trying to get at the truth. You do not recognize Raymond? He has certainly changed a good deal, and he agreed to come with me so that I might not travel alone. We take little trips like this occasionally, like good friends who cannot live together. We are going to separate here. He has had enough of me already. She put out her hand, which he took mechanically, and then she jumped out onto the platform among her friends, who were waiting for her. The Baron hastily shut the carriage door, for he was too much disturbed to say a word or come to any determination. He heard his wife's voice and their merry laughter as they went away. He never saw her again, nor did he ever discover whether she had told him a lie or was speaking the truth. The blind man. How is it that the sunlight gives us such joy? Why does this radiance when it falls on the earth fill us with the joy of living? The whole sky is blue, the fields are green, the houses all white, and our enchanted eyes drink in those bright colors which bring delight to our souls. And then there springs up in our hearts a desire to dance, to run, to sing, a happy lightness of thought, a sort of enlarged tenderness, we feel a longing to embrace the sun. The blind, as they sit in the doorways, impassive in their eternal darkness, remain as calm as ever in the midst of this fresh gaiety, and, not understanding what is taking place around them. They continually check their dogs as they attempt to play. When, at the close of the day, they are returning home on the arm of a young brother or a little sister, if the child says, "It was a very fine day," the other answers, "I could notice that it was fine." Lulu wouldn't keep quiet. I knew one of these men whose life was one of the most cruel martyrdoms that could possibly be conceived. He was a peasant, the son of a Norman farmer. As long as his father and mother lived, he was more or less taken care of. He suffered little save from his horrible infirmity, but as soon as the old people were gone, an atrocious life of misery commenced for him. Dependent on a sister of his, everybody in the farmhouse treated him as a beggar who is eating the bread of strangers. At every meal the very food he swallowed was made a subject of reproach against him. He was called a drone, a clown, and although his brother-in-law had taken possession of his portion of the inheritance, he was helped grudgingly to soup, getting just enough to save him from starving. His face was very pale and his two big white eyes looked like wafers. He remained unmoved at all the insults hurled at him, so reserved that one could not tell whether he felt them. Moreover, he had never known any tenderness, his mother having always treated him unkindly and caring very little for him. For in country places useless persons are considered a nuisance, and the peasants would be glad to kill the infirm of their species, as poultry do. As soon as he finished his soup he went and sat outside the door in summer and in winter beside the fireside, and did not stir again all the evening. He made no gesture, no movement. Only his eyelids, quivering from some nervous affection, fell down sometimes over his white, sightless orbs. Had he any intellect, any thinking faculty, any consciousness of his own existence? Nobody cared to inquire. For some years things went on in this fashion. But his incapacity for work as well as his impassiveness eventually exasperated his relatives, and he became a laughingstock, a sort of butt for merriment, a prey to the inborn ferocity, to the savage gaiety of the brutes who surrounded him. It is easy to imagine all the cruel practical jokes inspired by his blindness. And, in order to have some fun in return for feeding him, they now converted his meals into hours of pleasure for the neighbors and of punishment for the helpless creature himself. The peasants from the nearest houses came to this entertainment. It was talked about from door to door, and every day the kitchen of the farmhouse was full of people. Sometimes they placed before his plate, when he was beginning to eat his soup, some cat or dog. The animal instinctively perceived the man's infirmity, and, softly approaching, commenced eating noiselessly, lapping up the soup daintily. And, when they lapped the food rather noisily, rousing the poor fellow's attention, they would prudently scamper away to avoid the blow of the spoon directed at random by the blind man. Then the spectators ranged along the wall would burst out laughing, nudge each other and stamp their feet on the floor. And he, without ever uttering a word, would continue eating with his right hand, while stretching out his left to protect his plate. Another time they made him chew corks, bits of wood, leaves or even filth, which he was unable to distinguish. After this they got tired even of these practical jokes, and the brother-in-law, angry at having to support him always, struck him, cuffed him incessantly, laughing at his futile efforts to ward off or return the blows. Then came a new pleasure, the pleasure of smacking his face. And the ploughman, the servant girls and even every passing vagabond were every moment giving him cuffs, which caused his eyelashes to twitch spasmodically. He did not know where to hide himself and remained with his arms always held out to guard against people coming too close to him. At last he was forced to beg. He was placed somewhere on the high road on market days, and as soon as he heard the sound of footsteps or the rolling of a vehicle, he reached out his hat, stammering, "Charity, if you please." But the peasant is not lavish, and for whole weeks he did not bring back a sou. Then he became the victim of furious, pitiless hatred. And this is how he died. One winter the ground was covered with snow, and it was freezing hard. His brother-in-law led him one morning a great distance along the high road in order that he might solicit alms. The blind man was left there all day. And when night came on, the brother-in-law told the people of his house that he could find no trace of the mendicant. Then he added, "Pooh! Best not bother about him. He was cold and got someone to take him away. Never fear. He's not lost. He'll turn up soon enough tomorrow to eat the soup. Next day he did not come back. After long hours of waiting, stiffened with the cold, feeling that he was dying, the blind man began to walk. Being unable to find his way along the road, owing to its thick coating of ice, he went on at random, falling into ditches, getting up again, without uttering a sound, his sole object being to find some house where he could take shelter. But, by degrees, the descending snow made a numbness steal over him, and his feeble limbs being incapable of carrying him farther, he sat down in the middle of an open field. He did not get up again. The white flakes which fell continuously buried him, so that his body, quite stiff and stark, disappeared under the incessant accumulation of their rapidly thickening mass, and nothing was left to indicate the place where he lay. His relatives made a pretense of inquiring about him and searching for him for about a week. They even made a show of weeping. The winter was severe, and the thaw did not set in quickly. Now, one Sunday, on their way to Mass, the farmers noticed a great flight of crows, who were whirling incessantly above the open field, and then descending like a shower of black rain at the same spot, ever going and coming. The following week these gloomy birds were still there. There was a crowd of them up in the air, as if they had gathered from all corners of the horizon, and they swooped down with a great cawing into the shining snow, which they covered like black patches, and in which they kept pecking obstinately. A young fellow went to see what they were doing and discovered the body of the blind man, already half devoured, mangled. His wan eyes had disappeared, pecked out by the long, voracious beaks. And I can never feel the glad radiance of sunlit days without sadly remembering and pondering over the fate of the beggar who was such an outcast in life that his horrible death was a relief to all who had known him. Indiscretion. They had loved each other before marriage with a pure and lofty love. They had first met on the seashore. He had thought this young girl charming, as she passed by with her light-colored parasol and her dainty dress amid the marine landscape against the horizon. He had loved her, blonde and slender, in these surroundings of blue ocean and spacious sky. He could not distinguish the tenderness which this budding woman awoke in him from the vague and powerful emotion which the fresh salt air and the grand scenery of surf and sunshine and waves aroused in his soul. She, on the other hand, had loved him because he courted her, because he was young, rich, kind, and attentive. She had loved him because it is natural for young girls to love men who whisper sweet nothings to them. So, for 3 months, they had lived side by side, and hand in hand. The greeting which they exchanged in the morning before the bath, in the freshness of the morning, or in the evening on the sand, under the stars, in the warmth of a calm night, whispered low, very low, already had the flavor of kisses. Though their lips had never met. Each dreamed of the other at night, each thought of the other on awaking, and, without yet having voiced their sentiments, each longing for the other, body and soul. After marriage their love descended to earth. It was at first a tireless, sensuous passion, then exalted tenderness composed of tangible poetry, more refined caresses, and new and foolish inventions. Every glance and gesture was an expression of passion. But, little by little, without even noticing it, they began to get tired of each other. Love was still strong, but they had nothing more to reveal to each other, nothing more to learn from each other, no new tale of endearment, no unexpected outburst, no new way of expressing the well-known, oft-repeated verb. They tried, however, to rekindle the dwindling flame of the first love. Every day they tried some new trick or desperate attempt to bring back to their hearts the uncooled ardor of their first days of married life. They tried moonlight walks under the trees, in the sweet warmth of the summer evenings, the poetry of mist-covered beaches, the excitement of public festivals. One morning Henriette said to Paul, "Will you take me to a café for dinner?" "Certainly, dearie." "To some well-known café?" "Of course." He looked at her with a questioning glance, seeing that she was thinking of something which she did not wish to tell. She went on. "You know, one of those cafés, oh, how can I explain myself, a sporty café. He smiled. Of course, I understand, you mean in one of the cafes which are commonly called bohemian. Yes, that's it. But take me to one of the big places, one where you are known, one where you have already supped, no, dined, well, you know, ho. I will never dare say it. Go ahead, dearie. Little secrets should no longer exist between us. No, I dare not. Go on, don't be prudish. Tell me. Well, I want to be taken for your sweetheart there. And I want the boys, who do not know that you are married, to take me for such. And you too, I want you to think that I am your sweetheart for 1 hour, in that place which must hold so many memories for you. There. And I will play that I am your sweetheart. It's awful, I know, I am abominably ashamed, I am as red as a peony. Don't look at me. He laughed, greatly amused, and answered. All right, we will go tonight to a very swell place where I am well known. Towards 7 o'clock they went up the stairs of one of the big cafes on the boulevard, he, smiling, with the look of a conqueror, she, timid, veiled, delighted. They were immediately shown to one of the luxurious private dining rooms, furnished with 4 large armchairs and a red plush couch. The head waiter entered and brought them the menu. Paul handed it to his wife. What do you want to eat? I don't care, order whatever is good. After handing his coat to the waiter, he ordered dinner and champagne. The waiter looked at the young woman and smiled. He took the order and murmured. Will Monsieur Paul have his champagne sweet or dry? Dry, very dry. Henriette was pleased to hear that this man knew her husband's name. They sat on the couch, side by side, and began to eat. 10 candles lighted the room and were reflected in the mirrors all around them, which seemed to increase the brilliancy 1,000-fold. Henriette drank glass after glass in order to keep up her courage, although she felt dizzy after the first few glasses. Paul, excited by the memories which returned to him, kept kissing his wife's hands. His eyes were sparkling. She was feeling strangely excited in this new place, restless, pleased, a little guilty, but full of life. 2 waiters, serious, silent, accustomed to seeing and forgetting everything, to entering the room only when it was necessary and to leaving it when they felt they were intruding, were silently flitting hither and thither. Toward the middle of the dinner, Henriette was well under the influence of champagne. She was prattling along fearlessly, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening. Come, Paul, tell me everything. What, sweetheart? I don't dare tell you. Go on. Have you loved many women before me? He hesitated, a little perplexed, not knowing whether he should hide his adventures or boast of them. She continued. Oh. Please tell me. How many have you loved? A few. How many? I don't know. How do you expect me to know such things? Haven't you counted them? Of course not. Then you must have loved a good many. Perhaps. About how many? Just tell me about how many. But I don't know, dearest. Some years a good many, and some years only a few. How many a year, did you say? Sometimes 20 or 30, sometimes only 4 or 5. Oh. That makes more than 100 in all. Yes, just about. Oh. I think that is dreadful. Why dreadful? Because it's dreadful when you think of it, all those women, and always the same thing. Oh. It's dreadful, just the same, more than 100 women. He was surprised that she should think that dreadful, and answered, with the air of superiority which men take with women when they wish to make them understand that they have said something foolish. That's funny. If it is dreadful to have 100 women, it's dreadful to have one. Oh, no, not at all. Why not? Because with one woman you have a real bond of love which attaches you to her, while with 100 women it's not the same at all. There is no real love. I don't understand how a man can associate with such women. But they are all right. No, they can't be. Yes, they are. Oh, stop, you disgust me. But then, Why did you ask me how many sweethearts I had had? Because. That's no reason. What were they, actresses, little shop girls, or society women? A few of each. It must have been rather monotonous toward the last. Oh, no, it's amusing to change. She remained thoughtful, staring at her champagne glass. It was full. She drank it in one gulp, then putting it back on the table, she threw her arms around her husband's neck and murmured in his ear. Oh. How I love you, sweetheart. How I love you. He threw his arms around her in a passionate embrace. A waiter, who was just entering, backed out, closing the door discreetly. In about 5 minutes the head waiter came back, solemn and dignified, bringing the fruit for dessert. She was once more holding between her fingers a full glass, and gazing into the amber liquid as though seeking unknown things. She murmured in a dreamy voice. Yes, it must be fun. A family affair. The small engine attached to the Neuilly steam tram whistled as it passed the porte-maillot to warn all obstacles to get out of its way and puffed like a person out of breath as it sent out its steam. Its pistons moving rapidly with a noise as of iron legs running. The train was going along the broad avenue that ends at the Seine. The sultry heat at the close of a July day lay over the whole city, and from the road, although there was not a breath of wind stirring, there arose a white, chalky, suffocating, warm dust, which adhered to the moist skin, filled the eyes and got into the lungs. People stood in the doorways of their houses to try and get a breath of air. The windows of the steam tram were open and the curtains fluttered in the wind. There were very few passengers inside, because on warm days people preferred the outside or the platforms. They consisted of stout women in peculiar costumes, of those shopkeepers' wives from the suburbs, who made up for the distinguished looks which they did not possess by ill-assumed dignity. Of men tired from office work, with yellow faces, stooped shoulders, and with one shoulder higher than the other, in consequence of their long hours of writing at a desk. Their uneasy and melancholy faces also spoke of domestic troubles, of constant want of money, disappointed hopes, for they all belonged to the army of poor, threadbare devils who vegetate economically in cheap, plastered houses with a tiny piece of neglected garden on the outskirts of Paris, in the midst of those fields where night soil is deposited. A short, corpulent man, with a puffy face, dressed all in black and wearing a decoration in his buttonhole, was talking to a tall, thin man, dressed in a dirty, white linen suit, the coat all unbuttoned, with a white Panama hat on his head. The former spoke so slowly and hesitatingly that it occasionally almost seemed as if he stammered. He was Monsieur Caravan, chief clerk in the Admiralty. The other, who had formerly been surgeon on board a merchant ship, had set up in practice in Courbevoie, where he applied the vague remnants of medical knowledge which he had retained after an adventurous life to the wretched population of that district. His name was Chenet, and strange rumors were current as to his morality. Monsieur Caravan had always led the normal life of a man in a government office. For the last 30 years he had invariably gone the same way to his office every morning, and had met the same men going to business at the same time, and nearly on the same spot, and he returned home every evening by the same road. And again met the same faces which he had seen growing old. Every morning, after buying his penny paper at the corner of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, he bought 2 rolls, and then went to his office, like a culprit who was giving himself up to justice, and got to his desk as quickly as possible. Always feeling uneasy, as though he were expecting a rebuke for some neglect of duty of which he might have been guilty. Nothing had ever occurred to change the monotonous order of his existence, for no event affected him except the work of his office, perquisites, gratuities, and promotion. He never spoke of anything but of his duties either at the office or at home. He had married the portionless daughter of one of his colleagues. His mind, which was in a state of atrophy from his depressing daily work, had no other thoughts, hopes or dreams than such as related to the office, and there was a constant source of bitterness that spoilt every pleasure that he might have had. And that was the employment of so many naval officials, tinsmiths, as they were called because of their silver lace as first-class clerks. And every evening at dinner he discussed the matter hotly with his wife, who shared his angry feelings. and proved to their own satisfaction that it was in every way unjust to give places in Paris to men who ought properly to have been employed in the navy. He was old now, and had scarcely noticed how his life was passing, for school had merely been exchanged for the office without any intermediate transition, and the ushers, at whom he had formerly trembled, were replaced by his chiefs, of whom he was terribly afraid. When he had to go into the rooms of these official despots, it made him tremble from head to foot, and that constant fear had given him a very awkward manner in their presence, a humble demeanor, and a kind of nervous stammering. He knew nothing more about Paris than a blind man might know who was led to the same spot by his dog every day. And if he read the account of any uncommon events or scandals in his penny paper, they appeared to him like fantastic tales, which some pressman had made up out of his own head, in order to amuse the inferior employees. He did not read the political news, which his paper frequently altered as the cause which subsidized it might require, for he was not fond of innovations, and when he went through the avenue of the Champs-Élysées every evening, he looked at the surging crowd of pedestrians, and at the stream of carriages, as a traveler might who has lost his way in a strange country. As he had completed his 30 years of obligatory service that year, on the 1st of January, he had had the Cross of the Legion of Honor bestowed upon him, which, in the semi-military public offices, is a recompense for the miserable slavery. The official phrase is loyal services of unfortunate convicts who are riveted to their desk. That unexpected dignity gave him a high and new idea of his own capacities, and altogether changed him. He immediately left off wearing light trousers and fancy waistcoats, and wore black trousers and long coats, on which his ribbon, which was very broad, showed off better. He got shaved every morning, manicured his nails more carefully, changed his linen every 2 days, from a legitimate sense of what was proper, and out of respect for the national order, of which he formed a part. And from that day he was another Caravan, scrupulously clean, majestic, and condescending. At home, he said, my cross, at every moment, and he had become so proud of it, that he could not bear to see men wearing any other ribbon in their buttonholes. He became especially angry on seeing strange orders, which nobody ought to be allowed to wear in France, and he bore Chenet a particular grudge, as he met him on a tramcar every evening, wearing a decoration of one kind or another, white, blue, orange, or green. The conversation of the two men, from the Arc de Triomphe to Neuilly, was always the same, and on that day they discussed, first of all, various local abuses which disgusted them both. And the mayor of Neuilly received his full share of their censure. Then, as invariably happens in the company of medical men, Caravan began to enlarge on the chapter of illness, as in that manner, he hoped to obtain a little gratuitous advice, if he was careful not to show his hand. His mother had been causing him no little anxiety for some time. She had frequent and prolonged fainting fits, and, although she was 90, she would not take care of herself. Caravan grew quite tender-hearted when he mentioned her great age, and more than once asked Dr. Chenet, emphasizing the word doctor, although he was not fully qualified, being only an officier de santé, whether he had often met anyone as old as that. And he rubbed his hands with pleasure. Not, perhaps, that he cared very much about seeing the good woman last forever here on earth, but because the long duration of his mother's life was, as it were, an earnest of old age for himself, and he continued, in my family, we last long. And I am sure that, unless I meet with an accident, I shall not die until I am very old. The doctor looked at him with pity, and glanced for a moment at his neighbor's red face, his short, thick neck, his corporation, as Chenet called it to himself, his 2 fat, flabby legs, and the apoplectic rotundity of the old official. And raising the white Panama hat from his head, he said with a snigger, I am not so sure of that, old fellow. Your mother is as tough as nails, and I should say that your life is not a very good one. This rather upset Caravan, who did not speak again until the tram put them down at their destination, where the two friends got out, and Chenet asked his friend to have a glass of vermouth at the Café du Globe, opposite, which both of them were in the habit of frequenting. The proprietor, who was a friend of theirs, held out to them 2 fingers, which they shook across the bottles of the counter, and then they joined 3 of their friends, who were playing dominoes, and who had been there since midday. They exchanged cordial greetings, with the usual question, anything new? And then the three players continued their game, and held out their hands without looking up, when the others wished them good night, and then they both went home to dinner. Caravan lived in a small two-story house in Courbevoie, near where the roads meet. The ground floor was occupied by a hairdresser. 2 bedrooms, a dining room and a kitchen, formed the whole of their apartments, and Madame Caravan spent nearly her whole time in cleaning them up, while her daughter, Marie-Louise, who was 12, and her son, Philippe Auguste, were running about with all the little, dirty, mischievous brats of the neighborhood, and playing in the gutter. Caravan had installed his mother, whose avarice was notorious in the neighborhood, and who was terribly thin, in the room above them. She was always cross, and she never passed a day without quarreling and flying into furious tempers. She would apostrophize the neighbors, who were standing at their own doors, the costermongers, the street sweepers, and the street boys, in the most violent language. And the latter, to have their revenge, used to follow her at a distance when she went out, and call out rude things after her. A little servant from Normandy, who was incredibly giddy and thoughtless, performed the household work, and slept on the second floor in the same room as the old woman, for fear of anything happening to her in the night. When Caravan got in, his wife, who suffered from a chronic passion for cleaning, was polishing up the mahogany chairs that were scattered about the room with a piece of flannel. She always wore cotton gloves, and adorned her head with a cap ornamented with many colored ribbons, which was always tilted over one ear, and whenever anyone caught her polishing, sweeping, or washing, she used to say, "I am not rich. Everything is very simple in my house, but cleanliness is my luxury, and that is worth quite as much as any other." As she was gifted with sound, obstinate, practical common sense, she led her husband in everything. Every evening during dinner, and afterwards when they were in their room, they talked over the business of the office for a long time, and although she was 20 years younger than he was, he confided everything to her as if she took the lead, and followed her advice in every matter. She had never been pretty, and now she had grown ugly. In addition to that, she was short and thin, while her careless and tasteless way of dressing herself concealed her few small feminine attractions, which might have been brought out if she had possessed any taste in dress. Her skirts were always awry, and she frequently scratched herself, no matter on what part of her person, totally indifferent as to who might see her, and so persistently that anyone who saw her might think that she was suffering from something like the itch. The only adornments that she allowed herself were silk ribbons, which she had in great profusion, and of various colors mixed together, in the pretentious caps which she wore at home. As soon as she saw her husband she rose and said, as she kissed his whiskers, "Did you remember Potton, my dear?" He fell into a chair, in consternation, for that was the 4th time on which he had forgotten a commission that he had promised to do for her. "It is a fatality," he said. "It is no good for me to think of it all day long, for I am sure to forget it in the evening." But as he seemed really so very sorry, she merely said, quietly, "You will think of it tomorrow, I dare say. Anything new at the office?" "Yes, a great piece of news. Another tinsmith has been appointed second chief clerk." She became very serious, and said, "So he succeeds Ramon. This was the very post that I wanted you to have." "And what about Ramon?" "He retires on his pension." She became furious, her cap slid down on her shoulder, and she continued, "There is nothing more to be done in that shop now." "And what is the name of the new commissioner?" "Maupassant." She took up the Naval Yearbook, which she always kept close at hand, and looked him up. Maupassant Toulon. Born in 1851. Student Commissioner in 1871. Sub-Commissioner in 1875. "Has he been to sea?" she continued. At that question Caravan's looks cleared up, and he laughed until his sides shook. As much as Ballin, as much as Baffin, his chief. And he added an old office joke, and laughed more than ever. It would not even do to send them by water to inspect the Point du Jour, for they would be sick on the penny steamboats on the Seine. But she remained as serious as if she had not heard him, and then she said in a low voice, as she scratched her chin, If we only had a deputy to fall back upon. When the chamber hears everything that is going on at the Admiralty, the minister will be turned out. She was interrupted by a terrible noise on the stairs. Marie-Louise and Philippe Auguste, who had just come in from the gutter, were slapping each other all the way upstairs. Their mother rushed at them furiously, and taking each of them by an arm she dragged them into the room, shaking them vigorously. But as soon as they saw their father, they rushed up to him, and he kissed them affectionately, and taking one of them on each knee, began to talk to them. Philippe Auguste was an ugly, ill-kempt little brat, dirty from head to foot, with the face of an idiot, and Marie-Louise was already like her mother, spoke like her, repeated her words, and even imitated her movements. She also asked him whether there was anything fresh at the office, and he replied merrily. "Your friend, Ramon, who comes and dines here every Sunday, is going to leave us, little one. There is a new second head clerk." She looked at her father, and with a precocious child's pity, she said, "Another man has been put over your head again." He stopped laughing, and did not reply, and in order to create a diversion, he said, addressing his wife, who was cleaning the windows, "How is Mama, upstairs?" Madame Caravan left off rubbing, turned round, pulled her cap up, as it had fallen quite onto her back, and said with trembling lips, "Ah. Yes, let us talk about your mother, for she has made a pretty scene. Just imagine, a short time ago Madame Libaudin, the hairdresser's wife, came upstairs to borrow a packet of starch of me, and, as I was not at home, your mother chased her out as though she were a beggar, but I gave it to the old woman. She pretended not to hear, as she always does when one tells her unpleasant truths, but she is no more deaf than I am, as you know. It is all a sham, and the proof of it is, that she went up to her own room immediately, without saying a word." Caravan, embarrassed, did not utter a word, and at that moment the little servant came in to announce dinner. In order to let his mother know, he took a broom handle, which always stood in a corner, and rapped loudly on the ceiling 3 times, and then they went into the dining room. Madame Caravan, Jr., helped the soup and waited for the old woman, but she did not come, and as the soup was getting cold, they began to eat slowly, and when their plates were empty, they waited again, and Madame Caravan, who was furious, attacked her husband. "She does it on purpose, you know that as well as I do. But you always uphold her." Not knowing which side to take, he sent Marie-Louise to fetch her grandmother, and he sat motionless, with his eyes cast down, while his wife tapped her glass angrily with her knife. In about a minute, the door flew open suddenly, and the child came in again, out of breath and very pale, and said hurriedly, "Grandmama has fallen on the floor." Caravan jumped up, threw his table napkin down, and rushed upstairs, while his wife, who thought it was some trick of her mother-in-law's, followed more slowly, shrugging her shoulders, as if to express her doubt. When they got upstairs, however, they found the old woman lying at full length in the middle of the room. And when they turned her over, they saw that she was insensible and motionless, while her skin looked more wrinkled and yellow than usual, her eyes were closed, her teeth clenched, and her thin body was stiff. Caravan knelt down by her, and began to moan. "My poor mother! My poor mother," he said. But the other Madame Caravan said, "Bah! She has only fainted again, that is all, and she has done it to prevent us from dining comfortably, you may be sure of that." They put her on the bed, undressed her completely, and Caravan, his wife, and the servant began to rub her. But, in spite of their efforts, she did not recover consciousness, so they sent Rosalie, the servant, to fetch Dr. Chenet. He lived a long way off, on the quay, going towards Cherisons, and so it was a considerable time before he arrived. He came at last, however, and, after having looked at the old woman, felt her pulse, and listened for a heartbeat, he said, "It is all over." Caravan threw himself on the body, sobbing violently. He kissed his mother's rigid face, and wept so that great tears fell on the dead woman's face like drops of water, and, naturally, Madame Caravan, Jr., showed a decorous amount of grief, and uttered feeble moans as she stood behind her husband, while she rubbed her eyes vigorously. But, suddenly, Caravan raised himself up, with his thin hair in disorder, and, looking very ugly in his grief, said, But, are you sure, doctor? Are you quite sure? The doctor stooped over the body, and, handling it with professional dexterity, as a shopkeeper might do when showing off his goods, he said, "See, my dear friend, look at her eye." He raised the eyelid, and the old woman's eye appeared altogether unaltered, unless, perhaps, the pupil was rather larger, and Caravan felt a severe shock at the sight. Then Monsieur Chenet took her thin arm, forced the fingers open, and said, angrily, as if he had been contradicted, "Just look at her hand. I never make a mistake, you may be quite sure of that." Caravan fell on the bed, and almost bellowed, while his wife, still whimpering, did what was necessary. She brought the night table, on which she spread a towel and placed 4 wax candles on it, which she lighted. Then she took a sprig of box, which was hanging over the chimney glass, and put it between the 4 candles, in a plate, which she filled with clean water, as she had no holy water. But, after a moment's rapid reflection, she threw a pinch of salt into the water, no doubt thinking she was performing some sort of act of consecration by doing that, and when she had finished, she remained standing motionless, and the doctor, who had been helping her, whispered to her, "We must take Caravan away." She nodded assent, and, going up to her husband, who was still on his knees, sobbing, she raised him up by one arm, while Chenet took him by the other. They put him into a chair, and his wife kissed his forehead, and then began to lecture him. Chenet enforced her words and preached firmness, courage, and resignation, the very things which are always wanting in such overwhelming misfortunes, and then both of them took him by the arms again and led him out. He was crying like a great child, with convulsive sobs, his arms hanging down, and his legs weak, and he went downstairs without knowing what he was doing, and moving his feet mechanically. They put him into the chair which he always occupied at dinner, in front of his empty soup plate. And there he sat, without moving, his eyes fixed on his glass, and so stupefied with grief that he could not even think. In a corner, Madame Caravan was talking with the doctor and asking what the necessary formalities were, as she wanted to obtain practical information. At last, Monsieur Chenet, who appeared to be waiting for something, took up his hat and prepared to go, saying that he had not dined yet, whereupon she exclaimed, "What? You have not dined? Why, stay here, doctor, don't go. You shall have whatever we have, for, of course, you understand that we do not fare sumptuously." He made excuses and refused, but she persisted, and said, "You really must stay. At times like this, people like to have friends near them, and, besides that, perhaps you will be able to persuade my husband to take some nourishment, he must keep up his strength." The doctor bowed, and, putting down his hat, he said, "In that case, I will accept your invitation, madam." She gave Rosalie, who seemed to have lost her head, some orders, and then sat down, to pretend to eat, as she said, to keep the doctor company. The soup was brought in again, and Monsieur Chenet took 2 helpings. Then there came a dish of tripe, which exhaled a smell of onions, and which Madame Caravan made up her mind to taste. "It is excellent," the doctor said, at which she smiled, and, turning to her husband, she said, "Do take a little, my poor Alfred, only just to put something in your stomach. Remember that you have got to pass the night watching by her." He held out his plate, docilely, just as he would have gone to bed, if he had been told to, obeying her in everything, without resistance and without reflection, and he ate. The doctor helped himself 3 times, while Madame Caravan, from time to time, fished out a large piece at the end of her fork, and swallowed it with a sort of studied indifference. When a salad bowl full of macaroni was brought in, the doctor said, "By Jove! That is what I am very fond of." And this time, Madame Caravan helped everybody. She even filled the saucers that were being scraped by the children, who, being left to themselves, had been drinking wine without any water, and were now kicking each other under the table. Chenet remembered that Rossini, the composer, had been very fond of that Italian dish, and suddenly he exclaimed, "Why, that rhymes, and one could begin some lines like this. The maestro Rossini was fond of macaroni." Nobody listened to him, however. Madame Caravan, who had suddenly grown thoughtful, was thinking of all the probable consequences of the event, while her husband made bread pellets, which he put on the tablecloth, and looked at with a fixed, idiotic stare. As he was devoured by thirst, he was continually raising his glass full of wine to his lips, and the consequence was that his mind, which had been upset by the shock and grief, seemed to become vague. And his ideas danced about as digestion commenced. The doctor, who, meanwhile, had been drinking away steadily, was getting visibly drunk, and Madame Caravan herself felt the reaction which follows all nervous shocks, and was agitated and excited, and, although she had drunk nothing but water, her head felt rather confused. Presently, Chenet began to relate stories of death that appeared comical to him. For in that suburb of Paris, that is full of people from the provinces, one finds that indifference towards death which all peasants show, were it even their own father or mother. That want of respect, that unconscious brutality which is so common in the country, and so rare in Paris, and he said, "Why, I was sent for last week to the Rue du Puteaux, and when I went, I found the patient dead and the whole family calmly sitting beside the bed finishing a bottle of aniseed cordial, which had been bought the night before to satisfy the dying man's fancy." But Madame Caravan was not listening, she was continually thinking of the inheritance, and Caravan was incapable of understanding anything further. Coffee was presently served, and it had been made very strong to give them courage. As every cup was well flavored with cognac, it made all their faces red, and confused their ideas still more. To make matters still worse, Chenet suddenly seized the brandy bottle and poured out a drop for each of them just to wash their mouths out with, as he termed it, and then, without speaking any more, overcome in spite of themselves by that feeling of animal comfort which alcohol affords after dinner, they slowly sipped the sweet cognac, which formed a yellowish syrup at the bottom of their cups. The children had fallen asleep, and Rosalie carried them off to bed. Caravan, mechanically obeying that wish to forget oneself which possesses all unhappy persons, helped himself to brandy again several times, and his dull eyes grew bright. At last the doctor rose to go, and seizing his friend's arm, he said, "Come with me, a little fresh air will do you good. When one is in trouble, one must not remain in one spot." The other obeyed mechanically, put on his hat, took his stick, and went out, and both of them walked arm in arm towards the Seine in the starlight night. The air was warm and sweet, for all the gardens in the neighborhood were full of flowers at this season of the year, and their fragrance, which is scarcely perceptible during the day, seemed to awaken at the approach of night, and mingled with the light breezes which blew upon them in the darkness. The broad avenue with its 2 rows of gas lamps, that extended as far as the Arc de Triomphe, was deserted and silent, but there was the distant roar of Paris, which seemed to have a reddish vapor hanging over it. It was a kind of continual rumbling, which was at times answered by the whistle of a train in the distance, traveling at full speed to the ocean, through the provinces. The fresh air on the faces of the 2 men rather overcame them at first, made the doctor lose his equilibrium a little, and increased Caravan's giddiness, from which he had suffered since dinner. He walked as if he were in a dream. His thoughts were paralyzed, although he felt no great grief, for he was in a state of mental torpor that prevented him from suffering, and he even felt a sense of relief which was increased by the mildness of the night. When they reached the bridge, they turned to the right, and got the fresh breeze from the river, which rolled along, calm and melancholy, bordered by tall poplar trees, while the stars looked as if they were floating on the water and were moving with the current. A slight white mist that floated over the opposite banks filled their lungs with a sensation of cold, and Caravan stopped suddenly, for he was struck by that smell from the water which brought back old memories to his mind. For, in his mind, he suddenly saw his mother again, in Picardy, as he had seen her years before, kneeling in front of their door, and washing the heaps of linen at her side in the stream that ran through their garden. He almost fancied that he could hear the sound of the wooden paddle with which she beat the linen in the calm silence of the country, and her voice, as she called out to him, "Alfred, bring me some soap." And he smelled that odor of running water, of the mist rising from the wet ground, that marshy smell, which he should never forget, and which came back to him on this very evening on which his mother had died. He stopped, seized with a feeling of despair. A sudden flash seemed to reveal to him the extent of his calamity, and that breath from the river plunged him into an abyss of hopeless grief. His life seemed cut in half, his youth disappeared, swallowed up by that death. All the former days were over and done with, all the recollections of his youth had been swept away. For the future, there would be nobody to talk to him of what had happened in days gone by, of the people he had known of old, of his own part of the country, and of his past life. That was a part of his existence which existed no longer, and the rest might as well end now. And then he saw the mother as she was when young, wearing well-worn dresses, which he remembered for such a long time that they seemed inseparable from her. He recollected her movements, the different tones of her voice, her habits, her predilections, her fits of anger, the wrinkles on her face, the movements of her thin fingers, and all her well-known attitudes, which she would never have again. And clutching hold of the doctor, he began to moan and weep. His thin legs began to tremble, his whole stout body was shaken by his sobs, all he could say was, "My mother, my poor mother, my poor mother." But his companion, who was still drunk, and who intended to finish the evening in certain places of bad repute that he frequented secretly, made him sit down on the grass by the riverside, and left him almost immediately, under the pretext that he had to see a patient. Caravan went on crying for some time, and when he had got to the end of his tears, when his grief had, so to say, run out, he again felt relief, repose, and sudden tranquility. The moon had risen, and bathed the horizon in its soft light. The tall poplar trees had a silvery sheen on them, and the mist on the plain looked like drifting snow. The river, in which the stars were reflected, and which had a sheen as of mother of pearl, was gently rippled by the wind. The air was soft and sweet, and Caravan inhaled it almost greedily, and thought that he could perceive a feeling of freshness, of calm and of superhuman consolation pervading him. He actually resisted that feeling of comfort and relief, and kept on saying to himself, my poor mother," and tried to make himself cry, from a kind of conscientious feeling. But he could not succeed in doing so any longer, and those sad thoughts, which had made him sob so bitterly a short time before, had almost passed away. In a few moments, he rose to go home, and returned slowly, under the influence of that serene night, and with a heart soothed in spite of himself. When he reached the bridge, he saw that the last tramcar was ready to start, and behind it were the brightly lighted windows of the Café du Globe. He felt a longing to tell somebody of his loss, to excite pity, to make himself interesting. He put on a woeful face, pushed open the door, and went up to the counter, where the landlord still was. He had counted on creating a sensation, and had hoped that everybody would get up and come to him with outstretched hands, and say, "Why, what is the matter with you?" But nobody noticed his disconsolate face, so he rested his 2 elbows on the counter, and, burying his face in his hands, he murmured, "Mon Dieu! Mon Dieu!" The landlord looked at him and said, "Are you ill, Monsieur Caravan?" "No, my friend," he replied, "but my mother has just died." "Ah!" the other exclaimed, and as a customer at the other end of the establishment asked for a glass of Bavarian beer, he went to attend to him, leaving Caravan dumbfounded at his want of sympathy. The 3 domino players were sitting at the same table which they had occupied before dinner, totally absorbed in their game, and Caravan went up to them, in search of pity, but as none of them appeared to notice him, he made up his mind to speak. "A great misfortune has happened to me since I was here," he said. All 3 slightly raised their heads at the same instant, but keeping their eyes fixed on the pieces which they held in their hands. "What do you say?" "My mother has just died." Whereupon one of them said, "Oh, the devil," with that false air of sorrow which indifferent people assume. Another, who could not find anything to say, emitted a sort of sympathetic whistle, shaking his head at the same time, and the third turned to the game again, as if he were saying to himself, "Is that all?" Caravan had expected some of these expressions that are said to come from the heart, and when he saw how his news was received, he left the table, indignant at their calmness at their friend's sorrow. Although this sorrow had stupefied him so that he scarcely felt it any longer. When he got home his wife was waiting for him in her nightgown, and sitting in a low chair by the open window, still thinking of the inheritance. Undress yourself, she said, we can go on talking. He raised his head, and looking at the ceiling, said, But, there is nobody upstairs. I beg your pardon, Rosalie is with her, and you can go and take her place at 3 o'clock in the morning, when you have had some sleep. He only partially undressed, however, so as to be ready for anything that might happen, and after tying a silk handkerchief round his head, he lay down to rest, and for some time neither of them spoke. Madame Caravan was thinking. Her nightcap was adorned with a red bow, and was pushed rather to one side, as was the way with all the caps she wore, and presently she turned towards him and said, Do you know whether your mother made a will? He hesitated for a moment, and then replied, I do not think so. No, I am sure that she did not. His wife looked at him, and she said, in a low, angry tone, I call that infamous. Here we have been wearing ourselves out for 10 years in looking after her, and have boarded and lodged her. Your sister would not have done so much for her, nor I either, if I had known how I was to be rewarded. Yes, it is a disgrace to her memory. I dare say that you will tell me that she paid us, but one cannot pay one's children in ready money for what they do, that obligation is recognized after death, at any rate, that is how honorable people act. So I have had all my worry and trouble for nothing. Oh, that is nice. That is very nice. Poor Caravan, who was almost distracted, kept on repeating, my dear, please, please be quiet. She grew calmer by degrees, and, resuming her usual voice and manner, she continued, We must let your sister know tomorrow. He started, and said, Of course we must, I had forgotten all about it. I will send her a telegram the first thing in the morning. No, she replied, like a woman who had foreseen everything, no, do not send it before 10 or 11 o'clock, so that we may have time to turn round before she comes. It does not take more than 2 hours to get here from Charenton, and we can say that you lost your head from grief. If we let her know in the course of the day, that will be soon enough, and will give us time to look round. Caravan put his hand to his forehead, and, in the calm timid voice in which he always spoke of his chief, the very thought of whom made him tremble, he said, I must let them know at the office. Why, she replied. On occasions like this, it is always excusable to forget. Take my advice, and don't let him know. Your chief will not be able to say anything to you, and you will put him in a nice fix. Oh. Yes, that I shall, and he will be in a terrible rage, too, when he notices my absence. Yes, you are right, it is a capital idea, and when I tell him that my mother is dead, he will be obliged to hold his tongue. And he rubbed his hands in delight at the joke, when he thought of his chief's face, while upstairs lay the body of the dead old woman, with the servant asleep beside it. But Madame Caravan grew thoughtful, as if she were preoccupied by something which she did not care to mention, and at last she said, Your mother had given you her clock, had she not, the girl playing at cup and ball? He thought for a moment, and then replied, Yes, she said to me, but it was a long time ago. When she first came here I shall leave the clock to you, if you look after me well. Madame Caravan was reassured, and regained her serenity, and said, Well, then, you must go and fetch it out of her room, for if we get your sister here, she will prevent us from taking it. He hesitated. Do you think so? That made her angry. I certainly think so. Once it is in our possession, she will know nothing at all about where it came from. It belongs to us. It is just the same with the chest of drawers with the marble top, that is in her room. She gave it me one day when she was in a good temper. We will bring it down at the same time. Caravan, however, seemed incredulous, and said, But, my dear, it is a great responsibility. She turned on him furiously. Oh. Indeed. Will you never change? You would let your children die of hunger, rather than make a move. Does not that chest of drawers belong to us, as she gave it to me? And if your sister is not satisfied, let her tell me so, me. I don't care a straw for your sister. Come, get up, and we will bring down what your mother gave us, immediately. Trembling and vanquished, He got out of bed and began to put on his trousers, but she stopped him. "It is not worthwhile to dress yourself, your underwear is quite enough. I mean to go as I am." They both left the room in their night clothes, went upstairs quite noiselessly, opened the door and went into the room, where the 4 lighted tapers and the plate with the sprig of box alone seemed to be watching the old woman in her rigid repose. For Rosalie, who was lying back in the easy chair with her legs stretched out, her hands folded in her lap, and her head on one side, was also quite motionless, and was snoring with her mouth wide open. Caravan took the clock, which was one of those grotesque objects that were produced so plentifully under the Empire. A girl in gilt bronze was holding a cup and ball, and the ball formed the pendulum. "Give that to me," his wife said, "and take the marble slab off the chest of drawers." He put the marble slab on his shoulder with considerable effort, and they left the room. Caravan had to stoop in the doorway, and trembled as he went downstairs, while his wife walked backwards so as to light him and held the candlestick in one hand, carrying the clock under the other arm. When they were in their own room, she heaved a sigh. "We have got over the worst part of the job," she said, "so now let us go and fetch the other things." But the bureau drawers were full of the old woman's wearing apparel, which they must manage to hide somewhere, and Madame Caravan soon thought of a plan. "Go and get that wooden packing case in the vestibule. It is hardly worth anything, and we may just as well put it here." And when he had brought it upstairs, they began to fill it. One by one they took out all the collars, cuffs, chemises, caps, all the well-worn things that had belonged to the poor woman lying there behind them, and arranged them methodically in the wooden box in such a manner as to deceive Madame Braux, the deceased woman's other child, who would be coming the next day. When they had finished, they first of all carried the bureau drawers downstairs, and the remaining portion afterwards, each of them holding an end, and it was some time before they could make up their minds where it would stand best. But at last they decided upon their own room, opposite the bed, between the 2 windows, and as soon as it was in its place Madame Caravan filled it with her own things. The clock was placed on the chimney-piece in the dining room, and they looked to see what the effect was, and were both delighted with it and agreed that nothing could be better. Then they retired, she blew out the candle, and soon everybody in the house was asleep. It was broad daylight when Caravan opened his eyes again. His mind was rather confused when he woke up, and he did not clearly remember what had happened for a few minutes. When he did, he felt a weight at his heart and jumped out of bed, almost ready to cry again. He hastened to the room overhead, where Rosalie was still sleeping in the same position as the night before, not having awakened once. He sent her to do her work, put fresh tapers in the place of those that had burnt out, and then he looked at his mother, revolving in his brain those apparently profound thoughts, those religious and philosophical commonplaces which trouble people of mediocre intelligence in the presence of death. But, as his wife was calling him, he went downstairs. She had written out a list of what had to be done during the morning, and he was horrified when he saw the memorandum. 1. Report the death at the mayor's office. 2. See the doctor who had attended her. 3. Order the coffin. 4. Give notice at the church. 5. Go to the undertaker. 6. Order the notices of her death at the printers. 7. Go to the lawyer. 8. Telegraph the news to all the family. Besides all this, there were a number of small commissions, so he took his hat and went out. As the news had spread abroad, Madame Caravan's female friends and neighbors soon began to come in and beg to be allowed to see the body. There had been a scene between husband and wife at the hairdresser's on the ground floor about the matter, while a customer was being shaved. The wife, who was knitting steadily, said, "Well, there is one less, and as great a miser as one ever meets with. I certainly did not care for her, but, nevertheless, I must go and have a look at her." The husband, while lathering his patient's chin, said, "That is another queer fancy. Nobody but a woman would think of such a thing. It is not enough for them to worry you during life, but they cannot even leave you at peace when you are dead." But his wife, without being in the least disconcerted, replied, "The feeling is stronger than I am, and I must go. It has been on me since the morning. If I were not to see her, I should think about it all my life, but when I have had a good look at her, I shall be satisfied." The Knight of the Razor shrugged his shoulders and remarked in a low voice to the gentleman whose cheek he was scraping, "I just ask you, what sort of ideas do you think these confounded females have? I should not amuse myself by going to see a corpse." But his wife had heard him and replied very quietly, "But it is so, it is so." And then, putting her knitting on the counter, she went upstairs to the first floor, where she met two other neighbors, who had just come and who were discussing the event with Madame Caravan, who was giving them the details. And they all went together to the death chamber. The four women went in softly, and, one after the other, sprinkled the bed clothes with the salt water, knelt down, made the sign of the cross while they mumbled a prayer. Then they rose from their knees and looked for some time at the corpse with round, wide-open eyes and mouths partly open, while the daughter-in-law of the dead woman, with her handkerchief to her face, pretended to be sobbing piteously. When she turned about to walk away, whom should she perceive standing close to the door but Marie-Louise and Philippe Auguste, who were curiously taking stock of all that was going on. Then, forgetting her pretended grief, she threw herself upon them with uplifted hands, crying out in a furious voice, "Will you get out of this, you horrid brats?" 10 minutes later, going upstairs again with another contingent of neighbors, she prayed, wept profusely, performed all her duties, and found once more her two children, who had followed her upstairs. She again boxed their ears soundly, but the next time she paid no heed to them, and at each fresh arrival of visitors the two urchins always followed in the wake, kneeling down in a corner and imitating slavishly everything they saw their mother do. When the afternoon came, the crowds of inquisitive people began to diminish, and soon there were no more visitors. Madame Caravan, returning to her own apartments, began to make the necessary preparations for the funeral ceremony, and the deceased was left alone. The window of the room was open. A torrid heat entered, along with clouds of dust. The flames of the 4 candles were flickering beside the immobile corpse, and upon the cloth which covered the face, the closed eyes, the 2 stretched out hands, small flies alighted, came, went and careered up and down incessantly, being the only companions of the old woman for the time being. Marie-Louise and Philippe Auguste, however, had now left the house and were running up and down the street. They were soon surrounded by their playmates, by little girls especially, who were older and who were much more interested in all the mysteries of life, asking questions as if they were grown people. "Then your grandmother is dead?" "Yes, she died yesterday evening." "What does a dead person look like?" Then Marie began to explain, telling all about the candles, the sprig of box and the face of the corpse. It was not long before great curiosity was aroused in the minds of all the children, and they asked to be allowed to go upstairs to look at the departed. Marie-Louise at once organized a first expedition, consisting of 5 girls and 2 boys, the biggest and the most courageous. She made them take off their shoes so that they might not be discovered. The troop filed into the house and mounted the stairs as stealthily as an army of mice. Once in the chamber, the little girl, imitating her mother, regulated the ceremony. She solemnly walked in advance of her comrades, went down on her knees, made the sign of the cross, moved her lips as in prayer, rose, sprinkled the bed, and while the children, all crowded together, were approaching, frightened and curious and eager to look at the face and hands of the deceased, she began suddenly to simulate sobbing and to bury her eyes in her little handkerchief. Then, becoming instantly consoled, on thinking of the other children who were downstairs waiting at the door, she ran downstairs followed by the rest, returning in a minute with another group, then a third. For all the little ragamuffins of the countryside, even to the little beggars in rags, had congregated in order to participate in this new pleasure, and each time she repeated her mother's grimaces with absolute perfection. At length, however, she became tired. Some game or other drew the children away from the house, and the old grandmother was left alone, forgotten suddenly by everybody. The room was growing dark, and upon the dry and rigid features of the corpse the fitful flames of the candles cast patches of light. Towards 8 o'clock Caravan ascended to the chamber of death, closed the windows and renewed the candles. He was now quite composed on entering the room, accustomed already to regard the corpse as though it had been there for months. He even went the length of declaring that, as yet, there were no signs of decomposition, making this remark just at the moment when he and his wife were about to sit down at table. "Pshaw," she responded, "she is now stark and stiff. She will keep for a year." The soup was eaten in silence. The children, who had been left to themselves all day, now worn out by fatigue, were sleeping soundly on their chairs, and nobody ventured to break the silence. Suddenly the flame of the lamp went down. Madame Caravan immediately turned up the wick, a hollow sound ensued, and the light went out. They had forgotten to buy oil. To send for it now to the grocer's would keep back the dinner, and they began to look for candles, but none were to be found except the tapers which had been placed upon the table upstairs in the death chamber. Madame Caravan, always prompt in her decisions, quickly dispatched Marie-Louise to fetch two, and her return was awaited in total darkness. The footsteps of the girl who had ascended the stairs were distinctly heard. There was silence for a few seconds, and then the child descended precipitately. She threw open the door and in a choking voice murmured, "Oh, Papa, Grandmama is dressing herself." Caravan bounded to his feet with such precipitance that his chair fell over against the wall. He stammered out, "You say? What are you saying?" But Marie-Louise, gasping with emotion, repeated, Grandmama is putting on her clothes, she is coming downstairs." Caravan rushed boldly up the staircase, followed by his wife, dumbfounded. But he came to a standstill before the door of the second floor, overcome with terror, not daring to enter. What was he going to see? Madame Caravan, more courageous, turned the handle of the door and stepped forward into the room. The old woman was standing up. In awakening from her lethargic sleep, before even regaining full consciousness, in turning upon her side and raising herself on her elbow, she had extinguished 3 of the candles which burned near the bed. Then, gaining strength, she got off the bed and began to look for her clothes. The absence of her chest of drawers had at first worried her, but, after a little, she had succeeded in finding her things at the bottom of the wooden box, and was now quietly dressing. She emptied the plateful of water, replaced the sprig of box behind the looking-glass, and arranged the chairs in their places, and was ready to go downstairs when there appeared before her son and daughter-in-law. Caravan rushed forward, seized her by the hands, embraced her with tears in his eyes, while his wife, who was behind him, repeated in a hypocritical tone of voice, "Oh, what a blessing! Oh, what a blessing!" But the old woman, without being at all moved, without even appearing to understand, rigid as a statue, and with glazed eyes, simply asked, "Will dinner soon be ready?" He stammered out, not knowing what he said. "Oh, yes, mother, we have been waiting for you." And with an alacrity unusual in him, he took her arm, while Madame Caravan, the younger, seized the candle and lighted them downstairs, walking backwards in front of them, step by step, just as she had done the previous night for her husband, who was carrying the marble. On reaching the first floor, she almost ran against people who were ascending the stairs. It was the Charenton family, Madame Braux, followed by her husband. The wife, tall and stout, with a prominent stomach, opened wide her terrified eyes and was ready to make her escape. The husband, a socialist shoemaker, a little hairy man, the perfect image of a monkey, murmured quite unconcerned, "Well, what next? Is she resurrected?" As soon as Madame Caravan recognized them, she made frantic gestures to them, then, speaking aloud, she said, "Why, here you are. What a pleasant surprise!" But Madame Braux, dumbfounded, understood nothing. She responded in a low voice, "It was your telegram that brought us. We thought that all was over." Her husband, who was behind her, pinched her to make her keep silent. He added with a sly laugh, which his thick beard concealed, "It was very kind of you to invite us here. We set out post-haste," which remark showed the hostility which had for a long time reigned between the households. Then, just as the old woman reached the last steps, he pushed forward quickly and rubbed his hairy face against her cheeks, shouting in her ear, on account of her deafness, "How well you look, mother, sturdy as usual, hey?" Madame Braux, in her stupefaction at seeing the old woman alive, whom they all believed to be dead, dared not even embrace her, and her enormous bulk blocked up the passageway and hindered the others from advancing. The old woman, uneasy and suspicious, but without speaking, looked at everyone around her. And her little gray eyes, piercing and hard, fixed themselves now on one and now on the other, and they were so full of meaning that the children became frightened. Caravan, to explain matters, said, "She has been somewhat ill, but she is better now, quite well, indeed, are you not, mother?" Then the good woman, continuing to walk, replied in a husky voice, as though it came from a distance, "It was syncope. I heard you all the while." An embarrassing silence followed. They entered the dining room, and in a few minutes all sat down to an improvised dinner. Only M. Braux had retained his self-possession. His gorilla features grinned wickedly, while he let fall some words of double meaning which painfully disconcerted everyone. But the doorbell kept ringing every second, and Rosalie, distracted, came to call Caravan, who rushed out, throwing down his napkin. His brother-in-law even asked him whether it was not one of his reception days, to which he stammered out an answer, "No, only a few packages, nothing more." A parcel was brought in, which he began to open carelessly, and the morning announcements with black borders appeared unexpectedly. Reddening up to the very eyes, he closed the package hurriedly and pushed it under his waistcoat. His mother had not seen it. She was looking intently at her clock which stood on the mantelpiece, and the embarrassment increased in midst of a dead silence. Turning her wrinkled face towards her daughter, the old woman, in whose eyes gleamed malice, said, "On Monday you must take me away from here, so that I can see your little girl. I want so much to see her." Madame Braux, her features all beaming, exclaimed, "Yes, mother, that I will," while Madame Caravan, the younger, who had turned pale, was ready to faint with annoyance. The two men, however, gradually drifted into conversation and soon became embroiled in a political discussion. Braux maintained the most revolutionary and communistic doctrines, his eyes glowing, and gesticulating and throwing about his arms. "Property, sir," he said, "is a robbery perpetrated on the working classes. The land is the common property of every man. Hereditary rights are an infamy and a disgrace." But here he suddenly stopped, looking as if he had just said something foolish, then added in softer tones, "But this is not the proper moment to discuss such things." The door was opened and Dr. Chenet appeared. For a moment he seemed bewildered, but regaining his usual smirking expression of countenance, he jauntily approached the old woman and said, "Aha! Mamma, you are better today. Oh! I never had any doubt but you would come round again. In fact, I said to myself as I was mounting the staircase, I have an idea that I shall find the old lady on her feet once more," and as he patted her gently on the back, "Ah! She is as solid as the Pont Neuf, she will bury us all. See if she does not." He sat down, accepted the coffee that was offered him, and soon began to join in the conversation of the two men, backing up Braux, for he himself had been mixed up in the commune. The old woman, now feeling herself fatigued, wished to retire. Caravan rushed forward. She looked him steadily in the eye and said, You must carry my clock and chest of drawers upstairs again without a moment's delay." "Yes, mamma," he replied, gasping, "yes, I will do so." The old woman then took the arm of her daughter and withdrew from the room. The two caravans remained astounded, silent, plunged in the deepest despair, while Braux rubbed his hands and sipped his coffee gleefully. Suddenly Madame Caravan, consumed with rage, rushed at him, exclaiming, "You are a thief, a footpad, a cur. I would spit in your face." I would," she could find nothing further to say, suffocating as she was with rage, while he went on sipping his coffee with a smile. His wife returning just then, Madame Caravan attacked her sister-in-law, and the two women, the one with her enormous bulk, the other epileptic and spare, with changed voices and trembling hands flew at one another with words of abuse. Chenet and Braux now interposed, and the latter, taking his better half by the shoulders, pushed her out of the door before him, shouting, "Go on, you slut, you talk too much." And the two were heard in the street quarreling until they disappeared from sight. M. Chenet also took his departure, leaving the caravans alone, face to face. The husband fell back on his chair, and with the cold sweat standing out in beads on his temples, murmured, "What shall I say to my chief tomorrow?" Beside Schopenhauer's corpse. He was slowly dying, as consumptives die. I saw him each day, about 2 o'clock, sitting beneath the hotel windows on a bench in the promenade, looking out on the calm sea. He remained for some time without moving, in the heat of the sun, gazing mournfully at the Mediterranean. Every now and then, he cast a glance at the lofty mountains with beclouded summits that shut in Mentone. Then, with a very slow movement, he would cross his long legs, so thin that they seemed like two bones, around which fluttered the cloth of his trousers, and he would open a book, always the same book. And then he did not stir any more, but read on with his eye and his mind. All his wasting body seemed to read, all his soul plunged, lost, disappeared, in this book, up to the hour when the cool air made him cough a little. Then, he got up and re-entered the hotel. He was a tall German, with fair beard, who breakfasted and dined in his own room, and spoke to nobody. A vague curiosity attracted me to him. One day, I sat down by his side, having taken up a book, too, to keep up appearances, a volume of Musset's poems. And I began to look through Rolla. Suddenly, my neighbor said to me, in good French, "Do you know German, monsieur?" "Not at all, monsieur." "I am sorry for that. Since chance has thrown us side by side, I could have lent you, I could have shown you, an inestimable thing, this book which I hold in my hand." "What is it, pray?" "It is a copy of my master, Schopenhauer, annotated with his own hand. All the margins, as you may see, are covered with his handwriting." I took the book from him reverently, and I gazed at these forms incomprehensible to me, but which revealed the immortal thoughts of the greatest shatterer of dreams who had ever dwelt on earth. And Musset's verses arose in my memory. "Hast thou found out, O Voltaire, that it is bliss to die? And does thy hideous smile over thy bleached bones fly?" And involuntarily I compared the childish sarcasm, the religious sarcasm of Voltaire with the irresistible irony of the German philosopher whose influence is henceforth ineffaceable. Let us protest and let us be angry, let us be indignant, or let us be enthusiastic, Schopenhauer has marked humanity with the seal of his disdain and of his disenchantment. A disabused pleasure-seeker, he overthrew beliefs, hopes, poetic ideals and chimeras, destroyed the aspirations, ravaged the confidence of souls, killed love, dragged down the chivalrous worship of women, crushed the illusions of hearts, and accomplished the most gigantic task ever attempted by skepticism. He spared nothing with his mocking spirit, and exhausted everything. And even today those who execrate him seem to carry in their own souls particles of his thought. "So, then, you were intimately acquainted with Schopenhauer?" I said to the German. He smiled sadly. "Up to the time of his death, monsieur." And he spoke to me about the philosopher and told me about the almost supernatural impression which this strange being made on all who came near him. He gave me an account of the interview of the old iconoclast with a French politician, a doctrinaire Republican, who wanted to get a glimpse of this man, and found him in a noisy tavern, seated in the midst of his disciples, dry, wrinkled, laughing with an unforgettable laugh, attacking and tearing to pieces ideas and beliefs with a single word, as a dog tears with one bite of his teeth the tissues with which he plays. He repeated for me the comment of this Frenchman as he went away, astonished and terrified. I thought I had spent an hour with the devil. Then he added. He had, indeed, monsieur, a frightful smile, which terrified us even after his death. I can tell you an anecdote about it that is not generally known, if it would interest you. And he began, in a languid voice, interrupted by frequent fits of coughing. Schopenhauer had just died, and it was arranged that we should watch, in turn, 2 by 2, till morning. He was lying in a large apartment, very simple, vast and gloomy. 2 wax candles were burning on the stand by the bedside. It was midnight when I went on watch, together with one of our comrades. The 2 friends whom we replaced had left the apartment, and we came and sat down at the foot of the bed. The face was not changed. It was laughing. That pucker which we knew so well lingered still around the corners of the lips, and it seemed to us that he was about to open his eyes, to move and to speak. His thought, or rather his thoughts, enveloped us. We felt ourselves more than ever in the atmosphere of his genius, absorbed, possessed by him. His domination seemed to be even more sovereign now that he was dead. A feeling of mystery was blended with the power of this incomparable spirit. The bodies of these men disappear, but they themselves remain, and in the night which follows the cessation of their heart's pulsation, I assure you, monsieur, they are terrifying. And in hushed tones we talked about him, recalling to mind certain sayings, certain formulas of his, those startling maxims which are like jets of flame flung, in a few words, into the darkness of the unknown life. "It seems to me that he is going to speak," said my comrade. And we stared with uneasiness bordering on fear at the motionless face, with its eternal laugh. Gradually, we began to feel ill at ease, suppressed, on the point of fainting. I faltered. "I don't know what is the matter with me, but I assure you I am not well." And at that moment we noticed that there was an unpleasant odor from the corpse. Then, my comrade suggested that we should go into the adjoining room, and leave the door open, and I assented to his proposal. I took one of the wax candles which burned on the stand, and I left the second behind. Then we went and sat down at the other end of the adjoining apartment, in such a position that we could see the bed and the corpse, clearly revealed by the light. But he still held possession of us. One would have said that his immaterial essence, liberated, free, all-powerful and dominating, was flitting around us. And sometimes, too, the dreadful odor of the decomposed body came toward us and penetrated us, sickening and indefinable. Suddenly a shiver passed through our bones, a slight sound, came from the death chamber. Immediately we fixed our glances on him, and we saw, yes, monsieur, we saw distinctly, both of us, something white pass across the bed, fall on the carpet, and vanish under an armchair. We were on our feet before we had time to think of anything, distracted by stupefying terror, ready to run away. Then we stared at each other. We were horribly pale. Our hearts throbbed fiercely enough to have raised the clothing on our chests. I was the first to speak. "Did you see?" "Yes, I saw." "Can it be that he is not dead?" "Why, when the body is putrefying?" "What are we to do?" My companion said in a hesitating tone. "We must go and look." I took our wax candle and entered first, glancing into all the dark corners in the large apartment. Nothing was moving now, and I approached the bed. But I stood transfixed with stupor and fright. Schopenhauer was no longer laughing. He was grinning in a horrible fashion, with his lips pressed together and deep hollows in his cheeks. I stammered out. "He is not dead." But the terrible odor ascended to my nose and stifled me. And I no longer moved, but kept staring fixedly at him, terrified as if in the presence of an apparition. Then my companion, having seized the other wax candle, bent forward. Next, he touched my arm without uttering a word. I followed his glance, and saw on the ground, under the armchair by the side of the bed, standing out white on the dark carpet, and open as if to bite, Schopenhauer's set of artificial teeth. The work of decomposition, loosening the jaws, had made it jump out of the mouth. I was really frightened that day, monsieur. And as the sun was sinking toward the glittering sea, the consumptive German rose from his seat, gave me a parting bow, and retired into the hotel. Original Short Stories, Volume 3. Guy de Maupassant. Original Short Stories. Translated by Albert M. C. McMaster, B.A. A. E. Henderson, B.A. Emily Casada and others. Volume 3. Miss Harriet. There were 7 of us on a drag, 4 women and 3 men. One of the latter sat on the box seat beside the coachman. We were ascending, at a snail's pace, the winding road up the steep cliff along the coast. Setting out from Etretat at break of day in order to visit the ruins of Tancarville, we were still half asleep, benumbed by the fresh air of the morning. The women especially, who were little accustomed to these early excursions, half opened and closed their eyes every moment, nodding their heads or yawning, quite insensible to the beauties of the dawn. It was autumn. On both sides of the road stretched the bare fields, yellowed by the stubble of wheat and oats which covered the soil like a beard that had been badly shaved. The moist earth seemed to steam. Larks were singing high up in the air, while other birds piped in the bushes. The sun rose at length in front of us, bright red on the plain of the horizon, and in proportion as it ascended, growing clearer from minute to minute, the country seemed to awake, to smile, to shake itself like a young girl leaving her bed in her white robe of vapor. The Comte d'Etreil, who was seated on the box, cried, "Look! Look! A hare," and he extended his arm toward the left, pointing to a patch of clover. The animal scurried along, almost hidden by the clover, only its large ears showing. Then it swerved across a furrow, stopped, started off again at full speed, changed its course, stopped anew, uneasy, spying out every danger, uncertain what route to take, when suddenly it began to run with great bounds, disappearing finally in a large patch of beetroot. All the men had waked up to watch the course of the animal. René Lomanoir exclaimed, "We are not at all gallant this morning," and, regarding his neighbor, the little Baroness de Surennes, who struggled against sleep, he said to her in a low tone, "You are thinking of your husband, Baroness. Reassure yourself, he will not return before Saturday, so you have still 4 days." She answered with a sleepy smile, "How stupid you are." Then, shaking off her torpor, she added, "Now, let somebody say something to make us laugh. You, Monsieur Chanal, who have the reputation of having had more love affairs than the Duc de Richelieu, tell us a love story in which you have played a part, anything you like." Leon Chanal, an old painter, who had once been very handsome, very strong, very proud of his physique and very popular with women, took his long white beard in his hand and smiled. Then, after a few moments' reflection, he suddenly became serious. "Ladies, it will not be an amusing tale, for I am going to relate to you the saddest love affair of my life, and I sincerely hope that none of my friends may ever pass through a similar experience. I was 25 years of age and was pillaging along the coast of Normandy. I call pillaging wandering about, with a knapsack on one's back, from inn to inn, under the pretext of making studies and sketching landscapes. I knew nothing more enjoyable than that happy-go-lucky wandering life, in which one is perfectly free, without shackles of any kind, without care, without preoccupation, without thinking even of the morrow. One goes in any direction one pleases, without any guide save his fancy, without any counselor save his eyes. One stops because a running brook attracts one, because the smell of potatoes frying tickles one's olfactories on passing an inn. Sometimes it is the perfume of clematis which decides one in his choice, or the roguish glance of the servant at an inn. Do not despise me for my affection for these rustics. These girls have a soul as well as senses, not to mention firm cheeks and fresh lips, while their hearty and willing kisses have the flavor of wild fruit. Love is always love, come whence it may. A heart that beats at your approach, an eye that weeps when you go away are things so rare, so sweet, so precious that they must never be despised. I have had rendezvous in ditches full of primroses, behind the cow stable and in barns among the straw, still warm from the heat of the day. I have recollections of coarse grey cloth covering supple peasant skin and regrets for simple, frank kisses, more delicate in their unaffected sincerity than the subtle favors of charming and distinguished women. But what one loves most amid all these varied adventures is the country, the woods, the rising of the sun, the twilight, the moonlight. These are, for the painter, honeymoon trips with nature. One is alone with her in that long and quiet association. You go to sleep in the fields, amid marguerites and poppies, and when you open your eyes in the full glare of the sunlight you descry in the distance the little village with its pointed clock tower which sounds the hour of noon. You sit down by the side of a spring which gushes out at the foot of an oak, amid a growth of tall, slender weeds, glistening with life. You go down on your knees, bend forward and drink that cold, pellucid water which wets your mustache and nose. You drink it with a physical pleasure, as though you kissed the spring, lip to lip. Sometimes, when you find a deep hole along the course of these tiny brooks, you plunge in quite naked, and you feel on your skin, from head to foot, as it were, an icy and delicious caress, the light and gentle quivering of the stream. You are gay on the hills, melancholy on the edge of ponds, inspired when the sun is setting in an ocean of blood-red clouds and casts red reflections o'er the river. And at night, under the moon, which passes across the vault of heaven, you think of 1,000 strange things which would never have occurred to your mind under the brilliant light of day. So, in wandering through the same country where we are this year, I came to the little village of Benouville, on the cliff between Eport and Etretat. I came from Fécamp, following the coast, a high coast as straight as a wall, with its projecting chalk cliffs descending perpendicularly into the sea. I had walked since early morning on the short grass, smooth and yielding as a carpet, that grows on the edge of the cliff. And, singing lustily, I walked with long strides, looking sometimes at the slow circling flight of a gull with its white curved wings outlined on the blue sky, sometimes at the brown sails of a fishing bark on the green sea. In short, I had passed a happy day, a day of liberty and of freedom from care. A little farmhouse where travelers were lodged was pointed out to me, a kind of inn, kept by a peasant woman, which stood in the center of a Norman courtyard surrounded by a double row of beeches. Leaving the coast, I reached the hamlet, which was hemmed in by great trees, and I presented myself at the house of Mother Lecacher. She was an old, wrinkled and stern peasant woman, who seemed always to receive customers under protest, with a kind of defiance. It was the month of May. The spreading apple trees covered the court with a shower of blossoms which rained unceasingly both upon people and upon the grass. I said, "Well, Madame Lecacher, have you a room for me?" Astonished to find that I knew her name, she answered, "That depends, everything is let, but all the same I can find out." In 5 minutes we had come to an agreement, and I deposited my bag upon the earthen floor of a rustic room, furnished with a bed, 2 chairs, a table and a washbowl. The room looked into the large, smoky kitchen, where the lodgers took their meals with the people of the farm and the landlady, who was a widow. I washed my hands, after which I went out. The old woman was making a chicken fricassee for dinner in the large fireplace in which hung the iron pot, black with smoke. "You have travelers, then, at the present time," said I to her. She answered in an offended tone of voice. "I have a lady, an English lady, who has reached years of maturity. She occupies the other room." I obtained, by means of an extra 5 sous a day, the privilege of dining alone out in the yard when the weather was fine. My place was set outside the door, and I was beginning to gnaw the lean limbs of the Normandy chicken, to drink the clear cider and to munch the hunk of white bread, which was 4 days old but excellent. Suddenly the wooden gate which gave on the highway was opened, and a strange lady directed her steps toward the house. She was very thin, very tall, so tightly enveloped in a red Scotch plaid shawl that one might have supposed she had no arms, if one had not seen a long hand appear just above the hips, holding a white tourist umbrella. Her face was like that of a mummy, surrounded with curls of grey hair, which tossed about at every step she took and made me think, I know not why, of a pickled herring in curl papers. Lowering her eyes, she passed quickly in front of me and entered the house. That singular apparition cheered me. She undoubtedly was my neighbor, the English lady of mature age of whom our hostess had spoken. I did not see her again that day. The next day, when I had settled myself to commence painting at the end of that beautiful valley which you know and which extends as far as Etretat, I perceived, on lifting my eyes suddenly, something singular standing on the crest of the cliff. One might have said a pole decked out with flags. It was she. On seeing me, she suddenly disappeared. I re-entered the house at midday for lunch and took my seat at the general table, so as to make the acquaintance of this odd character. But she did not respond to my polite advances, was insensible even to my little attentions. I poured out water for her persistently, I passed her the dishes with great eagerness. A slight, almost imperceptible, movement of the head and an English word, murmured so low that I did not understand it, were her only acknowledgments. I ceased occupying myself with her, although she had disturbed my thoughts. At the end of 3 days I knew as much about her as did Madame Lecacher herself. She was called Miss Harriet. Seeking out a secluded village in which to pass the summer, she had been attracted to Benouville some 6 months before and did not seem disposed to leave it. She never spoke at table, ate rapidly, reading all the while a small book of the Protestant propaganda. She gave a copy of it to everybody. The cure himself had received no less than 4 copies, conveyed by an urchin to whom she had paid 2 sous commission. She said sometimes to our hostess abruptly, without preparing her in the least for the declaration, "I love the Saviour more than all. I admire him in all creation, I adore him in all nature, I carry him always in my heart." And she would immediately present the old woman with one of her tracts which were destined to convert the universe. In the village she was not liked. In fact, the schoolmaster having pronounced her an atheist, a kind of stigma attached to her. The cure, who had been consulted by Madame Lecacher, responded, "She is a heretic, but God does not wish the death of the sinner, and I believe her to be a person of pure morals." These words, atheist, heretic, words which no one can precisely define, threw doubts into some minds. It was asserted, however, that this English woman was rich and that she had passed her life in traveling through every country in the world because her family had cast her off. Why had her family cast her off? Because of her impiety, of course. She was, in fact, one of those people of exalted principles, one of those opinionated Puritans, of which England produces so many. One of those good and insupportable old maids who haunt the tables d'hôte of every hotel in Europe, who spoil Italy, poison Switzerland, render the charming cities of the Mediterranean uninhabitable. Carry everywhere their fantastic manias, their manners of petrified vestals, their indescribable toilets and a certain odor of India rubber which makes one believe that at night they are slipped into a rubber casing. Whenever I caught sight of one of these individuals in a hotel, I fled like the birds who see a scarecrow in a field. This woman, however, appeared so very singular that she did not displease me. Madame Lecacher, hostile by instinct to everything that was not rustic, felt in her narrow soul a kind of hatred for the ecstatic declarations of the old maid. She had found a phrase by which to describe her, a term of contempt that rose to her lips, called forth by I know not what confused and mysterious mental ratiocination. She said, "That woman is a demoniac." This epithet, applied to that austere and sentimental creature, seemed to me irresistibly droll. I myself never called her anything now but the demoniac, experiencing a singular pleasure in pronouncing aloud this word on perceiving her. One day I asked Mother Lecacher, "Well, what is our demoniac about today?" To which my rustic friend replied with a shocked air, "What do you think, sir?" She picked up a toad which had had its paw crushed and carried it to her room and has put it in her wash basin and bandaged it as if it were a man. If that is not profanation, I should like to know what is. On another occasion, when walking along the shore, she bought a large fish which had just been caught, simply to throw it back into the sea again. The sailor from whom she had bought it, although she paid him handsomely, now began to swear, more exasperated, indeed, than if she had put her hand into his pocket and taken his money. For more than a month he could not speak of the circumstance without becoming furious and denouncing it as an outrage. Oh, yes. She was indeed a demoniac, this Miss Harriet, and Mother Lecacher must have had an inspiration in thus christening her. The stable boy, who was called Sapeur, because he had served in Africa in his youth, entertained other opinions. He said with a roguish air, "She is an old hag who has seen life. If the poor woman had but known." The little kind-hearted Celeste did not wait upon her willingly, but I was never able to understand why. Probably her only reason was that she was a stranger, of another race, of a different tongue and of another religion. She was, in fact, a demoniac. She passed her time wandering about the country, adoring and seeking God in nature. I found her one evening on her knees in a cluster of bushes. Having discovered something red through the leaves, I brushed aside the branches, and Miss Harriet at once rose to her feet, confused at having been found thus, fixing on me terrified eyes like those of an owl surprised in open day. Sometimes, when I was working among the rocks, I would suddenly descry her on the edge of the cliff like a lighthouse signal. She would be gazing in rapture at the vast sea glittering in the sunlight and the boundless sky with its golden tints. Sometimes I would distinguish her at the end of the valley, walking quickly with her elastic English step, and I would go toward her, attracted by I know not what, simply to see her illuminated visage, her dried-up, ineffable features, which seemed to glow with inward and profound happiness. I would often encounter her also in the corner of a field, sitting on the grass under the shadow of an apple tree, with her little religious booklet lying open on her knee while she gazed out at the distance. I could not tear myself away from that quiet country neighborhood, to which I was attached by 1,000 links of love for its wide and peaceful landscape. I was happy in this sequestered farm, far removed from everything, but in touch with the earth, the good, beautiful, green earth. And, must I avow it, there was, besides, a little curiosity which retained me at the residence of Mother Leicestershire. I wished to become acquainted a little with this strange Miss Harriet and to know what transpires in the solitary souls of those wandering old English women. We became acquainted in a rather singular manner. I had just finished a study which appeared to me to be worth something, and so it was, as it sold for 10,000 francs 15 years later. It was as simple, however, as 2 and 2 make 4 and was not according to academic rules. The whole right side of my canvas represented a rock, an enormous rock, covered with serac, brown, yellow and red, across which the sun poured like a stream of oil. The light fell upon the rock as though it were a flame without the sun, which was at my back, being visible. That was all. A first bewildering study of blazing, gorgeous light. On the left was the sea, not the blue sea, the slate-colored sea, but a sea of jade, greenish, milky and solid beneath the deep-colored sky. I was so pleased with my work that I danced from sheer delight as I carried it back to the inn. I would have liked the whole world to see it at once. I can remember that I showed it to a cow that was browsing by the wayside, exclaiming as I did so, "Look at that, my old beauty, you will not often see its like again." When I had reached the house I immediately called out to Mother Leicestershire, shouting with all my might, "Hello, there! Mrs. Landlady, come here and look at this." The rustic approached and looked at my work with her stupid eyes which distinguished nothing and could not even tell whether the picture represented an ox or a house. Miss Harriet just then came home, and she passed behind me just as I was holding out my canvas at arm's length, exhibiting it to our landlady. The demoniac could not help but see it, for I took care to exhibit the thing in such a way that it could not escape her notice. She stopped abruptly and stood motionless, astonished. It was her rock which was depicted, the one which she climbed to dream away her time undisturbed. She uttered a British AO, which was at once so accentuated and so flattering that I turned round to her, smiling, and said, "This is my latest study, mademoiselle." She murmured rapturously, comically, and tenderly, "Oh, monsieur, you understand nature as a living thing." I colored and was more touched by that compliment than if it had come from a queen. I was captured, conquered, vanquished. I could have embraced her, upon my honor. I took my seat at table beside her as usual. For the first time she spoke, thinking aloud. "Oh, I do love nature." I passed her some bread, some water, some wine. She now accepted these with a little smile of a mummy. I then began to talk about the scenery. After the meal we rose from the table together and walked leisurely across the courtyard. Then, attracted doubtless by the fiery glow which the setting sun cast over the surface of the sea, I opened the gate which led to the cliff, and we walked along side by side, as contented as two persons might be who have just learned to understand and penetrate each other's motives and feelings. It was one of those warm, soft evenings which impart a sense of ease to flesh and spirit alike. All is enjoyment, everything charms. The balmy air, laden with the perfume of grasses and the smell of seaweed, soothes the olfactory sense with its wild fragrance, soothes the palate with its sea savor, soothes the mind with its pervading sweetness. We were now walking along the edge of the cliff, high above the boundless sea which rolled its little waves below us at a distance of 100 meters. And we drank in with open mouth and expanded chest that fresh breeze, briny from kissing the waves, that came from the ocean and passed across our faces. Wrapped in her plaid shawl, with a look of inspiration as she faced the breeze, the English woman gazed fixedly at the great sun ball as it descended toward the horizon. Far off in the distance a three-master in full sail was outlined on the blood-red sky, and a steamship, somewhat nearer, passed along, leaving behind it a trail of smoke on the horizon. The red sun globe sank slowly lower and lower and presently touched the water just behind the motionless vessel, which, in its dazzling effulgence, looked as though framed in a flame of fire. We saw it plunge, grow smaller and disappear, swallowed up by the ocean. Miss Harriet gazed in rapture at the last gleams of the dying day. She seemed longing to embrace the sky, the sea, the whole landscape. She murmured, "Ayo. I love, I saw a tear in her eye." She continued, "I wish I were a little bird, so that I could mount up into the firmament." She remained standing as I had often before seen her, perched on the cliff, her face as red as her shawl. I should have liked to have sketched her in my album. It would have been a caricature of ecstasy. I turned away so as not to laugh. I then spoke to her of painting as I would have done to a fellow artist, using the technical terms common among the devotees of the profession. She listened attentively, eagerly seeking to divine the meaning of the terms, so as to understand my thoughts. From time to time she would exclaim, "Oh! I understand, I understand. It is very interesting." We returned home. The next day, on seeing me, she approached me, cordially holding out her hand, and we at once became firm friends. She was a good creature who had a kind of soul on springs, which became enthusiastic at a bound. She lacked equilibrium like all women who are spinsters at the age of 50. She seemed to be preserved in a pickle of innocence, but her heart still retained something very youthful and inflammable. She loved both nature and animals with a fervor, a love like old wine fermented through age, with a sensuous love that she had never bestowed on men. One thing is certain, that the sight of a bitch nursing her puppies, a mare roaming in a meadow with a foal at its side, a bird's nest full of young ones, screaming, with their open mouths and their enormous heads, affected her perceptibly. Poor, solitary, sad, wandering beings. I love you ever since I became acquainted with Miss Harriet. I soon discovered that she had something she would like to tell me, but dare not, and I was amused at her timidity. When I started out in the morning with my knapsack on my back, she would accompany me in silence as far as the end of the village, evidently struggling to find words with which to begin a conversation. Then she would leave me abruptly and walk away quickly with her springy step. One day, however, she plucked up courage. "I would like to see how you paint pictures. Are you willing? I have been very curious." And she blushed as if she had said something very audacious. I conducted her to the bottom of the Petival, where I had begun a large picture. She remained standing behind me, following all my gestures with concentrated attention. Then, suddenly, fearing perhaps that she was disturbing me, she said, "Thank you," and walked away. But she soon became more friendly, and accompanied me every day, her countenance exhibiting visible pleasure. She carried her camp stool under her arm, not permitting me to carry it. She would remain there for hours, silent and motionless, following with her eyes the point of my brush, in its every movement. When I obtained unexpectedly just the effect I wanted by a dash of color put on with the palette knife, she involuntarily uttered a little ah, of astonishment, of joy, of admiration. She had the most tender respect for my canvases, an almost religious respect for that human reproduction of a part of nature's work divine. My studies appeared to her a kind of religious pictures, and sometimes she spoke to me of God, with the idea of converting me. Oh, he was a queer, good-natured being, this God of hers. He was a sort of village philosopher without any great resources and without great power, for she always figured him to herself as inconsolable over injustices committed under his eyes, as though he were powerless to prevent them. She was, however, on excellent terms with him, affecting even to be the confidant of his secrets and of his troubles. She would say, "God wills or God does not will," just like a sergeant announcing to a recruit, "The colonel has commanded." At the bottom of her heart she deplored my ignorance of the intentions of the Eternal, which she endeavored to impart to me. Almost every day I found in my pockets, in my hat when I lifted it from the ground, in my paintbox, in my polished shoes, standing in front of my door in the morning, those little pious tracts which she no doubt received directly from paradise. I treated her as one would an old friend, with unaffected cordiality. But I soon perceived that she had changed somewhat in her manner, though, for a while, I paid little attention to it. When I was painting, whether in my valley or in some country lane, I would see her suddenly appear with her rapid, springy walk. She would then sit down abruptly, out of breath, as though she had been running or were overcome by some profound emotion. Her face would be red, that English red which is denied to the people of all other countries. Then, without any reason, she would turn ashy pale and seem about to faint away. Gradually, however, her natural color would return and she would begin to speak. Then, without warning, she would break off in the middle of a sentence, spring up from her seat and walk away so rapidly and so strangely that I was at my wits' ends to discover whether I had done or said anything to displease or wound her. I finally came to the conclusion that those were her normal manners, somewhat modified no doubt in my honor during the first days of our acquaintance. When she returned to the farm, after walking for hours on the windy coast, her long curls often hung straight down, as if their springs had been broken. This had hitherto seldom given her any concern, and she would come to dinner without embarrassment, all disheveled by her sister, the breeze. But now she would go to her room and arrange the untidy locks, and when I would say, with familiar gallantry, which, however, always offended her, "You are as beautiful as a star today, Miss Harriet," a blush would immediately rise to her cheeks. The blush of a young girl, of a girl of 15. Then she would suddenly become quite reserved and cease coming to watch me paint. I thought, this is only a fit of temper, it will blow over. But it did not always blow over, and when I spoke to her she would answer me either with affected indifference or with sullen annoyance. She became by turns rude, impatient and nervous. I never saw her now except at meals, and we spoke but little. I concluded at length that I must have offended her in some way, and, accordingly, I said to her one evening, "Miss Harriet, why is it that you do not act toward me as formerly? What have I done to displease you? You are causing me much pain." She replied in a most comical tone of anger, "I am just the same with you as formerly." "It is not true, and she ran upstairs and shut herself up in her room. Occasionally she would look at me in a peculiar manner. I have often said to myself since then that those who are condemned to death must look thus when they are informed that their last day has come. In her eye there lurked a species of insanity, an insanity at once mystical and violent. And even more, a fever, an aggravated longing, impatient and impotent, for the unattained and unattainable. Nay, it seemed to me there was also going on within her a struggle in which her heart wrestled with an unknown force that she sought to master, and even, perhaps, something else. But what do I know? What do I know? It was indeed a singular revelation. For some time I had commenced to work, as soon as daylight appeared, on a picture the subject of which was as follows. A deep ravine, enclosed, surmounted by 2 thickets of trees and vines, extended into the distance and was lost. Submerged in that milky vapor, in that cloud-like cotton down that sometimes floats over valleys at daybreak. And at the extreme end of that heavy, transparent fog one saw, or, rather, surmised, that a couple of human beings were approaching, a human couple, a youth and a maiden, their arms interlaced, embracing each other. Their heads inclined toward each other, their lips meeting. A first ray of the sun, glistening through the branches, pierced that fog of the dawn, illuminated it with a rosy reflection just behind the rustic lovers, framing their vague shadows in a silvery background. It was well done. Yes, indeed, well done. I was working on the declivity which led to the valley of Etretat. On this particular morning I had, by chance, the sort of floating vapor which I needed. Suddenly something rose up in front of me like a phantom. It was Miss Harriet. On seeing me she was about to flee. But I called after her, saying, come here, mademoiselle. I have a nice little picture for you." She came forward, though with seeming reluctance. I handed her my sketch. She said nothing, but stood for a long time, motionless, looking at it, and suddenly she burst into tears. She wept spasmodically, like men who have striven hard to restrain their tears, but who can do so no longer and abandon themselves to grief, though still resisting. I sprang to my feet, moved at the sight of a sorrow I did not comprehend, and I took her by the hand with an impulse of brusque affection, a true French impulse which acts before it reflects. She let her hands rest in mine for a few seconds, and I felt them quiver as if all her nerves were being wrenched. Then she withdrew her hands abruptly, or, rather, snatched them away. I recognized that tremor, for I had felt it, and I could not be deceived. Ah! The love tremor of a woman, whether she be 15 or 50 years of age, whether she be of the people or of society, goes so straight to my heart that I never have any hesitation in understanding it. Her whole frail being had trembled, vibrated, been overcome. I knew it. She walked away before I had time to say a word, leaving me as surprised as if I had witnessed a miracle and as troubled as if I had committed a crime. I did not go in to breakfast. I went to take a turn on the edge of the cliff, feeling that I would just as lief weep as laugh, looking on the adventure as both comic and deplorable and my position as ridiculous, believing her unhappy enough to go insane. I asked myself what I ought to do. It seemed best for me to leave the place, and I immediately resolved to do so. Somewhat sad and perplexed, I wandered about until dinner time and entered the farmhouse just when the soup had been served up. I sat down at the table as usual. Miss Harriet was there, eating away solemnly, without speaking to anyone, without even lifting her eyes. Her manner and expression were, however, the same as usual. I waited patiently till the meal had been finished, when, turning toward the landlady, I said, "Well, Madame Lecoucher, it will not be long now before I shall have to take my leave of you." The good woman, at once surprised and troubled, replied in her drawling voice, "My dear sir, what is it you say? You are going to leave us after I have become so accustomed to you?" I glanced at Miss Harriet out of the corner of my eye. Her countenance did not change in the least. But Celeste, the little servant, looked up at me. She was a fat girl, of about 18 years of age, rosy, fresh, as strong as a horse, and possessing the rare attribute of cleanliness. I had kissed her at odd times in out-of-the-way corners, after the manner of travelers, nothing more. The dinner being at length over, I went to smoke my pipe under the apple trees, walking up and down from one end of the enclosure to the other. All the reflections which I had made during the day, the strange discovery of the morning, that passionate and grotesque attachment for me, the recollections which that revelation had suddenly called up. Recollections at once charming and perplexing, perhaps also that look which the servant had cast on me at the announcement of my departure, all these things, mixed up and combined, put me now in a reckless humor. Gave me a tickling sensation of kisses on the lips and in my veins a something which urged me on to commit some folly. Night was coming on, casting its dark shadows under the trees, when I descried Celeste, who had gone to fasten up the poultry yard at the other end of the enclosure. I darted toward her, running so noiselessly that she heard nothing, and as she got up from closing the small trapdoor by which the chickens got in and out, I clasped her in my arms and rained on her coarse, fat face a shower of kisses. She struggled, laughing all the time, as she was accustomed to do in such circumstances. Why did I suddenly loose my grip of her? Why did I at once experience a shock? What was it that I heard behind me? It was Miss Harriet, who had come upon us, who had seen us and who stood in front of us motionless as a spectre. Then she disappeared in the darkness. I was ashamed, embarrassed, more desperate at having been thus surprised by her than if she had caught me committing some criminal act. I slept badly that night. I was completely unnerved and haunted by sad thoughts. I seemed to hear loud weeping, but in this I was no doubt deceived. Moreover, I thought several times that I heard someone walking up and down in the house and opening the hall door. Toward morning I was overcome by fatigue and fell asleep. I got up late and did not go downstairs until the late breakfast, being still in a bewildered state, not knowing what kind of expression to put on. No one had seen Miss Harriet. We waited for her at table, but she did not appear. At length Mother Lancashire went to her room. The Englishwoman had gone out. She must have set out at break of day, as she was wont to do, in order to see the sun rise. Nobody seemed surprised at this, and we began to eat in silence. The weather was hot, very hot, one of those broiling, heavy days when not a leaf stirs. The table had been placed out of doors, under an apple tree, and from time to time Sapeur had gone to the cellar to draw a jug of cider, everybody was so thirsty. Celeste brought the dishes from the kitchen, a ragout of mutton with potatoes, a cold rabbit and a salad. Afterward she placed before us a dish of strawberries, the first of the season. As I wished to wash and freshen these, I begged the servant to go and draw me a pitcher of cold water. In about 5 minutes she returned, declaring that the well was dry. She had lowered the pitcher to the full extent of the cord and had touched the bottom, but on drawing the pitcher up again it was empty. Mother Lancashire, anxious to examine the thing for herself, went and looked down the hole. She returned, announcing that one could see clearly something in the well, something altogether unusual. But this no doubt was bundles of straw, which a neighbor had thrown in out of spite. I wished to look down the well also, hoping I might be able to clear up the mystery, and I perched myself close to the brink. I perceived indistinctly a white object. What could it be? I then conceived the idea of lowering a lantern at the end of a cord. When I did so the yellow flame danced on the layers of stone and gradually became clearer. All 4 of us were leaning over the opening, Sapeur and Celeste having now joined us. The lantern rested on a black and white indistinct mass, singular, incomprehensible. Sapeur exclaimed, "It is a horse. I see the hoofs. It must have got out of the meadow during the night and fallen in headlong." But suddenly a cold shiver froze me to the marrow. I first recognized a foot, then a leg sticking up, the whole body and the other leg were completely under water. I stammered out in a loud voice, trembling so violently that the lantern danced hither and thither over the slipper. "It is a woman. Who can it be? It is Miss Harriet." Sapeur alone did not manifest horror. He had witnessed many such scenes in Africa. Mother Lancashire and Celeste began to utter piercing screams and ran away. But it was necessary to recover the corpse of the dead woman. I attached the young man securely by the waist to the end of the pulley rope and lowered him very slowly, watching him disappear in the darkness. In one hand he held the lantern and a rope in the other. Soon I recognized his voice, which seemed to come from the center of the earth, saying, "Stop." I then saw him fish something out of the water. It was the other leg. He then bound the 2 feet together and shouted anew, "Haul up." I began to wind up, but I felt my arms crack, my muscles twitch, and I was in terror lest I should let the man fall to the bottom. When his head appeared at the brink I asked, "Well, as if I expected he had a message from the drowned woman." We both got on the stone slab at the edge of the well and from opposite sides we began to haul up the body. Mother Lancashire and Celeste watched us from a distance, concealed from view behind the wall of the house. When they saw issuing from the hole the black slippers and white stockings of the drowned person they disappeared. Sapeur seized the ankles, and we drew up the body of the poor woman. The head was shocking to look at, being bruised and lacerated, and the long grey hair, out of curl forevermore, hanging down tangled and disordered. "In the name of all that is holy! How lean she is," exclaimed Sapeur in a contemptuous tone. We carried her into the room, and as the women did not put in an appearance I, with the assistance of the stable lad, dressed the corpse for burial. I washed her disfigured face. Under the touch of my finger an eye was slightly opened and regarded me with that pale, cold look, that terrible look of a corpse which seems to come from the beyond. I braided as well as I could her disheveled hair and with my clumsy hands arranged on her head a novel and singular coiffure. Then I took off her dripping wet garments, bearing, not without a feeling of shame, as though I had been guilty of some profanation, her shoulders and her chest and her long arms, as slim as the twigs of a tree. I next went to fetch some flowers, poppies, bluets, marguerites and fresh, sweet-smelling grass with which to strew her funeral couch. I then had to go through the usual formalities, as I was alone to attend to everything. A letter found in her pocket, written at the last moment, requested that her body be buried in the village in which she had passed the last days of her life. A sad suspicion weighed on my heart. Was it not on my account that she wished to be laid to rest in this place? Toward evening all the female gossips of the locality came to view the remains of the defunct, but I would not allow a single person to enter. I wanted to be alone, and I watched beside her all night. I looked at the corpse by the flickering light of the candles, at this unhappy woman, unknown to us all, who had died in such a lamentable manner and so far away from home. Had she left no friends, no relations behind her? What had her infancy been? What had been her life? Whence had she come thither alone, a wanderer, lost like a dog driven from home? What secrets of sufferings and of despair were sealed up in that unprepossessing body, in that poor body whose outward appearance had driven from her all affection, all love? How many unhappy beings there are! I felt that there weighed upon that human creature the eternal injustice of implacable nature. It was all over with her, without her ever having experienced, perhaps, that which sustains the greatest outcasts, to wit, the hope of being loved once. Otherwise why should she thus have concealed herself, fled from the face of others? Why did she love everything so tenderly and so passionately, everything living that was not a man? I recognized the fact that she believed in a God, and that she hoped to receive compensation from the latter for all the miseries she had endured. She would now disintegrate and become, in turn, a plant. She would blossom in the sun, the cattle would browse on her leaves, the birds would bear away the seeds, and through these changes she would become again human flesh. But that which is called the soul had been extinguished at the bottom of the dark well. She suffered no longer. She had given her life for that of others yet to come. Hours passed away in this silent and sinister communion with the dead. A pale light at length announced the dawn of a new day, then a red ray streamed in on the bed, making a bar of light across the coverlet and across her hands. This was the hour she had so much loved. The awakened birds began to sing in the trees. I opened the window to its fullest extent and drew back the curtains that the whole heavens might look in upon us, and, bending over the icy corpse, I took in my hands the mutilated head and slowly, without terror or disgust, I imprinted a kiss. A long kiss, upon those lips which had never before been kissed. Leon Chanel remained silent. The women wept. We heard on the box seat the Count d'Autreil blowing his nose from time to time. The coachman alone had gone to sleep. The horses, who no longer felt the sting of the whip, had slackened their pace and moved along slowly. The drag, hardly advancing at all, seemed suddenly torpid, as if it had been freighted with sorrow. Miss Harriet appeared in Le Gaulois, July 9, 1883, under the title of Miss Hastings. The story was later revised, enlarged, and partly reconstructed. This is what de Maupassant wrote to editor Havard. March 15, 1884, in an unedited letter, in regard to the title of the story that was to give its name to the volume. I do not believe that Hastings is a bad name, inasmuch as it is known all over the world, and recalls the greatest facts in English history. Besides, Hastings is as much a name as Duval is with us. The name Cherbuliez selected, Miss Revel, is no more like an English name than like a Turkish name. But here is another name as English as Hastings, and more euphonious. It is Miss Harriet. I will ask you therefore to substitute Harriet for Hastings. It was in regard to this very tittle that de Maupassant had a disagreement with Audran and Boucheron, director of the Bouffes Parisians, in October, 1890. They had given this title to an operetta about to be played at the Bouffes. It ended, however, by their ceding to de Maupassant, and the title of the operetta was changed to Miss Heliot. Little Louise Roquet. The former soldier, Médéric Rampal, familiarly called Médéric by the country folks, left the post office of Royalie-les-Tours at the usual hour. After passing through the village with his long stride, he cut across the meadows of Willem and reached the bank of the Brindle, following the path along the water's edge to the village of Carvelin, where he commenced to deliver his letters. He walked quickly, following the course of the narrow river, which frothed, murmured and boiled in its grassy bed beneath an arch of willows. Médéric went on without stopping, with only this thought in his mind: my first letter is for the Poivron family, then I have one for Monsieur Renaudot, so I must cross the wood. His blue blouse, fastened round his waist by a black leather belt, moved in a quick, regular fashion above the green hedge of willow trees, and his stout stick of holly kept time with his steady tread. He crossed the Brindle on a bridge consisting of a tree trunk, with a handrail of rope, fastened at either end to a stake driven into the ground. The wood, which belonged to Monsieur Renaudot, the mayor of Carvelin and the largest landowner in the district, consisted of huge old trees, straight as pillars and extending for about half a league along the left bank of the stream which served as a boundary to this immense dome of foliage. Alongside the water large shrubs had grown up in the sunlight, but under the trees one found nothing but moss, thick, soft and yielding, from which arose, in the still air, an odor of dampness and of dead wood. Médéric slackened his pace, took off his black cap adorned with red lace and wiped his forehead, for it was by this time hot in the meadows, though it was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning. He had just recovered from the effects of the heat and resumed his quick pace when he noticed at the foot of a tree a knife, a child's small knife. When he picked it up he discovered a thimble and also a needle case not far away. Having taken up these objects, he thought, I'll entrust them to the mayor, and he resumed his journey, but now he kept his eyes open, expecting to find something else. All of a sudden he stopped short, as if he had struck against a wooden barrier. 10 paces in front of him lay stretched on her back on the moss a little girl, perfectly nude, her face covered with a handkerchief. She was about 12 years old. Médéric advanced on tiptoe, as if he apprehended some danger, and he glanced toward the spot uneasily. What was this? No doubt she was asleep. Then he reflected that a person does not go to sleep naked at 7:30 in the morning under the cool trees. So, then, she must be dead, and he must be face to face with a crime. At this thought a cold shiver ran through his frame, although he was an old soldier. And then a murder was such a rare thing in the country, and, above all, the murder of a child, that he could not believe his eyes. But she had no wound, nothing save a spot of blood on her leg. How, then, had she been killed? He stopped close to her and gazed at her, while he leaned on his stick. Certainly he must know her, for he knew all the inhabitants of the district. But, not being able to get a look at her face, he could not guess her name. He stooped forward in order to take off the handkerchief which covered her face, then paused, with outstretched hand, restrained by an idea that occurred to him. Had he the right to disarrange anything in the condition of the corpse before the official investigation? He pictured justice to himself as a kind of general whom nothing escapes and who attaches as much importance to a lost button as to the stab of a knife in the stomach. Perhaps under this handkerchief evidence could be found to sustain a charge of murder. In fact, if such proof were there it might lose its value if touched by an awkward hand. Then he raised himself with the intention of hastening toward the mayor's residence, but again another thought held him back. If the little girl were still alive, by any chance, he could not leave her lying there in this way. He sank on his knees very gently, a little distance from her, through precaution, and extended his hand toward her foot. It was icy cold, with the terrible coldness of death which leaves us no longer in doubt. The letter carrier, as he touched her, felt his heart in his mouth, as he said himself afterward, and his mouth parched. Rising up abruptly, he rushed off under the trees toward Monsieur Renaudot's house. He walked on faster than ever, with his stick under his arm, his hands clenched and his head thrust forward, while his leathern bag, filled with letters and newspapers, kept flapping at his side. The mayor's residence was at the end of the wood which served as a park, and one side of it was washed by the Brindle. It was a big square house of grey stone, very old, and had stood many a siege in former days, and at the end of it was a huge tower, 20 meters high, rising out of the water. From the top of this fortress one could formerly see all the surrounding country. It was called the Fox's Tower, without anyone knowing exactly why. And from this appellation, no doubt, had come the name Renaudet, borne by the owners of this fief, which had remained in the same family, it was said, for more than 200 years. For the Renaudets formed part of the upper middle class, all but noble, to be met with so often in the province before the Revolution. The postman dashed into the kitchen, where the servants were taking breakfast, and exclaimed, "Is the mayor up? I want to speak to him at once." Médéric was recognized as a man of standing and authority, and they understood that something serious had happened. As soon as word was brought to Monsieur Renaudet, he ordered the postman to be sent up to him. Pale and out of breath, with his cap in his hand, Médéric found the mayor seated at a long table covered with scattered papers. He was a large, tall man, heavy and red-faced, strong as an ox, and was greatly liked in the district, although of an excessively violent disposition. Almost 40 years old and a widower for the past 6 months, he lived on his estate like a country gentleman. His choleric temperament had often brought him into trouble from which the magistrates of Royauly-le-Tours, like indulgent and prudent friends, had extricated him. Had he not one day thrown the conductor of the diligence from the top of his seat because he came near running over his retriever, Micmac? Had he not broken the ribs of a gamekeeper who abused him for having, gun in hand, passed through a neighbor's property? Had he not even caught by the collar the sub-prefect, who stopped over in the village during an administrative circuit, called by Monsieur Renaudet an electioneering circuit, for he was opposed to the government? In accordance with family traditions. The mayor asked, "What's the matter now, Médéric? I found a little girl dead in your wood." Renaudet rose to his feet, his face the color of brick. "What do you say, a little girl?" "Yes, MCU, a little girl, quite naked, on her back, with blood on her, dead, quite dead." The mayor gave vent to an oath. "By God, I'd make a bet it is little Louise Roquet. I have just learned that she did not go home to her mother last night." "Where did you find her?" The postman described the spot, gave full details and offered to conduct the mayor to the place. But Renaudet became brusque. "No, I don't need you. Send the watchman, the mayor's secretary and the doctor to me at once, and resume your rounds. Quick, quick, go and tell them to meet me in the wood." The letter carrier, a man used to discipline, obeyed and withdrew, angry and grieved at not being able to be present at the investigation. The mayor, in his turn, prepared to go out, took his big soft hat and paused for a few seconds on the threshold of his abode. In front of him stretched a wide sward, in which were 3 large beds of flowers in full bloom, one facing the house and the others at either side of it. Farther on the outlying trees of the wood rose skyward, while at the left, beyond the brindle, which at that spot widened into a pond, could be seen long meadows, an entirely green flat sweep of country, intersected by trenches and hedges of pollard willows. To the right, behind the stables, the outhouses and all the buildings connected with the property, might be seen the village, which was wealthy, being mainly inhabited by cattle breeders. Renaudet slowly descended the steps in front of his house, and, turning to the left, gained the water's edge, which he followed at a slow pace, his hand behind his back. He walked on, with bent head, and from time to time glanced round in search of the persons he had sent for. When he stood beneath the trees he stopped, took off his hat and wiped his forehead as Médéric had done, for the burning sun was darting its fiery rays on the earth. Then the mayor resumed his journey, stopped once more and retraced his steps. Suddenly, stooping down, he steeped his handkerchief in the stream that glided along at his feet and spread it over his head, under his hat. Drops of water flowed down his temples over his ears, which were always purple, over his strong red neck, and made their way, one after the other, under his white shirt collar. As nobody had appeared, he began tapping with his foot, then he called out, "Hello! Hello!" A voice at his right answered, "Hello! Hello!" And the doctor appeared under the trees. He was a thin little man, an ex-military surgeon, who passed in the neighborhood for a very skillful practitioner. He limped, having been wounded while in the service, and had to use a stick to assist him in walking. Next came the watchman and the mayor's secretary, who, having been sent for at the same time, arrived together. They looked scared and hurried forward, out of breath, walking and running alternately to hasten their progress, and moving their arms up and down so vigorously that they seemed to do more work with them than with their legs. Renadette said to the doctor, "You know what the trouble is about?" "Yes, a child found dead in the wood by Médéric." "That's quite correct. Come on." They walked along, side by side, followed by the two men. Their steps made no sound on the moss. Their eyes were gazing ahead in front of them. Suddenly the doctor, extending his arm, said, "See, there she is." Far ahead of them under the trees they saw something white on which the sun gleamed down through the branches. As they approached they gradually distinguished a human form lying there, its head toward the river, the face covered and the arms extended as though on a crucifix. "I am fearfully warm," said the mayor, and stooping down, he again soaked his handkerchief in the water and placed it round his forehead. The doctor hastened his steps, interested by the discovery. As soon as they were near the corpse, he bent down to examine it without touching it. He had put on his pince-nez, as one does in examining some curious object, and turned round very quietly. He said, without rising, "Violated and murdered, as we shall prove presently. This little girl, moreover, is almost a woman, look at her throat." The doctor lightly drew away the handkerchief which covered her face, which looked black, frightful, the tongue protruding, the eyes bloodshot. He went on. "By heavens! She was strangled the moment the deed was done." He felt her neck. Strangled with the hands without leaving any special trace, neither the mark of the nails nor the imprint of the fingers. "Quite right. It is little Louise Roquet, sure enough." He carefully replaced the handkerchief. "There's nothing for me to do. She's been dead for the last hour at least. We must give notice of the matter to the authorities." Renardette, standing up, with his hands behind his back, kept staring with a stony look at the little body exposed to view on the grass. He murmured, "What a wretch! We must find the clothes." The doctor felt the hands, the arms, the legs. He said, "She had been bathing, no doubt. They ought to be at the water's edge." The mayor thereupon gave directions. "Do you, Principe," this was his secretary, "go and find those clothes for me along the stream. You, Maxime," this was the watchman, "hurry on toward Rueil-les-Tours and bring with you the magistrate with the gendarmes. They must be here within an hour. You understand?" The two men started at once, and Renadette said to the doctor, "What miscreant could have done such a deed in this part of the country?" The doctor murmured, "Who knows? Anyone is capable of that. Everyone in particular and nobody in general. No matter, it must be some prowler, some workman out of employment. Since we have become a republic we meet only this kind of person along the roads." Both of them were Bonapartists. The mayor went on. "Yes, it can only be a stranger, a passer-by, a vagabond without hearth or home." The doctor added, with the shadow of a smile on his face. "And without a wife." Having neither a good supper nor a good bed, he became reckless. You can't tell how many men there may be in the world capable of a crime at a given moment. Did you know that this little girl had disappeared? And with the end of his stick he touched one after the other the stiffened fingers of the corpse, resting on them as on the keys of a piano. "Yes, the mother came last night to look for me about 9 o'clock, the child not having come home at 7 to supper. We looked for her along the roads up to midnight, but we did not think of the wood. However, we needed daylight to carry out a thorough search." "Will you have a cigar?" said the doctor. "Thanks, I don't care to smoke. This thing affects me so." They remained standing beside the corpse of the young girl, so pale on the dark moss. A big blue fly was walking over the body with his lively, jerky movements. The two men kept watching this wandering speck. The doctor said, "How pretty it is, a fly on the skin. The ladies of the last century had good reason to paste them on their faces." Why has this fashion gone out? The mayor seemed not to hear, plunged as he was in deep thought. But, all of a sudden, he turned round, surprised by a shrill noise. A woman in a cap and blue apron was running toward them under the trees. It was the mother, La Roque. As soon as she saw Renardette, she began to shriek. "My little girl! Where's my little girl?" So distractedly that she did not glance down at the ground. Suddenly she saw the corpse, stopped short, clasped her hands and raised both her arms while she uttered a sharp, heartrending cry, the cry of a wounded animal. Then she rushed toward the body, fell on her knees and snatched away the handkerchief that covered the face. When she saw that frightful countenance, black and distorted, she rose to her feet with a shudder, then sinking to the ground, face downward, she pressed her face against the ground and uttered frightful, continuous screams on the thick moss. Her tall, thin frame, with its close-clinging dress, was palpitating, shaken with spasms. One could see her bony ankles and her dried-up calves covered with coarse blue stockings shaking horribly. She was digging the soil with her crooked fingers, as though she were trying to make a hole in which to hide herself. The doctor, much affected, said in a low tone, "Poor old woman." Renardette felt a strange sensation. Then he gave vent to a sort of loud sneeze, and, drawing his handkerchief from his pocket, he began to weep internally, coughing, sobbing and blowing his nose noisily. He stammered, Damned pig to do this. I would like to see him guillotined." Principe reappeared with his hands empty. He murmured, "I have found nothing, Monsieur le Maire, nothing at all anywhere." The mayor, alarmed, replied in a thick voice, drowned in tears. "What is that you could not find?" "The little girl's clothes." Well, look again, and find them, or you'll have to answer to me." The man, knowing that the mayor would not brook opposition, set forth again with hesitating steps, casting a timid side-glance at the corpse. Distant voices were heard under the trees, a confused sound, the noise of an approaching crowd, for Médéric had, in the course of his rounds, carried the news from door to door. The people of the neighborhood, dazed at first, had gossiped about it in the street, from one threshold to another. Then they gathered together. They talked over, discussed and commented on the event for some minutes and had now come to see for themselves. They arrived in groups, a little faltering and uneasy through fear of the first impression of such a scene on their minds. When they saw the body they stopped, not daring to advance, and speaking low. Then they grew bolder, went on a few steps, stopped again, advanced once more, and presently formed around the dead girl, her mother, the doctor and Renardette a close circle, restless and noisy, which crowded forward at the sudden impact of newcomers. And now they touched the corpse. Some of them even bent down to feel it with their fingers. The doctor kept them back. But the mayor, waking abruptly out of his torpor, flew into a rage and seizing Dr. Labarb's stick, flung himself on his townspeople, stammering, clear out, you pack of brutes, clear out." And in a second the crowd of sightseers had fallen back 200 paces. Mother La Roque had risen to a sitting posture and now remained weeping, with her hands clasped over her face. The crowd was discussing the affair, and young lads' eager eyes curiously scrutinized this nude young form. Renardette perceived this, and, abruptly taking off his coat, he flung it over the little girl, who was entirely hidden from view beneath the large garment. The secretary drew near quietly. The wood was filled with people, and a continuous hum of voices rose up under the tangled foliage of the tall trees. The mayor, in his shirt sleeves, remained standing, with his stick in his hands, in a fighting attitude. He seemed exasperated by this curiosity on the part of the people and kept repeating, "If one of you come nearer I'll break his head just as I would a dog's." The peasants were greatly afraid of him. They held back. Dr. Labarbe, who was smoking, sat down beside La Roque and spoke to her in order to distract her attention. The old woman at once removed her hands from her face and replied with a flood of tearful words, emptying her grief in copious talk. She told the whole story of her life, her marriage, the death of her man, a cattle drover, who had been gored to death, the infancy of her daughter, her wretched existence as a widow without resources and with a child to support. She had only this one, her little Louise, and the child had been killed in this wood. Then she felt anxious to see her again, and, dragging herself on her knees toward the corpse, she raised up one corner of the garment that covered her. Then she let it fall again and began wailing once more. The crowd remained silent, eagerly watching all the mother's gestures. But suddenly there was a great commotion at the cry of the gendarmes. The gendarmes. 2 gendarmes appeared in the distance, advancing at a rapid trot, escorting their captain and a little gentleman with red whiskers, who was bobbing up and down like a monkey on a big white mare. The watchman had just found Monsieur Pudouin, the magistrate, at the moment when he was mounting his horse to take his daily ride, for he posed as a good horseman, to the great amusement of the officers. He dismounted, along with the captain, and pressed the hands of the mayor and the doctor, casting a ferret-like glance on the linen coat beneath which lay the corpse. When he was made acquainted with all the facts, he first gave orders to disperse the crowd, whom the gendarmes drove out of the wood, but who soon reappeared in the meadow and formed a hedge, a big hedge of excited and moving heads, on the other side of the stream. The doctor, in his turn, gave explanations, which Renardet noted down in his memorandum book. All the evidence was given, taken down and commented on without leading to any discovery. Maxime, too, came back without having found any trace of the clothes. This disappearance surprised everybody. No one could explain it except on the theory of theft, and as her rags were not worth 20 sous, even this theory was inadmissible. The magistrate, the mayor, the captain and the doctor set to work searching in pairs, putting aside the smallest branch along the water. Renardet said to the judge, "How does it happen that this wretch has concealed or carried away the clothes, and has thus left the body exposed, in sight of everyone?" The other, crafty and sagacious, answered, "Ha! Ha! Perhaps a dodge? This crime has been committed either by a brute or by a sly scoundrel. In any case, we'll easily succeed in finding him." The noise of wheels made them turn their heads round. It was the deputy magistrate, the doctor and the registrar of the court who had arrived in their turn. They resumed their search, all chatting in an animated fashion. Renardet said suddenly, "Do you know that you are to take luncheon with me?" Everyone smilingly accepted the invitation, and the magistrate, thinking that the case of little Louise Roquet had occupied enough attention for one day, turned toward the mayor. "I can have the body brought to your house, can I not? You have a room in which you can keep it for me till this evening?" The other became confused and stammered, "Yes, no. To tell the truth, I prefer that it should not come into my house on account of my servants, who are already talking about ghosts in my tower, in the Fox's Tower. You know, I could no longer keep a single one. No, I prefer not to have it in my house." The magistrate began to smile. "Good. I will have it taken at once to Royalie for the legal examination." And, turning to his deputy, he said, "I can make use of your trap, can I not?" "Yes, certainly." They all came back to the place where the corpse lay. Mother La Roquet, now seated beside her daughter, was holding her hand and was staring right before her with a wandering, listless eye. The 2 doctors endeavored to lead her away, so that she might not witness the dead girl's removal, but she understood at once what they wanted to do, and, flinging herself on the body, she threw both arms round it. Lying on top of the corpse, she exclaimed, "You shall not have it, it's mine now. They have killed her for me, and I want to keep her, you shall not have her." All the men, affected and not knowing how to act, remained standing around her. Renardet fell on his knees and said to her, "Listen, La Roquet, it is necessary, in order to find out who killed her. Without this, we could not find out. We must make a search for the man in order to punish him. When we have found him, we'll give her up to you. I promise you this." This explanation bewildered the woman, and a feeling of hatred manifested itself in her distracted glance. "So then they'll arrest him?" Yes, I promise you that. She rose up, deciding to let them do as they liked, but when the captain remarked, "It is surprising that her clothes were not found," a new idea, which she had not previously thought of, abruptly entered her mind. And she asked, "Where are her clothes?" "They're mine. I want them." "Where have they been put?" They explained to her that they had not been found. Then she demanded them persistently, crying and moaning. "They're mine, I want them." "Where are they?" "I want them." The more they tried to calm her, the more she sobbed and persisted in her demands. She no longer wanted the body, she insisted on having the clothes, as much perhaps through the unconscious cupidity of a wretched being to whom a piece of silver represents a fortune as through maternal tenderness. And when the little body, rolled up in blankets which had been brought out from Renardet's house, had disappeared in the vehicle, the old woman standing under the trees, sustained by the mayor and the captain, exclaimed, "I have nothing, nothing. Nothing in the world, not even her little cap, her little cap." The curé, a young priest, had just arrived. He took it on himself to accompany the mother, and they went away together toward the village. The mother's grief was modified by the sugary words of the clergyman, who promised her 1,000 compensations. But she kept repeating, "If I had only her little cap." This idea now dominated every other. Renardet called from the distance, "You will lunch with us, Monsieur l'Abbé, in an hour's time." The priest turned his head round and replied, "With pleasure, Monsieur le Maire. I'll be with you at 12. And they all directed their steps toward the house, whose grey front, with the large tower built on the edge of the brindle, could be seen through the branches. The meal lasted a long time. They talked about the crime. Everybody was of the same opinion. It had been committed by some tramp passing there by mere chance while the little girl was bathing. Then the magistrates returned to Rueil, announcing that they would return next day at an early hour. The doctor and the curé went to their respective homes, while Renardet, after a long walk through the meadows, returned to the wood, where he remained walking till nightfall with slow steps, his hands behind his back. He went to bed early and was still asleep next morning when the magistrate entered his room. He was rubbing his hands together with a self-satisfied air. "Ha! Ha! You are still sleeping. Well, my dear fellow, we have news this morning." The mayor sat up in his bed. "What, pray?" "Oh, something strange. You remember well how the mother clamored yesterday for some memento of her daughter, especially her little cap? Well, on opening her door this morning she found on the threshold her child's 2 little wooden shoes. This proves that the crime was perpetrated by someone from the district, someone who felt pity for her. Besides, the postman, Médéric, brought me the thimble, the knife and the needle case of the dead girl. So, then, the man in carrying off the clothes to hide them must have let fall the articles which were in the pocket. As for me, I attach special importance to the wooden shoes, as they indicate a certain moral culture and a faculty for tenderness on the part of the assassin. We will, therefore, if you have no objection, go over together the principal inhabitants of your district." The mayor got up. He rang for his shaving water and said, "With pleasure, but it will take some time and we may begin at once." Pudouin sat astride a chair. Renardet covered his chin with a white lather while he looked at himself in the glass. Then he sharpened his razor on the strop and continued. "The principal inhabitant of Carvlin bears the name of Joseph Renardet, mayor, a rich landowner, a rough man who beats guards and coachmen?" The examining magistrate burst out laughing. "That's enough. Let us pass on to the next. The second in importance is Pelodant, his deputy, a cattle breeder, an equally rich landowner, a crafty peasant, very sly, very close-fisted on every question of money, but incapable in my opinion of having perpetrated such a crime." "Continue," said Pudouin. Renardet, while proceeding with his toilet, reviewed the characters of all the inhabitants of Carvlin. After 2 hours' discussion their suspicions were fixed on 3 individuals who had hitherto borne a shady reputation, a poacher named Caval, a fisherman named Paquette, who caught trout and crabs, and a cattle drover named Clovis. 2. The search for the perpetrator of the crime lasted all summer, but he was not discovered.